The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
How are you, man?
I'm doing amazing, man.
Thanks for being here.
Dude, you're
Thanks for saving Dana White's life. That's what he credits. He credits talking to you and taking your advice is completely changing his life, and now he feels infinitely better.
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of the work himself.
Well, he had to, but you had to tell him what to do. But luckily, he listened.
Yeah, I mean, I think giving him a life expectancy just kind of validated it for him. It just really put it in his face. And you know, because that's something you can calculate. He's like, okay, well, I'm 53 now. 63 doesn't seem that far off.
Right.
You know,
a lot of like high stress individuals that don't take care of themselves, their ticker checks out.
Yeah.
Around 65, 67.
Yeah.
Pretty standard.
It just takes its toll. I mean, and the funny thing is, you know, when you go back and you look at the pictures of him prior to,
oh yeah,
he does kind of look like he was about to pop. You know,
it's not good. Yeah, he had a big old moon face, and he was, you know,
veins up on the forehead, and the veins out of the side of the neck.
What was like? First of all, how did he meet you? How did this come about, and like how did the conversation start?
So we have a mutual friend named Carrie Kasem. If you remember Casey Kasem.
Yeah, I know Carrie.
Top
I worked
40.
with her back in the day in the early UFCs.
Okay, so you know, I recently met Carrie, and she had kind of a life-changing experience as well. You know, if you know anything about her journey with Lyme disease and chronic viral infection, I mean, she really struggled and ended up healing herself. And she took the same test that Dana White did. It was life-changing for her, and she was like,
"What is this test?"
It's a genetic test. It looks at genetic methylation pathways. So
methylation pathways.
Methylation
Is
pathways.
that what it means?
So think about it like this. You know, we pull crude oil out of the ground, right? But you can't put crude oil into your gas tank, right? Because the car doesn't understand that fuel source. So what happens is crude oil has to be refined into gasoline, and then the car can run. Okay, so in human beings, there's a similar process called methylation. There's not a single compound known to mankind, not one. There's no vitamin, no mineral, no amino acid, no nutrient, no protein, no nutrient of any kind that enters the human body and is used in the format that we put it in. Without a single exception, everything we put into our bodies has to be refined into the usable form. If you can't make this conversion, you have a deficiency. It's this deficiency that leads to the most common illness that we suffer from. So that process is called methylation, and there are several genes that govern it. This is where a lot of the misconception about genetically inherited disease comes from, right? We'll say, well, Joe, you know, your father-in-law has, or not your father-in-law, your father on your mom's side had hypertension, your grandfather had hypertension, now you have hypertension. So you have genetically inherited hypertension, or you have familial hypertension.
Well, hypertension is commonly known as high blood pressure.
High blood pressure. Yeah, high blood pressure. But 85% of all high blood pressure is what we call idiopathic, right? It's of unknown origin. So we say that things are genetically inherited because they run in families. But it's rarely the disease that's passed from generation to generation. What we pass from generation to generation is the inability to refine raw material, which causes a deficiency, which leads to that disease.
And what generally leads to hypertension?
So if you look at the Dana White case, right, is a perfectly common case. In fact, the Journal of Hypertension published an article in November 19th of 2017, if you want to look at that article, and essentially linking an amino acid in the bloodstream called homocysteine to hypertension. And the reason for this is you got homocysteine in your blood. I got it in my blood. Everybody listening to this podcast has homocysteine. But if you have an impaired ability to break homocysteine down, right, to take that amino acid, homocysteine, and convert it into a harmless amino acid called methionine, if you can't make this conversion, homocysteine rises. It causes something called hyperhomocystinemia, high homocysteine in the blood. When homocysteine rises, it becomes one of the more inflammatory compounds in the human body. As it's cruising by the inside lining of the artery, it starts to irritate the artery. It actually reduces the artery's elasticity and can even cause it to constrict. So think about this. You've got 63,000 miles of blood vessel, roughly, in your body. It doesn't take much narrowing to drive pressure up. Think about it, 85% of all hypertensive diagnosis of high blood pressure, primary hypertension or essential hypertension, are idiopathic, right? Unknown origin. Only 15% of them are secondary hypertension, where we know the exact cause. And so what we do is we take people that have high blood pressure, we run a bunch of tests on them, with EKG, it's normal, EEG, it's normal, heart and lung sounds, cardiac cath, contrast study. We do all these cardiovascular tests and they all come out normal. Yet the person still has high blood pressure. And that's largely because the high levels of homocysteine are causing vascular narrowing. I mean, this is a fixed system, right? So if I make the pipes smaller in a fixed system, pressure goes up. So in Dana's case, specifically, he's throwing his blood work out on the internet, so you know, we can talk about his labs. But in his cases, he had one of the highest levels of homocysteine that I've personally ever seen, and our clinical team has seen.
So when you say high blood pressure, could you define? Like, I'm not good at that. Whenever I get my blood pressure, they tell me the number and they say it's good. I go, okay. So I don't know, what's a good number?
So 120 over 70, 120 over 80,
what's high?
130, 140, 150, 160.
When does it get dangerous?
140, 150 starts to get dangerous. People walk around at 140, 150, 160 all the time.
And they don't know it.
It's the silent killer. You don't feel it. You think you would feel high blood pressure, but very often it's the silent killer because you don't feel it. It's not like you hear your blood rushing in your ears, although you may. It's not like you feel pressure in your head or pressure in your neck or pressure in your chest. That's why high blood pressure, hypertension is one of the silent killers of cardiovascular disease, right? In fact, one of the first primary symptoms is sudden death. Right, so we often put people on hypertensive medication before we actually look at whether or not they have high levels of homocysteine or whether or not they might have a gene mutation specifically called MTR. You can test for it, or MTRR. And what this gene codes for is it codes for the enzymes that break down homocysteine and turn it into an amino acid called methionine. Right, and so if this conversion is impaired and this homocysteine starts to rise and your vascular system constricts, it can drive your pressure up. And it drives your pressure up without anything being wrong with the heart. So then we start standing on the heart, which is what happened in Dana's case. Beta blockers, calcium channel blockers, diuretics, all of these things. His blood pressure was still through the roof.
What was his number?
I think he was 160 over 110. I want to say it was very high. And it was consistently high. We were actually, you know, our clinical team was taking his blood pressure 2 or 3 times a day, 7 days a week, and it was consistently very elevated, even though he was on blood pressure medication.
Really? So this episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. The holidays can be really fun, and they can also be very stressful. It's a lot seeing a ton of family and old friends and traveling. Therapy can help you work through some of those feelings and stress. It can even be something to look forward to, a bright spot amongst all the chaos. If you want to start therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online and designed to be convenient. All you have to do is fill out a BetterHelp. The holidays can be really fun, and they can also be very stressful. This episode is brought to you by Buffalo Trace. This is some damn good stress. It can even be something to look forward to, a bright spot amongst all the chaos. If you want to start therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online and designed to be convenient. All you have to do is fill out a BetterHelp. The holidays can be really fun, and they can also be very stressful. This episode is brought to you by Buffalo Trace. This is some damn good.
My fucking mic again, bro. No way. That's so strange.
And you know something's got to be good.
Testing.
It's been around a long time. Stress. It could even be something to be very stressful. This episode is brought to you by Buffalo Trace. This is some
Testing.
damn good.
My fucking mic again, bro. No way. That's so strange.
And you know something's got to be good. It's been around a
Testing.
long time. Stress. It could even be something to. And Buffalo. So statins. So what do you
So statins was what you use on cholesterol,
Okay.
like lipopath or anything. So
So what
those
is
are
a what's a hypertension?
they're called beta blockers, like Enderol, calcium channel blockers. We call ACE inhibitors. Sometimes we use diuretics.
And so he was still jacked up even though he was on those.
Oh, he was still jacked up even though he was on medication.
And what are the other factors? Like, what other things cause hypertension?
Well, I mean, cardiovascular disease, and there are certain, direct genetic links to cardiovascular disease, but they're very rare. But diet, atherosclerosis, narrowing of the arteries, arteriosclerosis, hardening of the arteries, calcifications in the arterial wall can cause pressure to go up. Regurgitations in heart valves can cause, pressure to increase. But when you think about the heart as a muscle, right, and all four chambers are circulating blood normally, and it's got a good vascular supply, but it's beating into constricted pipes. Think about what happens. That pressure's going to back up, right? And so we rarely go outside the heart to diagnose whether or not. And for the record, I am not a physician. I'm not licensed to practice medicine. I'm a human biologist. I didn't learn my trade in medical school. I took 8 years of undergrad and postgraduate education in human biology. But for 20 years, I was a mortality expert in the insurance industry, and I just read medical records for a living. So the vast amount of what I come to understand about modern medicine has just come from reading thousands and thousands and thousands of medical records. And you can see very often that when people were being diagnosed with high blood pressure, they were always looking at the heart. They never looked outside the heart to say, well, it could possibly be feeding into a dysfunctional arterial system. And so in Dana's case, and I should have brought the numbers because I had the week-over-week numbers, it was astounding. We just put him on a simple amino acid called trimethylglycine. An amino acid you can get off the shelf. And what it did was it made up for this genetic deficiency, this lack of code to break down homocysteine. And his body started to methylate to break homocysteine down.
And is this an amino acid that pretty much everybody should be taking?
It's an amino acid that everybody with hypertension should consider if they have high homocysteine.
And say the word again. What is it? What's the amino acid called?
Trimethylglycine, TMG.
Is that
capital T, capital M.
similar to regular glycine?
No, this is trimethylglycine. It's a little bit different than the amino acid glycine. So trimethylglycine will actually help to metabolize, to help give the body the raw material it needs.
He's gonna
be on trimethylglycine tomorrow.
Well, I just want to keep track of all the different things you're saying. Oftentimes I do forget. So trimethylglycine.
Trimethylglycine, or just put capital TMG. That's what it'll say on the bottle.
TMG. Okay.
And so, sometimes I use the analogy that, when I was getting my second human biology degree, I was in grad school with my human biology degree, I had to take all these plant botany courses, which I hated, but you have to take them, morphology of thallophytes and all these crazy courses about plants. But the one thing that really stood out to me by taking all these plant biology courses is that if there's ever anything wrong in the leaves of a plant, like the tree, the trunk, the leaves, or the branches, and you call a true arborist or a true botanist out to your house, they won't even touch the leaves or the branches of the trunk of the tree. The first thing they'll do is they'll core test the soil. And they'll go, you know what, this soil is deficient in nitrogen. And then they'll add nitrogen to the soil and the leaf will heal. But we don't think about human beings like this anymore. I feel like there's such a positive understanding of deep human physiology in a lot of the medical community, not all of the medical community. We don't actually have faith in mankind and humanity and the body's ability to heal itself, and whether or not someone might be deficient in a raw material, not pathologic or diseased. So, for example, in Dana White's case, he was diagnosed with idiopathic hypertension, which he essentially did not have. He was being medicated for it. He had been medicated for it for 15 years, and he didn't really have hypertension. There was nothing really wrong with him. It's that his body couldn't break down homocysteine. It was deficient in the amino acids needed to break this homocysteine down. As soon as we put those back in his body, it started to function normally.
And where would you generally get those amino acids if you weren't taking them?
I mean, you can get them online. I mean, there's lots of great.
No, if you weren't taking them, are they in food? Is it?
Oh yeah, they're in foods. That's why if you look at certain diets, like high folate diets, like carnivore diets, diets that are high in dietary folate, leafy greens, grass-fed meats, eggs, dairy, you'll find that they have lower incidences of cancer, diets and high dietary folate. So this is a raw material that we can get from our food. But very often our food is just so nutrient deficient, right? We update the macros on the back of a lot of labels, but if you look at the micros, like how much spinach, how much iron is in spinach, or calcium is in spinach, or how much nutrients are on the label of most foods, I mean, it's a fraction of what's actually listed there. And so we're nutrient deficient, right? Human beings are not as sick as we have been led to believe we are. The majority of, in my opinion, of pathology and disease as we know it today are nutrient deficiencies, missing raw materials in the human body. And we just accept all these things as a consequence of aging, weight gain, water retention, lack of sleep, poor focus and concentration, lack of waking energy, hormone imbalance, and we think that the body has all of these different pathologies and diseases, but the truth is it's usually nutrient deficient. It's astounding what happens to human beings when you give their body the raw material that it needs to do its job. I mean, it really is. And so if you are just supplementing for the sake of supplementing, then there's only a marginal chance that you're getting beauty. You're supplementing for deficiency. That's when magic happens in the human body.
But you have to understand what those deficiencies are, and you have to go to someone like yourself.
You don't have to go to me. I mean, there's lots of people
but someone
with
like
genetic tests,
yourself that is going to understand how to read this stuff. 'Cause if you talk to me and said, what's the cause of high blood pressure, I would probably say someone's fat. They're overweight, they eat too much, maybe they drink too much.
Yeah, those are very obvious causes. Type 2 diabetes,
Right.
Being morbidly obese, atherosclerosis.
What are the other factors that could be?
Obesity.
Right, we talked about that.
Obesity, stress, sleep.
Stress.
Stress and sleep deprivation. High levels of cortisol.
Interesting.
So sleep deprivation, stress, morbid obesity, type 2 diabetes, atherosclerosis, arteriosclerosis. But those are usually more sinister and visible. There are a lot of healthy-looking individuals in their 20s and early 30s that are walking around with hypertension, with high blood pressure, and don't know it. There are a lot of young, healthy-looking individuals that are walking around with metabolic syndrome, which is a combination of very high blood fat, triglycerides, abdominal fat, high blood pressure, high insulin, and high sugar. But they don't manifest to the outside world, but it's going on the inside. That's why I say I think everybody, once in their lifetime, should do a genetic methylation test. And the reason for that is that you do this test once in your lifetime. You never have to repeat it. The genes you're born with are the genes you die with. And based on, there's 5 major genes of methylation. Based on how these 5 genes are working or not, you supplement for their efficiency. So, for example, one of the most common gene mutations in the world is called MTHFR. It's called the motherfucker gene. Stands for methylene tetrahydrofolate reductase, but we call it the motherfucker gene. This gene is estimated to be compromised in somewhere between 40 and 60%, depending on the study. 40 to 60% of the population has this gene mutation. And what this gene mutation does is it interrupts the ability to convert folic acid into the usable form called methylfolate. And while that might not sound like a big deal until you realize that folic acid is the most prevalent nutrient in the human diet. Folic acid, by the way, is an entirely man-made chemical. You can't find folic. We've been lied to about folic acid. I mean, it's entirely man-made and synthetic. You can't find folic acid anywhere on the surface of the earth. It does not occur naturally in nature. Folate does. But we make folic acid in the lab. And then what we've done since 1993 is we've sprayed all of our grains, all white flour, all white rice, all white bread, and grains of any kind are sprayed with this chemical folic acid. It's called fortified or enriched. So when you spin a box of crackers around, it says fortified whole wheat flour or enriched bleached white flour. That means it's been sprayed with folic acid. Well, 44% of the population can't convert that into the usable nutrient.
Why do they spray it with folic acid?
Well, I mean, without going down the whole road of conspiracy theory, I mean, you look at the same, pharmaceutical companies that produce folic acid, and you look at some of the downsides of having a synthetic form of a vitamin like folic acid in the diet, and how it's correlated to higher incidences of ADD, ADHD, OCD, manic depression, bipolar. It's correlated to poor gut motility, mood imbalance, anxiety, and because when you put this raw material into the human body, if you can't metabolize it, you can't methylate it into the usable form. First of all, you now have a deficiency in the form your body needs, and an excess in the nutrient you can't process. And this causes things to go haywire.
So instead of folate, it's folic acid. And what does your body try to do with that?
So your body tries to convert folic acid eventually into something called methylfolate. There's a few steps in between tetrahydrofolate, dihydrofolate, but essentially folic acid and folate, which you can find all over the surface of the earth, gets converted into the usable form called methylfolate. And now, this is one of the most commonly utilized methylated nutrients in the human body. It helps downregulate neurotransmitters. It helps improve the intestinal motility of our gut. It helps degrade thought. It helps to actually break down catecholamines, which are fight or flight neurotransmitters that can actually stimulate thought. And so people will go a lifetime eating white bread, white flour, white rice, white pasta, breads and cereals of all kinds, and they're reading the label and they're like, wow, it's fortified, it's enriched. But fortified or enriched for 44% of the population means you can't break that nutrient down. This is why there's a lot of evidence that getting folic acid out of the diet has immediate behavioral changes. I mean, if you're a parent and you listen to this podcast and it's a full contact sport to get your kid in the car to go to school in the morning, look at what you're feeding them. The standard American diet is going to be like a Pop-Tart, a white bagel, a bowl of cereal, right? And all of those are fortified with folic acid. Well, there's a 44% chance your kid can't process that. And you're amping them up in the morning. It can literally be like cocaine for a 6-year-old, right? It can make their mind race. So now this kid gets up and he goes to the breakfast table and he has a Pop-Tart, he has a white bagel, he has a bowl of cereal, he dumps all this folic acid in the body, and now his mind starts to ricochet, right? And it's a full contact sport to get him in the car, and by the time you get to school, it's call someone
Full contact sport.
He can't concentrate, doesn't follow directions, can't pay attention.
Get on that road.
And essentially what that does is it says, all right, well, if the mind is racing, then let's put an amphetamine into the body to race the central nervous system to match the pace of the mind, which is a horrible solution. How about we just quiet the mind, right? Because, in our brains, we don't just create thought, right? We also dismantle thought. We break thought down, right? We transfer methyl groups from neurotransmitters and break them down so they no longer have an effect, right? Or else you'd always be in the same way. So when we start creating thought at a faster rate than we break thought down, we call this ADD or ADHD, right? But it's not an attention deficit at all. In many of these cases, it's an attention overload disorder. It's too many windows open at the same time, right? So if we're opening too many windows, now all of a sudden we can't pay attention. So it's not that the majority of people with ADD or ADHD lack the ability to pay attention. They actually can hyperfocus. They lack the ability to pay attention to so many things, right? So you think about a job you're working on and your friend walks up. And you think about a job and you start talking to your friend, you notice a logo on your friend's jacket that reminds you of a vacation you want to take. So you think about a job, talking to your friend, looking at the logo, thinking about a vacation you want to take all at the same time. And why is this? Because very often it's because you have slow breakdown, slow methylation of neurotransmitters. So thought comes in, and now all of a sudden we're like, this kid can't pay attention. This guy's all over the place. If you look at the link between that simple gene mutation, MTHFR, and its incidence in stroke, cardiovascular disease, its incidence in ADD and ADHD and OCD, you'll find not a direct causal link, but enough of a prevalence to say, why wouldn't we just take folic acid out of the diet, add methylfolate, and take a shot at correcting the course of these conditions?
So folic acid, when did it get introduced into the human diet?
In 1993 is, I think, when the federal government signed a deal to spray our entire grain supply with folic acid. I want to say it was 1992 or 1993, and I forget if it was Monsanto, I forget the pharmaceutical company that convinced the U.S. government to spray our entire grain supply. But before that day, like, you ever notice when you go to Europe and you eat bread in Europe, you don't feel like shit? Or you go to Italy and you have a bowl of pasta and you're like, man, normally when I eat pasta I feel like shit. Hey, that's because it's not sprayed with folic acid.
Really? Because I've always been told that it's heirloom grains and that the wheat that we have today has been modified for higher yield, for smaller acreage.
Not more complex. Well, genetically modified, first of all, GMO foods. Italy banned GMO foods. Russia actually, it's a felony to grow genetically modified foods. So GMOs aside, and that's another thing, that's how people get GMO foods out of your diet. Right? We did genetically modify seeds to increase yield. We modified seeds to be resistant to glyphosate, right? To poison and pesticides. But if you go back to the folic acid and seed oils, for that matter, but if you go back to the folic acid theory, if we stop spraying our grains just for 30 days, don't even stop eating white bread, white flour, white pasta, white rice, or grains, if that's what you eat. I don't eat any of those things, but if that's what you eat, don't stop eating them. Just switch to the organic, non-fortified, non-enriched version and watch what happens to your mood, your focus, your concentration, your short-term recall, the depth of your sleep, and your waking mind at night.
But the vast majority of wheat and rice and things that you do buy will have been enriched with folic acid.
All of it in the United States, unless it's organic.
Wow. So if someone's buying a sandwich and you're getting it on regular bread, you're just getting a heap of folic acid.
Getting a heap of folic acid.
A bowl of pasta, you're getting a heap of folic acid.
And rice that's not organic, heap of folic acid.
And your body's like, what the fuck is this?
Your body's like, what the fuck? Just pay attention to your mood after you eat high amounts of some of those things.
Oh, I believe me, I'm very aware. It's my number one weakness. Yeah. My number one weakness is bread and pasta. Like, if I do go off the rails with a diet, like I have a cheat day, that's what I cheat with.
Okay. So try next time you go off the rails eating non-fortified, non-enriched pasta, rice, bread.
Well, I have absolutely noticed that when I've gone to Italy.
Yeah.
100% noticed it. Eating pasta, it just seems normal. Like, I hear about a lot of people that have gluten allergies and gluten intolerances, and now I'm wondering, like, what does that mean?
Well, the foods contain gluten. Very often the foods contain folic acid. Remember, 44%. This happens to pregnant women too, right? Postpartum depression, which for the record can begin before the pregnancy is over. Sometimes it gets slaughtered online. They're saying, oh, you're talking about postpartum depression before the pregnancy ends. Yes, the diagnosis of postpartum depression happens very often before the pregnancy is carried to term. So 44% of women have this gene mutation. What's the first thing the OBGYN OBGYN tells them to do when they get pregnant. Take high doses of folic acid. Well, 44% of them can't process this folic acid. So what happens?
Why do they tell them to take high doses of folic acid?
Because they're told that folic acid prevents neural tube defects, which is patently false. Folic acid doesn't prevent anything.
And
Methylfolate prevents neural
Are
tube
they
defects.
told to take it in supplemental form? Are they told to take it in the form of foods that are sprayed with folic acid?
They're told to take it in supplemental form. If you look at the majority of cheap prenatal vitamins, right, the good ones, like Thorne, Pure Encapsulation, some of these really good big brands, they will have methylated versions of vitamins, right?
Okay.
They'll take the folic acid out.
Right.
Because what happens if you're pregnant, you have this gene mutation, MTHFR, number one, you have a skyrocketing incidence of miscarriage. But then because you don't have the methylfolate that your body needs for the adhesion of the egg to implant into the uterine wall. But now she's pregnant and she starts to take a prenatal vitamin with 1,400, 1,600% of the daily amounts of folic acid. She starts to go nuts. Right? Develops postpartum depression. Eventually the pregnancy ends. She stops taking prenatal vitamin and the symptoms go away. But she still blames it on the pregnancy, not on the vitamin. Whoa. The truth is, I have yet to see a peer-reviewed published clinical study linking pregnancy hormones to postpartum depression.
Now, is there a benefit to taking methylfolate?
A huge benefit to taking methylfolate.
And this episode is brought to you by Roka. If you listen to this podcast, you know I'm a huge fan of Roka. Roka is a premium eyewear brand for people who give a shit. And before I tell you more, I want to start off with a little secret. They have some great deals right now for Black Friday. So if you've been hearing me talk about them and wanting to get yourself prepared, AG1 has been helping me feel healthy. And how do you get methylfolate?
So you buy methylfolate, you get the methylated form of that nutrient. This is why I say if you look at 5 particular genes, MTHFR, MTRR, MTR, AHCY, and COMT, if you find that you have one of those gene mutations and you supplement for their deficiency, magic things will happen in your body. You know, because if you have that, for example, there's a gene mutation called COMT, catechol-methyltransferase, and you know we all know people are suffering from anxiety. If we haven't suffered from anxiety ourselves, chances are we know somebody who's suffered from anxiety. And if you really break down what anxiety is, right, fear of the future, you know, we have to understand that it doesn't require the presence of a fear for us to feel fear, right? So you could drive home tonight and pull into your driveway. When you get out of your car, somebody's standing in front of you with a knife, right? So that's a real fear, right? Your pupils are going to dilate, your heart rate's going to increase, your extremities are going to flood with blood. You're going to start to have a fight or flight response, mainly because an area of your brain has dumped catecholamines, fight or flight neurotransmitters into your brain. Boom, now you start to have a fight or flight response. But you could also be laying on the 30th floor of a condo in bed, and you could just start thinking about getting eaten by a shark.
Yeah.
Okay, and the chances of a shark getting out of the ocean and coming up the 34 elevator, right, are zero. We have the exact same reaction. So how is it that I can have the same reaction to the presence of a real fear as an entirely perceived fear? Because it doesn't require the presence of a fear for these excess catecholamines to leak into the brain. And this is why the majority of anxiety that we have seen in our practices, that my clinical team treats, is coming from our physiology. It's not coming from our outside environment. In fact, if you ask most people that suffer from anxiety 3 questions, if you say, have you had it on and off your entire lifetime? They'll say yes. There's your first sign, it's a genetic deficiency. And then you say, well, can you point to the specific trigger that causes it? They'll say, most of the time I can't. There's your second sign, it's not coming from their outside environment. And then the third question is, if you've ever tried anti-anxiety medications, have they worked? The majority of the time they'll say no, it just makes you feel like a zombie. And that is very indicative that this is a nutrient deficiency and not a mental condition. Yeah.
So do you encourage people to take methylfolate as a supplement?
Absolutely. I encourage them. I think
what's the dose that they should take?
It's weight dependent, but you know, methylfolate about 800 micrograms a day is usually sufficient.
Is that something you take with food?
You can take it with or without food. It's a water soluble vitamin. So unlike vitamins A, D, E, K, which are actually fat soluble, you need to take with food for them to be absorbed. You can actually take those even on an empty stomach, as long as you're not taking it with a bunch of other vitamins that cause you to be nauseous because it changes your stomach pH. I think every single person should be at a minimum on a methylated multivitamin. The basic raw materials that your body needs to perform the process of methylation, because methylation is how we create neurotransmitters, right? We make serotonin from tryptophan and amino acid and methylating it into serotonin. We make dopamine from phenylalanine and tyrosine. If you can't make these conversions, you have certain deficiencies, and yes, you can have deficiencies in neurotransmitters, which will lead to the expression of a mood disorder. You don't have a mental illness; you just have a lack of mental fitness. And this is why I think that we're so quick to say that we have pathology and disease or dysfunction, and then we go to chemicals and synthetics and pharmaceuticals. And I'm not anti-pharmaceutical, but what I'm saying is, before we diagnose somebody with a mental illness or an autoimmune disorder, or with an allergy or sensitivity or irritable bowel syndrome or any number of other conditions, we should ask ourselves what raw material could be missing from their body that could be causing this to happen. Right? I mean, like when I was in the mortality space, for 20 years, I was reading medical records, just horrific, voluminous amounts of medical records. I would see simple nutrient deficiencies get misdiagnosed as autoimmune conditions more times than I can remember.
Oh,
so, for
fuck.
example, you have people going to the primary care physician, and I would look at their medical records for 5 to
Get
10 years.
me out of here, get me out.
Vitamin D3 levels. Like, they are so clinically deficient in vitamin D3. And vitamin D3 goes from about 30 nanograms per deciliter to 100 nanograms per deciliter. 60 to 80 is the perfect range. But chronic deficiency in vitamin D3, the sunshine vitamin, right? The only vitamin, by the way, that human beings can make on our own. I think it's arguably the most important nutrient in the human body. In fact, it's the second most morbidity in for people with that deficiency. And it's also why we said that COVID disproportionately affected minorities, because there's a higher incidence of vitamin D3 deficiency because of the pigment of their skin. But we would see these deficiencies in vitamin D3 that have gone on for decades, right? Now, all of a sudden, the patient's going into the doctor and saying, "Doctor, I wake up sore and achy in the morning, like I work out the night before when I haven't. Soles of my feet, my ankles are sore when I get out of bed in the morning, walk to the bathroom. Knees and hips really bother me lately. And you know what? Just these past few weeks, it's kind of hard to make a fist." You would be shocked how many family medicine practitioners go, "You know what, Joe, you got rheumatoid arthritis. I'm going to some prednisone and then put you on something called a corticosteroid. You're going to be fine." Well, we knew in the mortality space that if you started corticosteroids, you had 6 years and 1 day until you're having a joint replacement. It was so accurate that if I saw you were misdiagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis and started a corticosteroid, I would artificially advance your age 6 years and 1 day, and I would schedule the joint replacement. And then what I would do is I would model the reduction in what we call your ambulatory profile, how well you ambulate, how well you move. Because sitting is the new smoking, right? Sedentary lifestyle is the leading cause of all-cause mortality. And so as I reduced your mobility, I would bring in all the diseases that exacerbate with reduced mobility. So now if you rewind that, you had a simple nutrient deficiency in vitamin D3, cholecalciferol. You were diagnosed with a condition you did not have, put on a medication that wasn't required, which led to a joint replacement that wasn't necessary.
How do these corticosteroids, how do they ruin your joints? How does that happen?
So eventually what they do is they upset the balance inside the joint, the synovial, the protein balance inside of the synovium of the joint. So initially they act as an anti-inflammatory, right? They reduce inflammation and you actually feel a little bit better. It's like cortisone. Repeated cortisone injections have ended a lot of professional athletic careers. Probably Joe Montana being the biggest, but that's why we try to reduce the amount of cortisone that we actually put into athletic injuries now. But
But what is the mechanism? Like, how does it do that?
It becomes cytotoxic to the joint because it interrupts the protein metabolism in the synovium of the joint. And so what happens is the joint begins to dry out, and the friction surfaces become less lubricated, and then we get to contact one another. And as they contact one another, because this protein is broken down, we wear the friction surface away, and you get down to anchor cartilage, which we call bone on bone, and there's a lot of nerves there, and you start to get a lot of joint pain. So corticosteroids will also, like methotrexate, they also block and interrupt the ability for the body to convert folate to methylfolate. They artificially give you the same condition as this gene mutation, which is why one of the biggest side effects of corticosteroids is gut issues. Because methylfolate is involved in the motility of the gut. You now start taking a corticosteroid, and it shuts your gut down.
And by corticosteroids, are you talking about prednisone? Like, what are the ones that they prescribe?
Prednisone, methylprednisone, and other oral corticosteroids.
So I have a friend who had gout, and they put him on prednisone.
For short periods of time, in the acute inflammatory stage, it's okay. But to take prednisone systemically for a prolonged period of time, you're going to start to hear that he starts to get low back pain. Well, first of all, I'd be very surprised if he doesn't have gut issues right now. If you ask him, hey, do you notice the incident of gas, bloating, diarrhea, constipation, irritability, cramping kind of going up when you started those corticosteroids? He'll go, yeah, dude, my gut's a freaking mess. Constipated sometimes, then I get diarrhea, sometimes I blow up like a tick.
So to take it back to cortisone, so if someone has an injury, would you advise them to never take cortisone? Is it occasionally okay?
Occasionally, it's okay. I think most orthopedics now are trying to get away from repeated injections of cortisone other than at the inception of the acute injury.
Because I know a lot of athletes, they'll get a cortisone shot if they have to perform.
Yeah, I mean, if they have to perform, but remember that's also going to cause, ligamentous and tendinous laxity. It's actually going to be cytotoxic to those tissues. It's cytotoxic to fibroblasts, which are the little cells that are embedded in those tissues that actually help promote.
Oh!
Because there are cells in injured tissues that are essentially through the inflammatory process calling platelets to the site of an injury, right? Which is one of the ways that we heal. We call platelets to the site of the injury. The platelet itself is kind of useless, but it has growth factors inside of it. When it arrives on site, it bursts, drops off the growth factors, and now you start this healing process, which is one of the reasons why PRP works so well.
He's still alive.
You're taking all the platelets from the body and you're concentrating them into a site of injury, right? It's why I used to love BBC 157 until the FDA just came down on it.
What the fuck is that about?
Fuck,
Why did they do that?
What's astounding is I read that whole report, and it wasn't for safety reasons, right? It wasn't because of the reporting of massive amounts of anaphylactic shock or hospitalizations or overuse or somebody having some kind of illness or effect or shock because of it. It was because of the lack of safety data, which is another way of saying it hasn't been paid for through full-blown FDA clinical trials, which no one's going to do.
So does that make BBC 157 impossible to get now?
It will, yeah. And
it's so effective.
It's so effective. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you how many thousands and thousands and thousands of patients my clinical team has put on BBC 157, never with an adverse event. It is so good for the gut. It's a gastric pentadecapeptide. It's actually synthesized from gastric juice, so it's actually tolerated very orally.
I started to see it orally, which I never really saw before. I always thought it was an injectable, but I see it advertised as orally.
Well, site injecting it to the site of an injury, like if you have a lateral epicondylitis or something, you inject it to that site of injury is very good, right? It'll localize there, kind of help call platelets to that location. But it's also extraordinarily good for leaky gut. So people that suffer from inflammatory conditions, like bowel syndrome, Crohn's disease, diverticulitis, those sorts of things, BBC 157 can be just a game changer because it is tolerated well.
And they're going to get rid of it.
They're going to get rid
of
of
it. These motherfuckers. These motherfuckers.
It's fucked up. They're amino acids. They're amino acid sequences. I mean, same with growth hormone peptides. Well, Sermorelin still being allowed, but hypermorelin, CGC1295, MK677, butyrmorin, these growth hormone peptides that kept people off of exogenous growth hormone, that worked with the naturopathic circadian release of growth hormone, that helped lots of older people fight sarcopenia, age-related muscle wasting, with virtually no side effects. By the way, Sermorelin, I think, was first FDA approved in 1983, if I remember correctly. So, these things have been around for decades. We have lots of safety data on these, and thousands of patients without an adverse event, and we're gonna have to drop it.
And so, do you think they're doing this because they want the drugs to go through these safety protocols, or do you think they're doing it because they see that people taking peptides limit the amount of pharmaceutical drugs they take?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both, right? I mean, the question is, where's the impetus coming from? Is it coming from the impetus to protect the public? Because if you're trying to protect the public, then why would you look at it? Yeah, I mean,
how come those are still available?
Yeah, look at addictive amyloids and opiates and look at the side effects of. I mean, the whole serotonin hypothesis in depression has been disproven. We still put people on SSRIs for depression. Serotonin reuptake inhibitors, and people are on these things for 15 or 18 years.
Yeah.
Right, which is another, by the way, thing that methylation helps to fix. It's not that all depression is related to methylation, but the prevailing theory when I was in the mortality space was that if you were low on serotonin, you were by definition depressed. And I was like, well, the serotonin hypothesis were true. I was thinking about this back then, and now it's been disproven. Then if low serotonin were depression, then why wouldn't we just raise serotonin? Why would we put people on a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor that just rations or slows the uptake of serotonin rather than increase the supply of serotonin?
Like with 5-HTP.
Like with 5-HTP, with turning methylation back on, with 5-methylfolate, with the complex of B vitamins. Reducing, urinary catecholamines are associated with anxiety and depression. You can reduce urinary catecholamines with simple supplementation, B complex of methylated vitamins. Methylated folate, sometimes something called SAMe, acetylmethionine. These are generally harmless amino acids and methylated vitamins that people just need so their body can perform its duty, so it can perform its job. I work with people all the time that come in and they're like, man, my gut is a mess, Gary. I've had irritable bowel syndrome, or I've had Crohn's disease, diverticulitis, or I have intermittent gas and bloating and constipation and irritability and cramping, and I look at their allergy test and they're like, man, I'm allergic to all these things: wheat, soy, corn, dairy, blueberries, bananas. I'm like, okay, let's slow this down. Let's just take corn, for example. You say you're allergic to corn. Is there ever a time you can eat corn and not have a reaction? They go, yeah, sometimes I can eat corn and not have a reaction. Okay, then you're not allergic to corn, because allergies are not transient. Allergies are consistent. So if you can sometimes eat it and sometimes not, you're not allergic to it. You don't have a sensitivity or an allergy. You have a gut motility issue. It's the most overlooked thing in all of bariatric medicine, in my opinion, because we stop thinking of the gut as a conveyor belt, right? It's like, remember Henry Ford, he wasn't made famous for the automobile, he was made famous for the
production.
Yeah, for the assembly line.
Yeah.
Right. So the assembly line was just a glorified conveyor belt. You put a part on it at one end, and as it kind of traverses the assembly line, every few feet somebody just tinkers with the part, and by the time it reaches the end, it's fully assembled. Well, the human intestinal tract is no different. Right? It's just a glorified conveyor belt. It's 30 feet long, with contents on it at one end as it exits the stomach in a very acidic environment, and as it traverses the gut, it generally becomes slightly more alkaline than it exits the rectum. That sequence of events is very important. Right? If Henry Ford just walked into his factory one day and doubled the speed of the conveyor belt, what would happen? The entire line would break down. Nothing wrong with the conveyor belt, nothing wrong with the part on the conveyor belt, nothing wrong with the people working there. Nothing wrong with the food, nothing wrong with the bacterial flora. It's not gut dysbiosis, it's not improper flora, it's not an allergy, it's not a sensitivity. It is a gut motility issue. And you change the motility of the gut, you get all of the outcomes that look like food sensitivity, food allergy, bacterial flora being off, and then people start shoveling down probiotics and you get all this allergy testing and they go on these restricted diets and it doesn't seem to help because they haven't addressed the motility issue. Methylfolate, complex with B vitamins, very often will give your body the raw material it needs to restore that peristaltic activity. And then you can get off the proton pump inhibitors and the Tums for the acid reflux, which is now screwing things up down the line. So again, I always come back to this theory that we should always look at the soil before we diagnose the disease or the pathology, because there's very little to lose by saying what nutrient deficiency could this person have that could be causing this condition to exist. It's like when people come into our clinics for hormone therapy, very often we don't put them on hormone therapy, we just put them on nutrients to support healthy hormone therapy, right? I mean, if you have low vitamin D3, low DHEA, and high protein in your blood called SHBG, your hormones are going to be off, right? Free testosterone is going to be clinically deficient. Testosterone will probably also be low, and you don't need hormone therapy. Your endocrine system hasn't failed you. Your body just doesn't have the raw material it needs to do its job to produce those hormones. So, I really wish we would stop, or we would start going back to studying human physiology and saying, what could we put back in this body so it can perform optimally? I really think magic things happen to human beings if their body just has the raw material it needs to do its job.
And most people don't.
And most people don't.
The vast majority of people are nutrient deficient.
They're nutrient deficient, but they don't know what nutrient they're deficient in. They don't know what these 5 genes tell them, and they don't know whether or not they should be supplementing with methylfolate, avoiding folic acid, whether or not their sleep is related to their gene mutation. So, for example, if you have the gene mutation COMT, you have one or two types of sleep patterns. You lay down tired to go to sleep, so your body tired, but your mind is awake. And so what happens is your environment quiets, your mind wakes up. And these people, if you ask them, what are you thinking about at night? They'll tell you it's the most innocuous little nonsense. It's like, did I get everything on my grocery list today?
Right.
Did my belt match my shoes? Did I return an Instagram post? It's nothing that couldn't wait till the next day. Right? So why does the mind wake up at night? Because we are releasing these catecholamines into the brain. We're not breaking them down at the right rate. So our mind is awake. Catechol-O-methyltransferase, this COMT, takes those excitatory neurotransmitters and it breaks them down. This is why things like magnesium and zinc and SAMe work so well to help people sleep. They're not actually sleep aids. They're methylation aids that help you break down neurotransmitters that create that waking state. And this is why those same people will say, I work really well under pressure. Right? Well, physiologically, when you tell me you work well under pressure, it says you're saying to me, well, I lack the ability to set priorities internally, so I use external pressure to set my priorities for me. Well, what if you didn't have to rely on that extra stress, right? What if you didn't give equal weight to every thought that came into your mind? What if you weren't laying awake all night thinking about what color dishes you use for Thanksgiving, the party, and you lay down and actually just went right into it, you felt away to sleep? I mean, just think of the impact that that have on the balance of your life, and you may be one simple supplement away from that.
I have never thought of it that way. I'm going to be honest with you. I've never thought that thinking would be connected so inextricably to diet deficiency.
No question, because what is thinking? It's this very often it is this release of these catecholamines into the brain, ephedrine, norepinephrine, epinephrine, dopamine, one of which we call adrenaline. And so you don't need a massive dump like a fight or flight response. You just need to have them rise and not be able to break them down at the right rate.
So for somebody who has a very hard time going to sleep at night, what would be a good supplement for them?
SAMe, magnesium threonate.
What is SAMe?
S-adenosylmethionine. S-A-M, capital S-A-M, little e. So SAMe, S-adenosylmethionine.
I'm going to sound too. Not that I have a hard time. I don't have a hard time. My wife does.
Does she?
Yeah, she's hard time going to sleep. I can sleep
Yeah,
on
she does.
the floor of a moving train.
I'll look at what she's swallowing and I'll tell you exactly what she's deficient.
SAMe. Okay.
So S-adenosylmethionine, very commonly, it's one of the most highly required methylated nutrients in the human body. We also make SAMe, eventually homocysteine breaks down to methionine, and eventually S-adenosylmethionine, which goes into the brain and helps quiet the brain. And so we need certain raw materials, methylated nutrients, to perform certain basic functions. Right? Remember that the majority of our neurotransmitters are right here. About 90% of the serotonin in your body is here. If you don't have it here, you can't have it here. So rarely do serotonin imbalances start here, they usually start here. And so by taking a methylated multivitamin, which is very simple to get, methylated folate, complex of B vitamins, SAMe, trimethylglycine if you have high
SAMe, shut up.
The difference between good and great. I think most people are walking around right now at about 60% max of their true state of normal. They just accepted such an erosion of their baseline sense of normalcy, they've forgotten what it feels like to be normal. They're like, I'm just supposed to not sleep that well. I'm supposed to get great idea in the bedroom, walk to the kitchen, and wonder what the hell I'm doing in the kitchen. I'm supposed to have this little bit of weight gain or water retention around. I'm not really supposed to be responding to exercise in my 40s or my 50s, and none of that is true. None of that is true. These are not consequences of aging, they're consequences of missing raw material.
Wow. So for people that suffer from anxiety, what would be the like? So if you wanted to look for some sort of a genetic component to these people having anxiety, what would you look for?
I would first highly suspect methylfolate deficiency. Now, if they're anxiety, if you sit down with them and they say, no, I haven't had it on and off throughout my lifetime. Okay, when do you get anxiety? Okay, claustrophobic. Every time I step on a crowded elevator, I get anxiety. That's different.
Right.
Or I'm afraid of heights, and every time I walk to the edge of the 30th floor balcony and look over, I get massive anxiety.
Right.
That's different.
That's
what I'm talking
fairly
about,
normal.
That's fairly normal, right? These situational anxieties, but generalized anxiety, idiopathic anxiety,
Illogical anxiety,
all these conditions that people are told they have, right? And then they're taught coping mechanisms. I am by no means against therapy or counseling. I think those can be some of the most beneficial things that anybody does. There's signs of strength. But the majority of what we teach people to do with anxiety is cope with it. Here's how you deal with it. You breathe. You get you learn to get a therapist. You avoid certain situations. You modify your lifestyle. We rarely say, why don't we supplement for the breakdown of catecholamines, fight or flight neurotransmitters, which are associated in urinary excretions with anxiety. Why don't we supplement for the proper breakdown of catecholamines and just see what happens? And you watch people's anxiety eviscerate. Magnesium, calcium gluconate, hydroxycobalamin, this specific form of B12. When you take a complex of B vitamins, a certain form of B12, methylcobalamin, hydroxycobalamin, methylfolate, and you put it into these bodies and they start breaking down catecholamines for the first time and getting rid of them, they may for the first time in their adult lifetime be anxiety free and be like, what in the hell did I wait so long for?
Wow. So the complex of B vitamins, if someone's looking for a complex of B vitamins, like what specifically does it have to have in it?
Pyridoxine, riboflavin.
What?
Oh, that pyridoxine, how do you spell that?
Pyrodixine, pyridoxine. And it's a form called pyridoxal 5-phosphate. But pyridoxine, riboflavin, thiamine, niacin, pantothenic acid.
Robitussin.
Now, if you look at a B complex, it should contain all of those things. By virtue of the fact that it's a B complex. If you go to a good vitamin manufacturer, you should see that their B complex is pyridoxine, riboflavin, thiamine, niacin, pantothenic acid, and then you'll see little certain forms of it. The one thing you want to avoid like the plague in the B12 category, I get a lot of shit for this, but is a form of B12 called cyanocobalamin.
How do you spell that?
C-Y-A-N-O C-O-B-A-L-A-M-I-N. Cyanocobalamin. Can we pull something up on here? Sure. Can you Google? Because before everybody climbs all over me and says it's basically it's a cyanide-based form of B12, right? Rarely occurs naturally in nature. It's the most bioavailable forms are called methylcobalamin, hydroxycobalamin, and adenosylcobalamin. But are we gonna be able to see it? Or? Yeah. Oh, okay. Just go to Google and put in cyanocobalamin, C-Y-A-N-O. Okay, cyanocobalamin, and then put a space and put the word PubChem. So I'm just going to take you to the National Library of Medicine. Just click on that first link. So I'm going to take you to the National Library of Medicine at the National Institute of Health. You can go here. We're on the public chemical site, and you can look up this form of B12. You see how it says cyanocobalamin B12? Can you scroll down to section 5.3? So if I want to see the component compounds, like what is this made out of? I can go right here to section 5.3 and I can look at its component compounds. Can you click on hydrogen cyanide? So this is a flammable, acute toxic, health hazard, environmental hazard. By the way, this is the most common form of B12. Right? We put this in Flintstone vitamins. We put it in all kinds of vitamins. The body can't even use this, so it has to be converted into hydroxycobalamin. It's astounding that we're allowed to do this, right? Because in the U.S. we use something called single-dose toxicity to determine whether or not something is dangerous for you. Right? And people that say things like the dosage determines the poison, that is pathetically nonsensical. Because nobody gets mercury poisoning from a single, allowable dose of mercury. Nobody gets chemical poisoning from a single small dose of a chemical. But let's go down here. Go to view more at the bottom. So just read that sentence right there. See, hydrogen cyanide is a highly toxic. See that?
Yeah, highly toxic conjugate acid of cyanide is used as a chemical weapon agent. What?
Yeah,
it's characterized as a colorless gas or liquid. What? So if you're taking B12 supplements and they have that in it, you're getting this.
You're getting that.
And you're essentially taking poison.
Essentially, you're taking cyanide-based B12. The argument is it's not enough cyanide to cause harm, right? So, which I agree, there's safe levels of mercury. There's safe levels of fluoride. Our water is full of fluoride. Our toothpaste is full of fluoride. If you look at the fluoride studies in 3,600 municipalities around the United States, there's an inverse relationship between the concentration of fluoride and IQ.
Yeah.
As fluoride goes up, IQ goes down.
Yeah, we talked about that on the podcast recently. We're trying to figure it out. Like, what the fuck is fluoride doing in the water?
It's a neurotoxin, right? It actually, I think it was originally fluorohexane, which actually was a byproduct of fertilizer production, and they realized that when they kept fluorohexane in the fertilizer, it killed the seed. So they pulled it out, and they wondered, what the hell are we going to do with all this fluorohexane? Well, I guess we'll convince water municipalities to put it into the water, because there's a marginal amount of evidence that it can create a nanoparticulate layer over the enamel, and it could potentially prevent tooth decay.
But you should just brush your teeth.
Or you could just brush your teeth.
Yeah.
It's
the way I described it, I said it's like putting sunscreen in apples, because some people get cancer. So you should just, every apple should have sunscreen in it.
Right.
It's really that dumb.
It is that dumb.
And this episode is brought to you by Roka. If you listen to this podcast, you know I'm a huge fan of Roka. Roka is a premium eyewear brand for people who give a shit. And before I tell you more, I want to start off with a little secret. They have some great deals right now for Black Friday. So if you've been hearing me talk about them and wanting to get yourself prepared, this would be a good time. Roka is based here in Austin, Texas, and they're most well known for their work with hardcore competitive athletes like Tour de France cyclists and Ironman athletes. What we may not know is that over the last several years, they've taken all of that cutting-edge sports technology and packed it into normal-looking glasses that you can wear for just about anything. Wear for sports, social events, for work, on your vacation. Roka glasses are super versatile. And what really makes Roka glasses different is how they feel on your face. Roka calls it Float Fit. Float Fit is the combination of all the stuff that happens behind the scenes to make an amazing product. It's years of experience, precision design, obsessive engineering, and cutting-edge material science. I've been wearing Rokas for years. I wear them every day. I love them. I have a pair right here. And they make an amazing product. And I wear their sunglasses, their readers, and I also wear their tactical glasses when I'm on the range. You guys know I can wear whatever I want. I choose Roka. Check them out and feel the difference for yourself. Go to roka.com and take advantage of their limited time offers. That's ROKA.com. AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this,
And when you look at it, it's like I was looking at the back of some of these. I did post on this the other day. I was looking at the back of these toothpaste labels, and it literally says to call poison control if you swallow it.
What?
Toothpaste. It says if swallowed, contact poison control.
Oh my god!
But you get 4 times that dosage in 8-ounce glasses of water in a day if you drink tap water. And so, one of the things I tell people to permanently get out of their life, besides GMO foods, is tap water. Like, today should be the day that you never drink tap water again. Right?
Yeah, because I have a friend who lives in New York City. He's like, New York City has the best tap water. I said, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You should never drink that shit.
Oh.
And I was trying to explain to him about fluoride. And it goes in one ear, out the other. You sound like a kook. Fluoride's bad. Fluoride's good for your teeth. Like, how do you know? Why are you saying that? Do you know it's bad for you?
Yeah.
What? Fluoride's bad for you. Fluoride's associated with low IQ.
Yes.
You know, the higher the dose of fluoride in drinking water, the lower the pound IQ is. For real.
Yeah.
People go, yeah, come on. Why would they do that?
Yeah, it's neurotoxic.
Right, but why are they still dumping that? Is it just some sort of a predatory relationship the fluoride manufacturers
Well, we
have?
now think of the position that you're in. You're a municipality, and like, well, guys, we've been giving this fluoridated water for 25 years, and it's cancer-causing neurotoxin. We're going to go ahead and pull that out. Imagine what that would it's public panic.
But that's real.
It's absolutely real. I got censored all over Instagram the other day for posting about seed oils. The same thing. I was like, look, guys, I didn't say particularly seed oils are bad for you. What I did say was industrial processed seed oils are bad for you. If you put a canola plant in a commercial press and it comes out gummy, and then you take that gummy canola plant and you degum it with hexane, which is a known neurotoxin, and then you take that degummed oil and you heat it to 405 degrees and turn it rancid. So now you have rancid neurotoxic oil, and then you take that rancid neurotoxic oil and you deodorize it with sodium hydroxide, which is a known carcinogen, and then occasionally you bleach it so you clear the liquid, then you bottle it and put it on the shelf. That is horrible for you. In fact, that's the problem with the majority of our food supply is that it's not the food itself, it's the distance from the food to the table. Right? I mean, everybody vilifies meats, but if you look at grass-fed meats versus industrial raised cattle, they're night and day. They're completely different cows.
So with seed oils, what happened? You got censored on Instagram?
I got fact check.
Fact check.
Yeah, so if you go to my Instagram, it has that, has that little blank page.
You go to that?
Yeah.
I want to see this fact check. Because these fact check motherfuckers are horrible.
Oh, yeah. So go to my Gary Brecka, and then you go to my reels, and it's about 20 reels down. You'll see the little clouded fact check thing and put over top of it. And it says, false information, CY. And then you have to click through, and it says, food-grade seed oils are not toxic for human beings, experts say. I'm like, well, I'd love to debate that expert.
Can we go to that, Jamie? What would the post say? What is the post?
Well, it's going to say false information. It's going to be kind of
what is
blanked
the post
out.
that you wrote? What does it say? What does it look like so you can find it? Just seed oils?
Yeah. Seed
Recently?
Oils. It's probably a few months ago now, but it's still on there. Just go to my reels, not my stories. You'll see it on there. Yeah. There, keep going. Down. It's right around here. Keep going. No, that one they didn't catch. Good. Yeah, keep going.
I wonder how they do catch it.
I don't know either, man. I don't know how these okay, now we're getting into it. Around here somewhere. Keep going. It has a little, keep going. It's pretty obvious when you see it because it's cloudy. And
the image itself is cloudy?
Yeah, like it's fuzzy. It fuzz the image out.
Interesting.
Yeah,
is that it right there?
No,
that's
the
smoke.
USC. Hold on.
I'll show that way on the web, maybe. Interesting.
I don't think it's that far back.
Yeah, that's why I'm pretty far back.
Yeah, all right, it keeps going up. You probably went past it, but you'll see they put a thing over top of it. Hold on.
So I don't know that happens on the website version of Instagram.
Oh, well, I'm sure they fact check it on there too. No, it's not gonna be the stuff.
Scroll down a little bit, Jimmy.
Let's see. Keep going. It was about maybe 2-3 months ago.
So it's before that
Yeah,
seed oil.
before that one. They didn't catch that one.
5 months ago.
It was before that one. That was before that. Yep, it was before that.
I'm just very curious.
Yeah, no, I want to
see
show it
what
to you too.
The experts say.
These are my reels. Okay, keep going down. Because it was on a podcast I did with
Infrared
Bradley.
signal, perfect aminos.
Yeah. Light travel stuff. Keep going. Push down further. I can find it on my phone. If I have my phone.
That's what I'm saying.
But I'll show it to you.
It's okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they blank it out. It has a little thing over it, and then it says false information CY, and then it says fact checkers say CY is not bad for human beings.
yeah, I've seen people argue that too, and I'm like, what doses and for how long? Because they're ubiquitous. They're in everything. So many people are consuming seed oils, and they really are industrial lubricants.
Right.
They essentially repurposed them for human use because they had a bunch of it laying around.
So true. Crisco.
Yeah, and it's not good for you by any stretch of the imagination. So when they said that seed oil, are there any seed oils that are okay for you?
I mean, a certain cold processed seed oils. I mean, I eat olive oil. I think you
Olive
need
oil, but olive oil is like you don't think of that as industrialized seed oil.
no,
It's
and you have to watch
cold
that too.
pressed.
Because sometimes they'll put palm oil in.
On the phone it shows that.
Yeah,
It says,
so they see it?
It says fact checker lead stories conclusion false. Fact check food grade canola oil is not toxic for humans. Experts say. That's the link.
That's it. Experts say.
But see how they have that blank over there, so you can't even read it.
Right, you can't go through
See,
it.
my face is all blocked out.
Well, there's a lot of things that I follow that have that, unfortunately.
You got it for a little while.
Yeah,
I saw you.
it's wild now.
It's so crazy.
It really is wild.
It's so crazy. I mean,
there's so many corrupting factors that are changing the way people have access to information.
Yeah.
And they're not getting access to accurate information. They use that fucking appeal to authority. Experts say. What experts?
Please put this expert
Are they being
across the
paid
table.
off? Are they the same experts that the sugar industry fucking bribed in the 50s to tell people that saturated fat is bad for you? Because to this day, people still believe that. It's wild.
I just did an explanation of what the mRNA vaccine was. I didn't even attack the mRNA vaccine. I just explained to people because people didn't understand this.
But false information. See why?
Reviewed by independent fact checkers.
By the way, that's horseshit. There's no independent fact checkers.
Right.
They're not independent.
No, that's
it's horseshit. They have a fucking mandate. Okay, so click on that so you can see what he's saying.
The sunflower seeds aren't as good for you. These seeds are terrible. You actually saw how
I'm dead.
canola oil was processed.
I didn't die.
This is what you just described.
Yeah, just what you described.
So, but none of this that you're saying is not true.
No.
So when you click CY, where does it take you, Jamie? It doesn't?
Well, when you say
So
CY,
CY.
it just says that.
That's all it says. False.
It just says false.
Fact check. Food grade canola oil is not toxic for humans. Not that Paul Saladino.
Oh, they hammer
Is
Paul
food
Saladino
grade
too.
canola oil toxic for humans since it starts with seeds of a rape plant? No one's saying that. By the way, it's not a rape plant. It's rape seed oil. No one calls it a rape plant.
I know. Seeds
That's
of a
so
rape plant.
crazy.
Look
No,
at
it's
the
not
picture.
true. The United States, the Food and Drug Administration, by the way, has never been known to be corrupt. Which sets food regulations recognize canola oil as safe for human consumption. Furthermore, a Tufts University nutrition scientist told Lead Stories. Who is this fucking person? A Tufts University nutrition scientist?
Yep.
Told Lead Stories there's no basis for the claim that food grade canola oil is unsafe for humans to consume. In fact, evidence suggests that canola oil may benefit heart health. The claim about canola oil's toxicity appeared in a video posted on Instagram December 25th, 2022. In that video, an unidentified on-camera narrator claim canola oil is toxic. Here's how it's made. So it takes that. There's Paul. Look at him, looking guilty.
Looking guilty.
The claim that canola oil is an old canard. In 2019, for instance, Lead Stories debunked the claim that canola oil causes brain damage, dementia, and weight gain. In January 4th of 2023, emailed to Lead Stories Alice H. Lichtenstein, director and senior scientist of the Cardiovascular Nutrition Laboratory at Tufts University Friedman School of Nutrition Science and Policy, emphasized that claims that food-grade canola oil is toxic for humans are untrue. There's no basis on which to claim that any canola oil on the market contains uric acid or the oil extracted in any way that is different from other plants, such as soybean oil. So what do you get out of this?
Look, canola oil is made by a process of chemical refinement called RBD, refined, bleached, deodorized, which involves the use of hexane, which is what I was just talking about,
Yeah.
a volatile solvent with low toxicity. Okay.
Refined bleached deodorized. It's been used to extract oils from seeds since the 1930s, right when people started catching cancer a lot quicker.
Yeah.
This article of Canola
even says
Council of
hexane.
Canada. It's an article from the Canola Council of Canada. Two things I don't trust: the Canola Council and Canada.
And Canada.
Seed oils are first crushed to express the oil, and seed oils extracted from low boiling solvent like hexane. Deodorization is the final step. Whenever you have to fucking deodorize food, like what are you doing? That's not an armpit.
Yeah.
It's salad dressing.
Exactly.
Why you
And
deodorizing
by the way,
your
it's
fucking
hexane,
salad dressing?
unknown neurotoxin.
Yeah.
We just use a little bit of it, right? And this is the thing that we do in this country. We have something called we have something called single dose toxicity, which means that if this capsule has a certain amount of arsenic in it, but it's not enough to cause a toxic reaction, then I can still give it to you. But it's the cumulative dose toxicity most European countries use, which is why there are dozens of compounds that are legal in the United States that aren't legal anywhere else on the surface of the earth. They're certainly not legal in Europe. They don't use folic acid in Europe. They don't use cyanocobalamin. Actually, cyanocobalamin, I'm not sure.
Damn it, Jamie, we have to move to Europe.
I know.
Do we have to move to Europe?
I'm more interested in how a small website like this becomes.
They get paid.
I know they're
They get
fact
fucking
checker.
paid. They get fucking paid.
The canola oil
Someone-
society declines.
Yeah, like there's so many of these websites that are in cahoots with big businesses. It's horseshit. These independent fact checkers are not independent. And they're not checking facts. They're just spewing propaganda.
Well, it's astounding too that you can actually be from the canola society defending the canola facts.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, but
It really is hilarious.
And again, same as with fluoride. So it's all of these little microtoxicities, right? That are adding up. I mean, when you look at cellular metabolism and how it's interrupted by all of these microtoxins, one of the reasons why people, when they go on certain types of diets, like a carnivore diet, experience such a dramatic improvement in health is because the majority of what's happening is they're removing a lot of these toxic chemicals.
Makes sense.
Right? Improving their mitochondria.
By the way, should we change the name of rapeseed?
I know.
Do we have a murder fruit?
Yeah, exactly.
Why are they calling it that? How is it the same thing as canola?
Like a domestic violence seed.
Right, because you think of canola, you think of corn.
Yeah, palm kernel, sunflower sounds great.
Yeah.
But rapeseed.
But all of those seeds, safflower oil, sunflower or sunseed oil, sunflower seed, all those seeds are bad.
All those seeds are bad.
All those seed oils are bad. Not that sunflower seeds are bad for
Right.
it, but those seed oils are bad due to the process, due to the hexane, due to the deodorizers.
Yeah, the polyunsaturated fatty acids. I mean, this is what causes the oxidation. In cholesterol. It gets oxidized and it actually starts the atherosclerotic process. It starts the plaquing and the scarring, and it actually makes these turns them into free radicals.
So you're saying that seed oils themselves cause the plaquing?
Seed oils themselves cause the oxidation of cholesterol, which leads to plaque. You know, the cholesterol really gets vilified, right? I mean, LDL cholesterol. I mean, there's very little evidence linking LDL cholesterol on its own to cardiovascular disease. Now, there are some people like protein A's, like protein D's, but when you look at your blood work and you see that your LDL cholesterol is marginally high, you know, let's say that it should be 99 or less, and you're 109, and they say, well, you should go with stat. I mean, marginally elevated cholesterol, when we were in the mortality space, was a marker of longevity. At the time, what we would do is if you had low levels of triglyceride and you had marginally elevated LDL cholesterol and high HDL cholesterol, the high density lipoprotein, we would actually extend your life expectancy.
Really?
We would extend your life expectancy. If you were clinically, within these certain margins, if you were very low on cholesterol, like your LDL cholesterol was clinically pushed down. Remember, cholesterol is not a fuel source, right? It's the body can't use cholesterol for energy. It's a construction material. So we used to build every cell wall, we used to build cell membranes, we used to make hormones. It's a very necessary construction material. And it gets vilified because it's at the scene of a lot of crimes, but it's not fully mature, right? I mean, a more dangerous measure would be to have high cholesterol and very high triglycerides, because then you start to reduce the particulate size of cholesterol. You know, so remember, like from high school geometry, as the size of a sphere gets smaller, its surface area to volume ratio goes up. And so a lot of these small particulate cholesterols are very dangerous because they pass through the arterial wall, they get kind of eaten by macrophage, and they start this process of scarring. But just having elevated levels of LDL cholesterol was a marker for longevity in our mortality space.
So are there foods that, when combined with high levels of dietary cholesterol, like is there things that you should not eat while also consuming high levels of dietary cholesterol, and they work together in a negative way?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not aware of any link between dietary cholesterol and serum concentration of cholesterol. Only 15% of the cholesterol in your bloodstream comes from diet. 85% of the cholesterol in your blood is manufactured by the liver. So if you want to lower your cholesterol, we have to lower what we put into the front door of the liver. If you put high glycemic carbohydrates in the front door of the liver, you will likely get not just high triglyceride, but also elevated levels of cholesterol out the back.
So elevated levels of cholesterol and high triglycerides are the problems that come together.
Yeah.
And that comes from diet as well as sugar.
Yeah, I mean, sugar is the enemy, right? I mean, so, you know, people that eat the most sugar have the highest blood fat. You know, if we go back to Dana White for a second, you know, he had a life-threatening level of triglycerides when he was fasted. His triglycerides were around 800, which is very high when he fasted. For fasted state. Yeah, when he was fasted. And
what was it like when he was eating?
Oof, I can imagine. But he also ate a lot of refined carbohydrates.
Yeah.
So now, you know, this syndrome called metabolic syndrome, which is showing up in younger ages now, right, is this combination of, you know, abdominal fat, high triglyceride, high blood fat, high insulin, hyperinsulinemia, high levels of sugar, which is called hemoglobin A1C, the 3-month average of your blood sugar, low HDL cholesterol, the healthy cholesterol, and high blood pressure. And if you have any 2 of those 5, you have metabolic syndrome. He had all 5 of those 5 in a really bad way.
Wow.
And you know, it's a very hard concept for him to understand too. You have this kind of life-threatening level of triglyceride, so we put you on a high-fat diet to bring your blood fat down. Right. We're going to try to put you into a state of ketosis. Your body starts to use beta-hydroxybutyrate and fat as fuel source, so we can actually drive the triglycerides and blood down. And everybody, you know, hammered, you know, like, oh, I don't have $10 million to spend on a program like that. I'm like, it was a 10-week, 12-week keto reset. You know, peptides, yes, hormone balance. But all the fancy equipment, like therapy bags, like max oxygen, PMF, all those things you can get for free by just, you know, going out in sunlight, grounding, and learning how to do breath work. But most people don't give it the credence that it deserves because it's free. Right? It's like, you know, most people don't even want to take a cold shower, much less get into a cold plunge. You know, most people don't want to wake up with the sun, take the shirt off, and go outside and expose to natural sunlight. Most people don't want to take 8 minutes and do breath work. But if you just added those 3 things to your morning routine, you change the entire trajectory of your life. And
you really would.
You really would.
Yeah.
And I try to tell people that all the time. Yeah, I mean, if you got 125 grand or 150 grand lying around, you want to buy the top of the line red light bed, you want to buy the top of the line cold plunge, and you want to buy a PEMF mat, and you want to buy a Hypermax oxygen system, then by all means, because those do work. They'll make it convenient for you because all they're doing is bringing the best of what Mother Nature has from the outside and bringing it in.
What is the best red light bed? Is there? Because I have one of those ones that you stand in front of. You know.
Yeah, that's a Juve.
Yeah. Is that good?
Yeah, so they're good, but you know, the milliwatts of radiance between all the beds that we tested, we actually make. We partnered with Da Vinci Medical and Theralight 360 to make one of the most powerful red light beds on the market.
What's it called?
It's called the 10X Health. 10X Health red light bed made by Theralight 360.
Pull that up, Jimmy. Because I've always wondered.
Just go to 10X Health System.
I barely use my Juve. I think it does something. I feel better when I use it. That looks like a fucking spaceship.
It does. So that's got 45,000 light diodes.
That's 123 grand. Jeez Louise.
5 milliwatts of radiance. It's one of, if not the most powerful bed on the market.
So what happens with this thing? What's the benefit of this sucker?
So there's certain very specific.
What do you just buy with shop? Why don't you who the fuck's got that kind of credit card?
Well, this is what I get you from online all the time. So before everybody starts killing me going, you got to buy $123,000 light bed.
Right.
You know, you can. You know, just add to your morning routine, exposing your skin to sunlight and getting out in first light and doing breath work.
But that sounds like it's a lot better.
Oh, this is incredible. I mean, so if you look at the wavelengths of light that are really therapeutic, the 680 to 720 nanometers, 810, and 940. There are other wavelengths, but those wavelengths in particular will do some very, very special things. You know, not only will they help improve collagen, elastin, fibrin synthesis in the skin, so red light therapy is actually very good for your skin. The longer you use red light therapy, the more kind of youthful appearance you'll take on.
Ooh, youthful appearance, young Jamie. You know you want that.
Gotta stay young. But the real magic happens in the mitochondria.
And how often would you use something like this?
I use mine 20 minutes a day.
Every day?
Every day if I can.
Because I went to this place that was a hyperbaric chamber place, but they had a red light bed, and I was using it quite a bit. But they said you can't use it every day.
I don't see any evidence that overexposure to those therapeutic wavelengths of red light is detrimental.
Why would they tell you not to use it every day then?
I have no idea, because they'll tell you to use it every day if you have an injury. Like, well, does it not harm you when you have an injury? And it only harms you when you don't have an injury. I mean, if you got a little more sunlight exposure one day and had the same nanometer wavelength passing through your skin, did you do damage on the days that you had slightly more sun exposure? Because you know, the real magic of red light, when there's a lot of magic to red light, these, you know, reduce inflammation, increase microvascular circulation, but really what happens inside the mitochondria, I'm kind of saying that the presence of oxygen is the absence of disease. Because during my 20-year career in the mortality space, we did not find a single disease etiological pathway that did not have its roots in a lack of blood oxygen, or specifically was not exacerbated by hypoxia. Right? And if you think that we all die the same way, right? I mean, every human being leaves this earth the same way. We all die of hypoxia, lack of oxygen to the brain. But it's just what causes that to happen, right? It's a gunshot wound, loss of stroke, you know, heart attack. But the truth is that this level of oxygen management in the body is a measurable thing. You're either using oxygen very well, and therefore you are slowly approximating the grave, or you're using oxygen very poorly, and you're accelerating towards the grave. So, for example, when you look at how human beings are truly powered, right? Like where we really get our energy from, it's really one energy source called ATP, right? And it's produced inside this little organelle called the mitochondria. There's about 110 trillion of these in your body. 10% of your body weight is mitochondria. And the mitochondria has a voracious appetite for oxygen. When it receives oxygen, it will create 16 times more energy. It will produce 36 ATP rather than 2 ATP. So imagine a little mitochondria that has a motor inside of it called the Krebs cycle. And every time this motor makes one revolution, it has two choices. It can either create 2 units of energy, 2 ATP, or it can create 36 units of energy, 36 ATP. The difference between a 16-fold increase or 16-fold decrease in energy is the presence of oxygen. And so if oxygen enters this cycle, right, it produces 16 times more energy. It puts out water and it also puts out carbon dioxide. If there's no oxygen present, it only produces 2 ATP. It releases lactic acid, and which by the way doesn't make your muscles burn, but it releases lactic acid. So what if when you use a red light bed, one of those wavelengths of light actually goes through the mitochondrial wall, and it goes into this motor, it goes into the Krebs cycle, and it actually kicks out a gas called mitochondrial nitric oxide and forces oxygen to dock. There's a little place in this motor called cytochrome C oxidase, and cytochrome C oxidase is like a one-armed man. He can either shake hands with oxygen or he can shake hands with nitric oxide, but he can't do both. So if I can get him to let go of nitric oxide and grab oxygen, I can get a 16-fold increase in mitochondrial output. Whoa. So that's what happens with red lights.
And do you get that from sunlight as well? Is that something that you get from sun exposure?
Just not at the depth that you would get from a red light. This is why I'm saying that if you don't have the budget for a red light, the majority of people don't. The benefits of getting first light in the morning are so much more astounding than you think, but because it's free, people don't.
They don't think it is that important, right? Think of it as woo-woo.
Yeah, so this will go a few inches into the skin, 360 degrees around. If you look at photobiomodulation and treating Parkinson's syndrome, like using red light therapy on the skull for neurogenic disorders, neuroinflammatory conditions, if you look at arthritic conditions, and all kinds of inflammatory pathologies in the body, the impact of photobiomodulation is astounding.
And what is the difference between like what that does and what like one of those Juve wall does?
So it's the milliwatts of irradiance for one, which is the power, kind of how strong it's being pushed. Whether or not you can regulate the hertz, right? 528 hertz, 5,000 hertz, 1,000 hertz. This is kind of the frequency of the light. And then there's the different wavelengths hitting you at the same time. You generally find therapeutic wavelengths between 680 and 720 nanometers, specifically 810 and 940. Those are the ones that have the most clinical research on them. They're also extraordinarily safe. And so I think it's actually FDA approved for the skin and certain eye treatments, but I'd have to go back and check that. But I think it does. Red light does have an FDA approval. But laying in red light therapy every day, if you do that for a month, even if you did it 10 minutes a day for 30 days, at the end of that month, you would notice a profound and material change in your performance.
Really?
That's why there's red light beds at the DOC
Right.
performance center.
But the ones like a Juve is like how much less powerful?
I would say Juve is good, right?
So it's something.
Full body red light therapy is best, right? We already know its effects for wound healing, collagen, fibrin, elastin, inflammation reduction, the improvement in microvascular circulation. So like in your eyes, liver, lungs, pancreas, kidneys, brain, that photobiomodulation is very good for neural inflammation. And because of the way that it upstages the mitochondria, just think you've got 110 trillion mitochondria in your body. If you could power those mitochondria up, if you could get a 16-fold step up in cellular energy, just think of the amount of extra waste elimination, repair, detoxification that you could cause.
And is it dangerous to your eyes? Because one of the things about those light beds, they make you wear eye goggles.
They make you wear eye goggles. I probably shouldn't say this on the podcast, but I mean, I don't.
You don't?
I
You ever open your eyes?
I leave them wide open. Wide open, right at the light.
What?
Yeah.
It's not bad for your eyes?
You watch what happens to your vision after a week to 14 days of being in red light therapy bed without eye protection.
Really?
If you don't have a marked improvement in your vision, I'd be very surprised.
So what is the negative aspect of it? Why do they tell you to cover your eyes?
Well, because I guess the bright light, if you're staring directly at one of those lights, if you have some kind of photosensitivity or damage to your rods, your cones, your macula, your retina, if you had eye pathology, which you would know about, then there might be some downside consequences.
So you just lay there and stare at that fucker?
Right at the light, keep my eyes wide open. I'm 54 years old. I don't wear, 53 years old. Don't know a year in my life, but and I don't wear reading glasses or anything. I have a small font on my phone.
Dude, I do.
You do?
Yeah, my shit started falling apart at like 44, 45.
Did it?
I really started noticing. But I started taking.
I'm interested to find out what happens after you're in the red light.
I'm down. Let's go. I started taking pure encapsulations, macro support, and I stopped the degradation of my vision. It hasn't gotten worse.
Great.
Yeah. So it's not the best, but my font's not that big.
Yeah,
I
that magnesium.
can read that pretty easily. I can read websites. I don't need glasses, but when I use glasses, I definitely see things much better.
Yeah. I mean,
The new website says only when you're at one setting do you need the eye protection for their newer devices. You don't
The
need
newer generation 3.0.
so what does it say?
red wavelength only eye protection is not required and may be beneficial.
For maintaining.
Oh, good. I'm glad they're doing that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm glad they're doing that.
But the Juve, they don't make one that juices you up the way yours does.
No, God, no.
No.
That's 125 milliwatts of radiance more powerful than anything on the market.
Wow.
I think the next bed has maybe 15,000 light diodes. There's 45,000 light diodes in that bed.
Okay.
The
So one is
diodes
good,
are made by
the other one is
SMIC.
great.
Yeah.
So Juve does something for you. It's not bad for you. It's good for you, but it's not fantastic for you.
But again, start with sunlight, the skin exposure. Right.
Okay. Huberman talks about that all the time.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'm a
to
huge
make
fan
it,
of him. Yeah, he's the best.
Yeah. And he's just also made this kind of science so much more accessible to people.
Yeah.
And still, I mean, just blowing my mind all the things I'm learning from you. It's just,
Thank you.
I've been learning this stuff for so long, but that's part of the problem. Is it's so difficult to maintain this information in your head.
No doubt.
To keep it.
And I want to get it to the masses. I don't want my social media and podcasts and stage talks and things like that for me to be speaking to my peers. I feel like the woke biohacking crowd has enough woke biohackers that are doing a great job out there that somebody needs to just talk to the masses.
There's a bunch of fucking grifters in that woke biohacking crowd.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of unhealthy looking douchebags
Yeah, it's
that
crazy.
are just selling nonsense. And
Yeah.
I know a few of them. I know they're frauds.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a bunch of fucking people that are just sort of reiterating shit that people like you have actually done research on.
Right.
They say it's wrong sometimes.
Yeah.
They switch things around, fuck things up because they don't really have an education in it.
Yeah.
But yet their business is selling you products that are supposedly beneficial.
Oh gosh,
There's a lot of these.
That's why I always try to I'm like, look, here's things you can do for free, right? I mean, yes, I have a supplement line. You can buy my supplements, but pure encapsulation is a great supplement. Thorn is a great supplement. I would rather people take the information and put it to work in their life than buy my ebook.
So the number one
thing.
number one thing is, let's start from the top because we've got a great list of stuff. Get rid of folic acid. Get that shit out of your diet.
Get rid of folic acid. Number two, if you can afford it, get a genetic methylation test once in your
How much
lifetime.
does one of those cost?
About $500-600.
Oh, okay.
$600 to do it through me, and you'll do it once in your lifetime. You don't have to do it through me. There's other great companies, but do a genetic methylation test. Get 5 specific genes looked at: HFR, MTRR, MTR, HCY, and COMT.
And you do this for a cheek swab? Is that
You
what
do
it
it with a cheek swab, swab your
What?
cheek, put it in a little test tube, send it to the lab.
On
and the results come back to
about.
you. for the balance of your lifetime, you will never guess on what your body is deficient in, right? But because you will know what it can methylate and what it can't.
Okay.
And then just start supplementing for the sake of deficiency, not the sake of supplementation, and step back and watch what happens. Forget all the fancy Amazon routes and rare supplements that only one company has that they patented and trademarked, and it's a secret to optimal health. Because by the time you get way down the road to all of the, I would say, enhancement type supplements, like I'm a huge fan of NMN, I'm a massive fan of resveratrol, stem cell stimulatory supplements and things like that, you got to cover the basics. You got to get the foundation right. The soil has to have the right nutrients so the body can perform its basic functions. And then you can start targeting things with mycelized turmeric and curcumin and NMN, and you can start taking creatine to help with muscles. You can do all of those additional things. But to get the basics, right? Where does the rubber meet the road? What does this tree need to grow and survive? And then what can I do to make it thrive? Okay. Right? Because I think a lot of people are skipping that stuff. Right? They're just not doing the basics. They don't have just a basic morning routine, a basic free morning routine. So they actually lack a lot of confidence in themselves. Right? And I use that David Goggins method of stop negotiating with yourself. Like discipline is better than motivation. There's a lot of mornings you're not motivated, but you just say, okay, here's the 4 things I'm going to do. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to try to wake up with the sun. But I'm going to wake up in the morning. I'm going to do 8 minutes of breath work. I'm going to expose my skin to sunlight, and I'm going to touch the surface of the earth. Just those things right there. Just earthing, grounding, breath work, and sunlight exposure, which costs you 0, 0, and 0.
What is grounding? Like, why does that do anything?
So if you look at when you contact the surface of the earth, you actually discharge into the earth.
You're talking barefoot.
Barefoot, right? So bare feet touching bare soil. Earthing, grounding is a very real thing. So when you touch the surface of the earth, you discharge into the earth. So what does that mean? You actually change the surface polarity in the body. Remember that pH stands for potential hydrogen. It's a charge, right? So we know that being slightly, the pH range of the body is very narrow. It's probably 4/10 of a point, 5/10 of a point, the pH of the blood. And the way that we become more alkaline, contrary to popular belief, is not by drinking alkaline water. That's one of the biggest marketing myths ever sold to the public. You cannot change the pH of the blood by changing the pH of the water that you put into the stomach because it's buffered.
So alkaline water is bullshit?
Well, I mean, it's good because it's filtered, but it's bullshit that it will change the pH of your blood. That's complete nonsense. So I think the best kind of water you can put to the human body is hydrogen water by a landslide, right? If you can drink spring water, drink Mountain Valley, but if you probably don't have any deal with Mountain Valley, I have no particular reason to push them. But if you can, hydrogen water, by all of the clinical studies, probably 1,400 published peer-reviewed clinical studies on hydrogen water, more than any other type of water on the planet. And there's a whole class of bacteria in your gut called hydrophiles. You can actually increase the absorption of all of your nutrients and your
And where does one get hydrogen water?
I have a link to the one that I use on my Instagram, the name of it. But I think it's the Echo water filtration.
So it's something that you have to do at home that converts your water to hydrogen water?
Well, you can add hydrogen to your water when you're done. I actually have a little hydrogen bottle. I'll bring you one. It's and you fill it with your bottled water, and you just hit a little button and it adds hydrogen ions to the water. I never travel. I never go anywhere without it. So I got it with me in your studio here.
And the benefits of hydrogen water are?
So you put hydrogen ions into the water. So it not only feeds the hydrophiles in your bloodstream, but it will improve the absorption of nutrients and supplements in your stomach. It actually helps enzymes further break down. They complete what's called this lock and key method in your stomach. The studies on hydrogen water and neuroinflammatory disease and chronic inflammation are astounding. I put all my Instagram so people can actually just go and click through them and read the conclusion sections of these. But if I, again, could drink only one type of water, it would be hydrogenated water. You can't overdo it with hydrogen water either. Second to that would probably be spring water, like Mountain Valley spring water. And then after that, I would look at the alkaline waters and some of these other reverse osmosis.
And so this hydrogen water thing, this is only something that you do with a process once you have spring water? This is not something you can buy already hydrogenated?
I haven't personally seen the studies on this. A lot of hydrogen water companies out there, and I don't have an opinion about them one way or another because I've never actually tested them. So everything that I speak about publicly, I've usually third-party tested myself, and I'll experiment on myself too. So like I'll go into a red light bed and say, okay, if I lay in this red light bed, it's supposed to release nitric oxide from my mitochondria, and throw it into the serum of my blood. Well then, if it's actually working and it's increasing the nitric oxide in my blood, I should be able to test that. So I would get nitric oxide saliva test strips and I would put it in my mouth, and then I would get before I got in the bed, and I would see that it was like a pale pinkish color. And then I would get in bed for 20 minutes, and about 10 minutes after I get in bed, I test it again and see that it was like a dark blood red Cabernet, just showing that my nitric oxide level spiked. I'm like, okay, now I can see that the claims that this is making is having a physiologic response, because there's no way for my nitric oxide level to spike. I didn't supplement with it, I just laid in the bed. I do the same thing with like these PEMF mats, these pulse electromagnetic field mats that run low Gauss current through the body. Supposedly what they will do is they'll change the surface polarity of your cells. So if you were to prick your finger and put it on a slide and look at your blood under a microscope, you'd see that most of your red blood cells are kind of stuck together and clumped up, right? They're sort of traveling around the bloodstream in packs, almost like too many cars trying to take the same exit. But then when you run low Gauss current through the body, like contacting the surface of the earth, when you're asking me what does grounding do, you contact the surface of the earth or lay on a PEMF mat. And when you're done, prick your blood again, put it back on the same slide, look at it under a microscope, and you'll see all your red blood cells have separated, and they no longer can touch. Because on the surface of the red blood cell, you have a charge. And if the surface of cells have the same charge, they can't touch. As soon as they get opposite charges, they attract, right? And wherever they attract and touch and clump up, you lose that surface area. So now waste elimination, detoxification, repair, all of these things are impeded because the cells are clumped up. If you just walked on the surface of the earth, you would see the changes, physiologic changes in your blood. Try it, don't take my word for it. Just you can get a microscope online for about $400. You get dark field, something called dark field, and you can put your blood on a slide and watch what happens after you've been sleeping all night before you go out and touch the surface of the earth, and then prick your finger 10 minutes later after you come in, or 10 minutes after you get off a PMF mat.
And what is more beneficial, PMF mat or the grounding of the earth?
I think they're about equal. The problem is that most people just don't have the time or the wherewithal to touch the surface of the earth. They're in Michigan or Canada, or it's dark when they leave in the morning, dark when they come home in the morning, or they live in a condo high rise, or they're in New York City. It's hard to find actual dirt, grass, sand that you'd want to walk on without hypodermic needles and dogs.
Yeah.
So I live in downtown Miami, and in the mornings I would take my elevator down, walk across the street, take my shoes off, and I called it Four Corners. There was a little park right next to the American Airlines Arena downtown where the Heat played. And I would just walk the Four Corners of that park. In the morning with my shirt off, just getting sunlight and doing some breath work. I would go back inside to my mood, my emotional state, my energy, everything through the roof, and then take a cold shower. That's it. I mean, most people, again, not the super ultra woke biohacker, but the basic humanity. We have subscribed to the fact, or I've subscribed to the fact that aging is the aggressive pursuit of comfort. I really think aging is the aggressive pursuit of comfort. The more aggressively we pursue comfort, the faster we age. And so most people just don't want to wake up in the morning, expose their skin to sunlight, do a little breath work, touch the surface of the earth, and then take a cold shower. None of which would add a penny to their budget and would absolutely change the trajectory of their life. And then as you get more money, you can get a red light therapy bed, you can add a PMF mat, you can do a cold plunge, and start to really amp up the benefits of these things.
And when you use a PMF mat, it has the same effect as grounding on the earth?
If you lose a low Gauss PMF mat, low Gauss current, It has the same effect as lying on the surface.
Do you lay on it naked? How do you do it?
No, you actually just put it you put it underneath your you put it on top of your mattress. It looks like a yoga mat.
Okay.
And so you plug it into the wall, you put it underneath your mattress, and then when you go to bed, you hit 2 buttons, and for 30 minutes it will run a low gas current through your body.
And just lay on it.
You'll wake up alkaline every morning. Every morning that you wake up, all of your red blood cells will be repolarized. They'll all be slithering around in your bloodstream. You'll have all that surface area for waste elimination, for repair, for detoxification, for exchange with the serum of the blood. So healthy for you. And if you don't want to drop the money on a PMF mat, then wake up and take your shoes off and touch the surface of the earth. Right? I mean, I think if you look at some of the ancestral books on mankind, you'll see that we were really designed to spend more than 85% of our time outside. We spend 95% of our time indoors right now. In fact, most people spend more than 97% of their time indoors. They go from covered house to covered garage to covered car to covered office to covered gym. We just don't expose our. We say, well, Grandma, don't go outside. It's too hot. Don't go outside. It's too cold.
Right.
Just lay down. Just relax. Eat at the very first pang of hunger. This is collapsing all of our natural defense mechanisms. That's why things like cold water immersion that we don't want to adapt to, that shock the body, tap into all of these, primal mechanisms to protect us. We call it hormesis, right? The body gets stressed and it strengthens. So we got to think of some forms of stress as strengthening the body, right? Like cold water immersion. Water is 29 times more thermogenic than air, right? So cold plunges, but so water pulls heat out of the body at 29 times the rate of air. That's why you can die in 72-degree water, but you can't die in 72-degree air. But when you shock the body like that, you cause the liver to secrete cold shock proteins. You cause the activation of brown fat, thermogenesis. And contrary to popular belief, there is a cost to thermogenesis. There is a caloric cost to thermogenesis. So it can actually improve weight loss if you don't increase your caloric intake. It actually helps improve insulin sensitivity. It reduces insulin. It reduces blood sugar. It actually can improve the sensitivity of your body to blood sugar. It causes a massive vasoconstriction. It forces blood to your core and up to your brain. I mean, how good you feel when you get out of a cold plunge. It sucks going in. You feel fucking amazing going out.
Yeah, I'm religious.
I call it my drug of choice. I was a kid when you came in today and you were like, "What's up, bro? Can I get you anything?" I was like, "I was gonna ask for a cold plunge." I wasn't fucking with you. I was like, "Where is the cold plunge?"
Yeah, it's out here.
Yeah, all right. Well, I may ask you if I can jump in when I leave.
You certainly can.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I've gotten my friends to do it now. It's hilarious. Like they've never done it before. The first time they get it, they barely can do a minute, and now I got a bunch of them doing 3 minutes.
Yeah, well, you got the one that circulates while you're. So you
got 2 different ones. I have the Morosco at home, which gets down to 33 degrees, and then I have the one here that's a little higher. It's in the low 40s. I think it's 43 degrees. But you can crank that bitch up like a raging river. That's the blue cube. You don't get any thermal layer at all. You just suck it the entire time.
You just can't hide.
It just sucks. I
actually like getting that little thermal layer.
The oil's nice because this one does not. The blue tube does not give you that thermal layer. But you have the option to lower it. It's variable. Like you could crank it up to a raging river. You could have it just like a gentle stream.
Okay. Yeah, that's a man's game with the raging river on.
Oh, it's a motherfucker.
Yeah, that's a man's game.
Yeah, but I still think physically I feel colder in Morosco just because the temperature's quite a bit colder.
I haven't seen a lot of evidence that colder is better as longer is better.
It sucks more, and that's why I like it.
Oh, okay. Well, there is evidence that it sucks worse. Okay.
It's the mind game. I like climbing and seeing all the ice and pushing the ice aside. I enjoy that.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
How long does it take you to get to that place where you're like, all right, I'm all right?
I do it so often. I do it every day. So for me, it is like brushing my teeth or taking a shower. It's not something I don't do.
When do you do it? Like where?
It depends. Most of the time I do it first thing in the morning. My regular routine is first thing I do is get in there and then work out. So I get in there and then I have a series of bodyweight routines that I do to heat my body back up. Simple stuff that I'm not going to get hurt with. Like I'll do 100 push-ups and 100 bodyweight squats. And by the time I'm done with those, generally I'm heated up. I do them in sets of 20. So I'll do 20 push-ups, 20 bodyweight squats, 20 push-ups, 20 bodyweight squats. Then I take a little break and then I do it again and then I do it one more time.
So it's about 10 minutes.
Yes, 10 minutes roughly. And so at the end of 10 minutes, I'm kind of warm. I'm not sweating, but I'm kind of warmed up a little. And then I'll start my routine. So then I'll do whatever else I'm doing. It's kettlebells. It's whatever different type of routine that I have set for the day. I'm careful if I'm doing kickboxing. Like I let myself really warm up before I start blasting.
Yeah.
Because I feel like
especially for like
you're so cold.
Warm,
I can't crack a sweat. Like it takes me like when I do rounds in the bag, even if I do my bodyweight squats, my sit-ups, and my push-ups, by the time I get to hitting the bag, I'm still not sweating. Because it's so fucking cold. Yeah. And so then I will do like 2 rounds on the bag, and then by the end of 2 rounds, then
easy rounds.
2 rounds of like tapping it.
Yeah.
I'm moving constantly, but I'm just tapping it. I'm never just never like going crazy. But then the 3rd round, I start ramping up the power. And so for the last 7 rounds, it's assault. The last 7 rounds, it's like it gets
That's
hard.
something you do by yourself, just on the bag? Okay,
yes.
got a trainer. So how long's your training routine? Thank you.
Generally 2 hours. A regular day for me is 2 hours. But it depends. One of the things I do is I use, when it comes to training like with weights and kettlebells, I treat kettlebells like it's a skill. And I think that is something I learned from Pavel Tsatsouline and studying his Strong First protocol. He advocates a long rest period in between workout sets and more repetitions in terms of volume by virtue of the fact that you have larger rest periods. And a lot of people feel like they're being lazy when they do that because they're not pushing themselves. But I push myself doing other things.
Right.
So when I'm so if I'm strength training, like the heaviest kettlebell, occasionally I'll lift a 90-pound kettlebell. I'll do my cleans and presses with a 90. But the vast majority of my work is warm-up sets are done with a 35, and it's generally like 1-arm swings, both sides, 10 reps, 2 sets. Then I move into a 50-pound kettlebell, 10 reps, 2 sides, and then I move to 70.
So you're doing single arm with 50 pounds?
Yes.
Wow.
And then then I do 70, the single arm. And then when I get to 70, now I'm moving into clean press, and then I'm moving into windmills, and I'm moving into between the legs. All that is with 70s. But I take breaks. So like when I do like a set of, so I do clean presses with 10 reps, 70 pounds. I will wait 5 minutes before I do another set. 5 solid minutes. I'll watch TV. I'll fuck around on my phone. And I feel like I'm being a lazy piece of shit.
Right.
But I know I'm not because I'm going to get those. I have a routine. So like I have a whiteboard. I write it out. I take a photo on my phone of the whiteboard, so I know that I
program that for you. You're doing it yourself.
I do it myself. And so over time, I've developed this where I know that if I do it this way, I get pretty significant strength gains. And so now when I go to things that I don't do, like bench press and things like that, I'm significantly stronger than I ever was before. But I'm not doing bench press. I don't ever do that.
Wow.
I don't do it. But I can bang out 225 for 15 reps. And it's not hard for me to do because I do so much with all these other muscle groups with kettlebells.
And are you fasted or you
Yes.
Okay.
My first workout of the day is fasted.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't even take like an amino acid blend or anything?
No, I don't take shit. But I do take a Alpha Brain pre-workout, which has got beta-alanine, B12, some caffeine. It's fucking woo. That stuff's got a lot of.
How do you take it? Is it a powder?
Yeah, it's a powder that I mix into water. There's a question I forgot to ask earlier. With electrolytes and with this hydrogen water, is there any incompatibility?
No, it's actually highly compatible.
Okay.
So electrolytes and hydrogen water, or even amino acids and hydrogen water.
And do you take those before you work out?
Yeah, I work out fasted, but I work out fasted and I take amino acids. I take a full spectrum amino acid blend because
branch chain amino acid
not just
blend?
branch chains. So the branch chains are 3 of the 9. That's the leucine, isoleucine, valine. But I think the branch chain amino acid theory has really been debunked now that you just need to take branch chain amino acids, BCAAs before workout. The whole theory used to be that those are the amino acids that are really metabolized at the muscle level, so they're not cleaved through the liver. But the truth is that you really need a full spectrum amino acid. So you need all 9 of the essential amino acids.
Do you have all this stuff for sale on your site?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then,
About to place an order.
so it's becoming my client now.
So when you take that stuff, you mix it with water. Do you?
I just mix it with water, or I also take it in capsule form.
Oh,
Sometimes
I
I take
see.
5 of them in a capsule form, or I'll just mix it with water.
So-
And I'm telling you, that's a game changer for your workout, brother.
Okay.
Just try that, and it won't break your fast.
I'm gonna try that. Now the other thing is electrolytes. Like, what do you have specific electrolytes you use? Do you use a brand?
Sodium. Well, I have my own brand of electrolytes. Prior to that, I was using LMNT.
Yeah, I like that stuff.
Yeah, I like that stuff too.
I use Liquid IV too.
But now, Liquid IV?
Yeah.
So, what's the cyanide compound? What we just talked about. The
That's in
cyanide
liquid.
B12.
That's in liquid IV.
Yeah, so watch out. But hopefully they'll switch that to methyl compound. But so I make I formulated a 10x health form of electrolytes, but high levels of sodium, magnesium, potassium. And contrary to popular belief, so many people are afraid of sodium. And we've seen blood work on thousands and thousands and thousands of people. And there are even clinical studies that show an inverse relationship between sodium and migraine headaches. Meaning, as sodium levels go down, the incidence of migraine headaches go up. As sodium levels go up, the incidence of migraine headaches go down. I'm by no means saying that all migraine headaches are caused by sodium, nor am I saying that everybody that has a sodium sensitivity should take sodium for a migraine headache. I'm well aware that sodium is implicated in cardiovascular conditions of blood pressure. However, when you do a blood test and you see that your sodium levels are low, let's say 134, 135, 136, 137, or 138 in that range on your blood test, and almost every blood test that has a comprehensive metabolic panel will give you a sodium level. If you are waking up 3, 4, 5 days a month with a headache, or you get regular migraine headaches, watch what happens when you start to add Celtic sea salt to your drinking water, or something like, an electrolyte blend that I make, or an LMNT to your morning routine. Watch what happens to those headaches. They will eviscerate. And so, most of us are clinically deficient in sodium. There's this theory that, sodium, that sodium is very dehydrating. And nothing can be further from the truth. We are not hydrated when we have water in our blood. We're hydrated when we have water in our tissues. And what determines whether or not water leaves the blood and enters the tissue is the osmotic gradient, osmosis. Right? So if we are deficient in sodium, we have an imbalance in this gradient. And so it's amazing what happens to performance and headaches and migraines when people just add a little bit of sodium to their drinking water. So if you don't want to buy one of these packages, just get Celtic sea salt, which has all kinds of extra minerals in it. It has none of the potential downside of heavy metals like pink Himalayan sea salt does.
So pink Himalayan sea salt is dangerous?
Pink Himalayan sea salt's great, but I saw a study where they actually tested several different varieties of pink Himalayan sea salt, and they actually found mercury and heavy metals in a lot of them. They found heavy metals in the pink Himalayan sea salt, never in the Celtic salt.
And how are they finding it? Why is it in there?
I don't know how they're finding it or why it's in there. Like I saw Paul Saladino posted something the other day that showed that half of the chocolate brands that I was eating had heavy metals in them.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I was like, damn, Paul, why'd you do that? I mean, in the really good eco-friendly brands, and Human, which was a brand that I loved, had really high levels of metal. And I was like, shit, how do these? I only eat the really, really high percentage cacao ones once in a while, but they seem to have high amounts of heavy metals. The Celtic sea salt, which is inexpensive, is probably the best salt you can put in the body by far. Yeah.
And why is it Celtic sea salt? What is specific about that?
Well, because the mineral content in it, right? And there are 92 minerals that human beings need. There are 3 essential fatty acids that we need. There's 9 essential amino acids that we need. There is no such thing, by the way, as an essential carbohydrate. I get debates with people about this all the time. Carbohydrates are necessary for life, and I'm like, well, then name an essential carbohydrate, because it doesn't exist. We have essential fatty acids, we have essential amino acids, and we have essential nutrients. But carbohydrates are not necessary for life. I'm not saying everybody needs to be on keto diet either, but they are not necessary for life. We can sustain very prolonged periods of time without carbohydrate intake. That's why when you choose your carbohydrates, you choose them very wisely. Like berries, natural honeys, things like that.
So what you did with Dana White, the first thing you did was you got him on a ketogenic diet.
Yeah, I put him on what I called a prescription ketogenic diet, which meant that I wrote a diet right down to his grocery list and said, Dana, if it's not on this list, you cannot eat it. Like, you have zero leeway. We're going to take away all your free choice for 12 weeks, right? I mean, aside from water. If it's not on this list, here's the week 1 grocery list. You're going to go to the grocery store, you're going to buy this, you're going to make this. Week 2, you're going to go to the grocery store and buy this and make that. And you can't do that to a chef. And then we used a very potent piceid form of resveratrol. We started...
What is the word piceid?
Piceid form of resveratrol. It's a special extraction method for resveratrol that hyper-concentrates the resveratrol. Really, resveratrol is kind of known for its effect on telomere lengthening, telomerase. So telomeres are kind of measuring your biological age. And piceid resveratrol, very specific.
Spell that?
P-I-C-I-E-D. Piceid. Piceid, yeah, resveratrol.
Okay.
I think I have a link to it on my Instagram as well.
God damn it, iPhone. You try to change the autocorrect.
Oh, yeah.
Say it again, P-I-C?
P-I-C-I-E-D. Piceid. Okay. There you go. Piceid resveratrol.
There it is.
Look, reduced viability of tumor cells to the cell cycle, arrest and apoptosis induction. But that piceid resveratrol did not induce the apoptosis concentration. Piceid resveratrol better than resveratrol. What does it say there? Piceid resveratrol.
Showing higher scavenging activity against hydroxyl radicals than resveratrol.
They both exhibited the capacity of scavenging hydroxyl radicals. So piceid showed higher scavenging activity against hydroxyl radicals than resveratrol.
And where would someone get that?
I got a link to the one that I take on my, my Instagram. If they want, I put everything that I take on there, and people can just go.
And where do you get yours?
I get it from Vineyard Resveratrol. It's I actually had the CEO of the company and their lead PhD on my podcast. He's a guy from Johns Hopkins, and it's astounding. Yeah, it is astounding the clinical outcomes that we see in patients that we put on this stuff. I mean, increased circulation in the brain, Raynaud's syndrome in circulation, and even peripheral neuropathies that are related to circulation seem to eviscerate. So,
are you taking this with food or no food?
I take it on an empty stomach.
Is that how you're supposed to take it, or can you take it?
You can take it with food.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. So we put in on a piceid resveratrol. Put him on a because people are like, tell me exactly what he did. He's on hormone therapy. He's been very vocal about that. He's not on growth hormone. He's not on DECA. He's not on Anavar. He's not on Nandrolone. He's not on anabolic steroids. There's a lot of nonsense about that on the web too. And then he went on a strict ketogenic diet. He did get a red light therapy bed. He did get a PMF mat. He did start doing cold plunging, and he does use something called Hypermax multi-step oxygen therapy. Again, all of which you can do for no cost, just what we talked about earlier. And he got really regimented about it. He didn't drink. We got all the white flour, white rice, white bread, white pasta, white flour completely out of his diet, and sugars of all kinds, which you can't have on a keto diet anyway. One of the interesting things about putting your body into a state of ketosis is that I'm kind of surprised that Paul Saladino doesn't talk about this because he's big. He's obviously a carnivore diet. But grass-fed meats and grass-fed animal products, eggs and dairy, when these fats are broken down and turned into water in the Krebs cycle, what happens is it produces a type of water in the cell called deuterium-depleted water. If you really want to blow your mind sometime, look up deuterium-depleted water. It is astounding the number of pathologies and diseases that are linked to deuterium water. Deuterium water is, water is two hydrogens and one oxygen. But when you actually have an extra neutron, which doesn't sound like a big deal molecularly, when you have an extra neutron, what happens is when that water molecule enters the Krebs cycle, it breaks the Krebs cycle. It actually wrecks the mitochondrial metabolism. When you eat a diet high in grass-fed animal fats, eggs, dairy, fatty fish, the type of water that the body creates is called deuterium-depleted water. It's light water. It is actually more efficient. It doesn't break the mitochondria. Do you know that our bodies produce about 100 gallons of intracellular water every day? And when I say that, people freak out. Like, that's impossible. I only drink half a gallon of water. So how does my body produce a gallon of water? You produce water inside your cells the same way you produce it in cells. You get two hydrogens, one oxygen, you put them together, you get a water molecule. You're not capable of drinking enough water in 2 weeks to power your mitochondria for 50 minutes. Right? You have to create intracellular water. So we take these gases, we put them together, we create cellular water, and then we break it apart and inside of the Krebs cycle. So when that water becomes heavy, deuterium, some of the water that's entering that Krebs cycle starts to break the Krebs cycle and reduce its efficiency. When that water is light, like when it's generated when you're in ketosis or from grass-fed animal fats, eggs, dairy, things like that, or actually even plant-based fats like chicken seeds, that water is light, and when it powers the mitochondria, it doesn't break any of the Krebs cycle. And deuterium-depleted water is now being used in cancer treatments, in all kinds of oncology treatments for difficult to treat cancers like glioblastomas and other things. So I look up deuterium-depleted water. You'll just be blown away by how much evidence there is for how healthy this type of light water is for us. You can also buy it and drink it, but it's retardedly expensive. You might as well have your body produce it by eating healthy, saturated animal fats from grass-fed sources.
So you put him on this prescribed ketogenic diet, and what were the foods?
And so,
other than grass-fed,
so he ate meat, fish, chicken, eggs, avocado, coconut oil, olive oil, nuts. Basically, I said there's going to be 5 oils in your kitchen: grass-fed butter or ghee butter, tallow or coconut oil for cooking. Period. So we only had tallow, grass-fed butter, ghee butter, or coconut oil, and those were for cooking. The only oil that he used at room temperature was olive oil. We didn't use that for cooking. We used an extra virgin olive oil. So that we made sure that he didn't get into a very keto diet, right? Because there are a lot of fats and fried foods and sea oils that you could drink, eat that would be keto, right? But we would call dirty keto. Okay. And then we also put him on a peptide. At the time it was a growth hormone peptide, so and ipamorelin. One is a JRE, growth hormone releasing peptide. The other one is a GHRH, growth hormone releasing hormone. We use these in combination to make sure that when you take this at night to try to capture that circadian pulse of growth hormone, that you stimulate both the hypothalamus and the pituitary. Just in the off chance that your pituitary recently secreted growth hormone, we could actually override that negative feedback loop and make sure that every time that he took it, he got a secretion of nighttime growth hormone. Because I also wanted to deepen, deepen his sleep. Then I went aggressively after the inflammation with one of the products I make myself, which is called 10x Brain and Immune Boost. But I also put him on a micellized turmeric and curcumin drops. So these are nanoparticle turmeric and curcumin with bioalloy. You put under the tongue, you go right into the bloodstream and immediately knock down inflammation. For like people that have problems urinating because the prostate is swollen, a few drops of micellized turmeric and curcumin, that problem just eviscerates. So I was really aggressive after inflammation, circulation. I didn't actually have him exercising intensely at first because with insulin resistance and being pre-diabetic and just 2 or 3 tenths of a point away from being actually diabetic, with the triglyceride level at that life-threatening level, and also having that abdominal adiposity and then very severe hypertension with this very elevated hyperhomocysteine. Then I put him on a 10x multivitamin. It's called Optimize. It's actually a vitamin I designed myself. It took me about 2.5 years to get all the methylated nutrients into the right formulation so that I could address all of these genetic breaks that he had. One of which was particularly his inability to methylate homocysteine. So I put him on a vitamin called 10x Optimize that I formulated myself, and then I got trimethylglycine. I think I got the extension, but I got trimethylglycine. Took 2 capsules of trimethylglycine in the morning. And I'm telling you, Joe, week over week over week, if you ask him, he will tell you every week my average blood pressure reading started to come down. Every week. Each week, my sleep score started to marginally improve. I wasn't sleeping longer. I started sleeping more deeply. Every week, my body fat percentage began to drop, and I was muscle protecting him with a peptide so he wouldn't muscle waste, which is fat waste. Because most people, when they say I want to lose weight, they really mean I want to lose fat. Right? They don't just want to lose weight. Right. This is the problem with Ozempic and tirzepatide and Wegovy and a lot of these other drugs. Is they don't put the patient on a peptide to protect the muscle, so a third of the weight that they lose is lean muscle mass. If we put them on a peptide with some of these weight loss drugs, it would protect their muscle, and they have a propensity to lose more fat, and they still get all the benefits of the blood sugar control and everything else. And week over week, we use data. I pulled his blood 10 weeks later. His triglyceride levels were in the 300s. He was down over 25, 28 pounds. I think his blood pressure was already normalizing. By week 5, my clinical team, again, I'm not licensed practice medicine, but Dr. Sartor had titrated him down off of all of his cardiovascular medication. So he was completely off his cardiovascular medication. He was completely off of the blood thinner. He was off of the diuretic that he was on. He was off of one of the medications that he was on. He was taking, but he was completely off of all medications. Blood pressure was normal. He was down 48 pounds. He was sleeping the deepest he'd ever slept in his entire life. The whites of his eyes cleared up. His homocysteine had gone from in the 30s down to single digits. He'd gone from being diabetic, almost insulin dependent, to now normopathic blood sugar. He'd gone from hyper insulinic to normal levels of blood sugar. His hemoglobin A1C had normalized. His thyroid had stabilized. That was the other thing. I think he was on thyroid medication. His thyroid stabilized. It was astounding what happened to his blood work. Wow. And he and I actually went on to Instagram, and he was like, "Man, you get so much hate online." I'm like, "Let's get another doctor." I tell people I'm a doctor. He's like, "We should do a post and just throw my blood work out there and let people try to poke holes in it, because here's where we started, here's where we ended." So we did it. We threw his blood work up on there, and we showed where does insulin start, where did it end, where does triglyceride start, where did it end.
If what you did to him was available as a pharmaceutical medication, it would be the most popular thing available.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. If there was something that they sold from Pfizer that you just inject into somebody to provide those results, shit, everybody would be lined up to take it.
Dude, now he feels like he's 25 years old.
Yeah, he looks fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, he looks amazing. He's driving a staff up the wall.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
All that inflammation went down in his nasopharynx. Dude got off the CPAP machine, and he had tinnitus in his ear. He had tinnitus for decades, and the tinnitus was gone. Wow. So no tinnitus, no sleep apnea, no cardiovascular medication. medication. I'm actually very, very close with his cardiothoracic surgeon now, Dr. Dandelion from Cedar Sinai. He and I work on some other things together. His UFC medical director, Dr. Davidson, is part-time joining the clinical team now because like all of these allopathic physicians have said, wow, I mean, like this has really worked. I mean, when you have data to show what works, not just the subjective data, oh, I look better, I feel better, I sleep better.
Right.
When you have real objective data, you're almost instantly dependent diabetic, you have normal blood sugar on your own. You had hypertriglyceridemia, and now it's normal. When your HDL cholesterol is floored out, now it's in the upper end of the range, and your LDL cholesterol is normal. Like you can't fake those numbers.
Right.
And the same thing happened with the thyroid because he thought he had hypothyroid, which a lot of people think they have because the thyroid produces these two hormones, right? It produces T4 and it produces T3. And the majority of the time when hypothyroid is diagnosed, we diagnose it because people have low T3, right? But the little known fact about the thyroid is that it only produces 20% of the T3 in your blood. So the question is, where does the other 80% of thyroid hormone T3 come from? Because when it's low, we still medicate the thyroid. I mean, you want to talk about a pandemic. We have a pandemic in this country of holding organs responsible for crimes they're not committing and then pounding with medication and chemicals. So if you look at the thyroid, and this happened in King's case too, he had low T3. So, again, the question is, where does the rest of the T3 hormone come from? Well, it is methylated from T4. We take T4 and we break it down into T3, and this happens in the gut, right? So low T3 is not usually a problem with the thyroid. It's usually a problem with methylation in the gut. And so when he got on that 10x optimized, when he started taking the B complex and the specific form of B12, the trimethylglycine and methylfolate, that's what he was on, it turned the methylation cycle back on. He started breaking T4 down into T3. Then T3 hormone rose back into the normal range. He was like, holy shit, dude, you fixed my thyroid. No, I didn't fix your thyroid. I fixed your methylation in your gut, which occurs outside of the thyroid. Yes, you were on thyroid medication, but that organ was being held responsible for crime it wasn't committing. So we didn't actually fix the thyroid. And there's millions of people listening to this podcast right now that have been diagnosed with hypothyroidism.
That's me.
Back into your, we should do that.
Yeah, I wanna do it.
We're gonna do the best.
Okay.
And I'll come back in a week and a half, and I'll read the results, and without knowing anything about you, it'll blow your mind what I can tell you about yourself. How you think, how you go to bed, how you wake up, what your short-term recall is like, what's going on in your blood work without seeing your blood work, your family medical history, whether or not a mother or father has hypertension or hypothyroid, because we have just been fed this nonsense that so much disease and pathology is passed from generation to generation. And the sad thing is, if I can get you to subscribe to the fact that you have a disease, I can get you to subscribe to a lifetime of medication.
Right.
Right? But if it's a nutrient deficiency, well, then I supplement a client into no longer being a client, right? And that's why I want to spend a balance of my lifetime telling people, like, how do you find the raw material that's missing in your body? How do you put it back and go on about your life? At least that is a starting point, right? And it's astounding how many pathological conditions or conditions that we call consequences of aging we are just accepting as consequences of aging, not realizing that they are nutrient deficiencies in the body.
Well, listen, dude, this is what we're going to do.
Okay.
We're going to do that test on me. I'm buying one of those fucking light beds.
Okay.
I'm going to get these supplements, and we're going to see what's up. And then
Yeah,
we'll
let's
have
do
to come
it.
back on,
I love
and
it.
we'll see what my results are and how much different. Because I'm pretty
100%.
fit. I'm pretty
no,
healthy.
You're fit.
I work out hard. I have no problem with energy.
Right.
I'm constantly going. I do a lot of stuff. But I would always like to improve. And I'm never satisfied. So
Neither.
if I'm in this state right now, and maybe there's a bunch of shit that I can fix, particularly I'm excited about this idea that hypothyroidism is something that can be fixed, because I've always been told it's not. That it's something that you just have. It's genetic. Someone else in your family has it. You're fucked.
Next time someone tells you you have a genetically inherited condition, look the doctor right in the eye and say, what gene did I inherit from my ancestor that causes this condition? Yeah, the last thing you want to do
Just
is
go to that doctor. Well,
Yeah.
One of the things that Dana said, he'll never go to a doctor
Yeah.
ever again for general health after his experiences with you, because it's just been so life-changing. I mean, just unequivocally. I mean, if you just look at his results, and me as a good friend of his, seeing him before, I was always kind of worried about him. He's always so stressed out. He never fucking sleeps. He's always going, and he looked unhealthy. And now he looks fucking great.
I know.
He's ripped. He's got a six-pack. He's got all this energy.
People are like, he paid that guy millions of dollars. I'm like, I wish he paid me millions of dollars.
Well, I don't think. I think this information is super, super valuable. I think it's hard to digest all of it, so I encourage everybody to do what I did and write a bunch of shit down. But, so we'll do this again, and when we do it again, we'll do it after I follow the protocol and see what's up.
That's amazing.
Gary, you're the fucking man. Thank you. This is
brother.
really educational. I really, really appreciate it.
I super appreciate you
Thanks,
too.
man. Tell everybody your website, social media, all that stuff where you go to.
Yeah, sure. So you can find me on social media at Gary Brecka, just my first and last name, or you can go to theultimatehuman.com. This is my podcast, theultimatehuman.com, and on there you can see the 10x Health genetic test, all the supplements that I manufacture myself, and getting those supplements, you can even do the gene test from there.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
All right,
Appreciate
bro.
you. All
Awesome.
right. Goodbye, everybody. Stay healthy, bitches.
Stay healthy, bitches.
This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. For many of us, the holiday season needs more travel, more shopping, more connecting online, and potentially more of your personal information being exposed to identity thieves. But with LifeLock Identity Theft Protection, you have a lot less to worry about during the holidays and beyond, because LifeLock monitors and alerts you to the identity threats you could easily miss on your own, even if you keep an eye on your bank and credit card statements. And if your identity is stolen, your own US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it all, backed by the multi-million-dollar protection package. The last thing you want to do this holiday season is face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses from identity theft all by yourself. Give yourself the peace of mind that comes with LifeLock and spend more time doing more of the holiday things you love. Go to lifelock.com/JRE to save 25% your first year. That's lifelock.com/JRE for 25% off. LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more.
Sacred place. Really? Some work.
Ah!
You try to drag me down with you.
What we saying now? Where are the perks at?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
All day.
Welcome back, Will. How are you, sir?
Good, thank you.
Please introduce the world to your daughter.
Good. My middle daughter, Jenny Harris, who is, used to work for me, but now I work for her.
Get used to it.
That's got to be interesting.
Well, we'll tell you about it.
Please do. And you guys are the first people to ever bring dirt to the studio, so I want to thank you for that.
You're more than welcome.
So here is your soil and compared to industrial commodity, what does this say? Row crop. So you can see the difference in the, I don't know if you guys can see it very clearly in the photo, in the video. So one of them is very light colored and the other one looks rich and dark and it's filled with twigs and all sorts of biological material.
Probably some worms in there.
Yeah, probably. And this looks like what I'd like to grow something on. Whereas this looks like some stuff that blows in the wind when it gets dry out.
Let me show you that.
Yeah, please do.
And they came from side by side, one side of the fence versus the other side of the fence. And there's no difference other than the way they've been managed over the last 20 years.
Yeah, and we've showed many times that video of the, was it a creek or a river near your house, where the runoff from their farm is just polluting the water. I mean, a very clear line. I mean, the difference is so stark. It's so stark. And how is that legal, by the way?
So let me tell you what you see in there. So the brown water is coming off my farm. The red water is coming under the road. There's a culvert there.
There's a video of that. We can look at
Yeah.
it.
We played that video many, many times just to show people the difference between a regenerative farm and an industrial farm.
Is that me or my daddy? Damn, he looks old.
Look at those arms.
Oh, scale. Well, I mean, scaling like a fish.
So, you know, it's just strange that it's legal to just have the runoff pollute the rivers. That it seems like someone would see that and say, well, the downstream effects of this have to be pretty substantial and pretty detrimental to the fish, to every other piece of land that's downriver that's going to encounter all this fertilizer and pesticide and herbicides, and this has to be terrible.
Well, and if it was a construction site, it would have to be under what they call SWIP. That's an acronym for something, stormwater, something. And they wouldn't allow that. But agricultural land is not under SWIP.
In fact, it's not even under SWIT. That's a subsidized production system by the government. So it's not only okay or acceptable, you know, it's the status quo.
So they've just accepted a certain amount of pollution.
Well, I guess it would be a nearly unlimited amount of solution because nobody checks it.
Nobody checks the water, nobody checks to see what the results are, which is insane. I mean, what is it like downstream? What is downstream of that?
Well, it used to be the Apalachicola Bay, which was a thriving oystering grounds, but they don't oyster there anymore
Because of the runoff from the farms.
because of the decline in oyster population, which is because of runoff, correct?
There's like a whole town, Apalachicola, that's used to be a real thriving community because of the oystering business and industry, and the whole town has suffered, which is one thing we'll talk about with regards to rural America. But there's like a whole city suffering because they can no longer do what they've done for generations.
How come no one's filed a lawsuit?
Well, I'm not in the lawsuit filing business.
Not you, but someone from that town. I mean, and someone from the oystering community, because it seems like that's a no-brainer. I mean, if you were running a tire company, and the tire company was upstream of something, and the water went down and started polluting it and ruining people's livelihoods, you would think that someone would have the grounds for a lawsuit.
We had RFK on. He talked a lot about, in New York, the river and the pollution and how he led the charge. People like that need to look at Apalachicola Bay.
And if you had a runoff from a tire manufacturing company, you could trace it back to that one entity, one location. That water comes from all over South Georgia, and it's from everybody's fields, and most of it is treated the same way. So, I'm not answering a litigation question because I don't know, but it would be a hell of a complex situation to jump on.
So you would have to sue a large number of farms.
I don't know how that works, but
Right.
but there's a large number of people contributing to it. And virtually everyone who farms corn, cotton, peanuts uses the same cultivation and the same pesticides. So, I mean, it seems like a very, very complex litigation to me.
It seems like it's at least worth a study. Have they done a study on the bay and the levels of pesticides and various chemicals?
Dead zones in the Gulf have been studied, and Jamie can probably pull that up.
Could you do me a favor, just pull that microphone just a little closer to your face? Just try to keep like a fist away from your face like that. So it seems like that they would want to study that, though. I mean, it's insane to me that they just allow that to continue. It's happening every day, day by day, just constantly dumping toxic chemicals into the water.
Okay, so I think, I'm certainly not answering for that whole kind of politically motivated question, but you got to remember that the politicians who control the bureaucrats are controlled by pesticide companies and agricultural companies. There's just a lot of money involved.
Yeah.
And, if I were a politician running for office and begging for funding, I probably wouldn't want to be the guy that opened that can of worms.
It seems like it all boils down to that, money and politics. If we could take money out of politics, we could make it so that no one can donate, other than individuals and a very limited amount of money. We could change everything.
I think so.
We could change everything. It's such a dirty system, and it allows things like this to happen. But then the question is, you explained how you changed your farm from an industrial farm to a regenerative farm, and that it was approximately 20 years, is that what you said?
Yes, well, I mean, when you start that process, moving from an industrial farm to what the regenerative farm we run today, coming out of the chute, you see a decline in production, and it lasts for a period of time, 3 years, 4 years, or something. Then you see a very gradual increase until it gets back to where ours is today. And where ours is today is not as high yielding as if we used all the crop inputs.
Right.
But it's approaching that because we don't have to buy the crop inputs. So I think it's better for us.
Certainly a more resilient system.
And if there was legal or at least some sort of financial repercussions that were enacted on the farm itself for the pollution, it would seem like that would balance itself out. Like if someone did the correct thing and said, hey, you guys are ruining the earth itself with this just so you can make a little more money, which is so crazy that that's allowed, and not just allowed, but subsidized. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. There's a lot of people in my life. AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening,
Well, the farmers are making a little more money. You're right. the big multinational corporations are making a hell of a lot more money because they're manufacturing these products and they're handling these huge quantities of agricultural production and turning out this industrial food that we all eat. So, but the amount of money is incredible. And don't forget, I think I mentioned to you when I spoke to you before that it's a way of life that senior bureaucrats go to work for the big ag companies.
Yeah.
So if you're a very senior person in D.C. in Department of Ag and probably other departments, and you're getting close to retirement, you can if you've been a good boy, you can retire and get a job making twice what you were making with the government. If you're not a good boy, you just retired.
Right, just like the FDA and the pharmaceutical drug companies. It's the
Right.
same deal. It should be illegal.
Well, farmers aren't. I'll say this: farmers are less and less raising food and raising food-like products. There is a statistic said that farmers only get 14 cents of every food dollar that's spent. You think about, wow, the person who cultivates the land, plants the seed, harvests the crops, they get 14 cents of every dollar. And the truth is, the food production system has become such a long way from a farmer and a consumer. There's got to be room for distribution and manufacturing and logistics and whatever else. The food dollar is still there. It's just the farmer's getting less and less of it because food more and more looks less and less like food.
She's right. But in our case, we get 100 cents of every dollar. But we still don't have much money. We still don't make a lot of money. We get 100 cents, not 14. But then we cover all these costs that in the industrial system is just, the farm is just a production arm.
Well, and ours is different because we took 100% responsibility of that food product. So we raise, we slaughter, we butcher, we package, and we distribute. So we take account for all of those parts in the food production system so that we can keep that whole dollar. No, it's not profit because we have to pay for those things, but the whole dollar stays in Bluffton.
And that's what's important part. Clay County, Georgia, was the poorest county in the United States of America in 2020. Number one, not just Georgia, the whole country. And when that whole dollar stays in Clay County, Georgia, it's beginning to correct that. That results because only 14 cents stays there.
Definitely. And it seems like the problem is so complicated now because of fast food chains and because of big cities that absolutely don't grow anything. That when you're getting food, you have to get food at scale. You have to get massive amounts of food. Like say if you're living in California, if you're living in Los Angeles, which is just insanely overpopulated place, if you want to get beef, especially if you want to get a cheeseburger from Jack in the Box or something, like I don't mean to pick on Jack in the Box, Burger King, whatever. Where's that meat coming from? It's not grown from local cows. There are no local cows. And you have to go pretty far out of town to find a farm that raises cows. And you can go like an hour and a half out of town and find some cows, but that's not going to feed everybody. They'll all be gone. There's not enough cows.
A lot of it comes from Australia and New Zealand and Uruguay. And
Yeah.
A lot of beef's imported.
Yeah, and a lot of elk. A lot of elk. If you buy elk at a restaurant, most likely you're getting it from New Zealand.
I got a story about imports that I want to say. This is really important. So 25 years ago, when Dad decided to change the way we farmed, he knew that in order to put all the cost that it was going to take to raise animals differently, he had to find a consumer that would pay for that. And so he went, looking for customers, and Publix supermarket was one of the first ones, Whole Foods very quickly after, and that worked out really well. But the point I want to get to is that when Dad started selling beef, grass-fed beef, to those two grocers, the first pound of American grass-fed beef to be marketed as American grass-fed beef came from White Oak Pastures. And that was not a sustainable option. We can't feed the world. We don't want to feed the world. But fast forward 20 years, and over 85% of the grass-fed beef in the American market is imported product, not raised in America. Isn't that nuts? So in 20 years, we've gone from being a very early innovator to just a mere meager portion of 15%.
Well, that's true, but it's not the worst part. The worst part is that imported beef is legally labeled product of the USA.
How's that?
If value is added in this country, it's a product of the USA. And we compete with it every day.
How do they add value?
Ooh, go ahead. No, you go. This is good.
If they grind it, slice it, cut it, package it, label it,
Rebox it.
transport it. But the animal, make no mistake, the animal was born, raised, and slaughtered in Uruguay, Australia, New Zealand, or 20 other countries.
Lithuania. Croatia.
The United States imports beef from places like Australia, Canada, and much of Latin America. It then runs that beef through USDA inspection, and if it passes, sticks a label on it that reads product of the USA. How dare you?
But honestly,
That's so dirty.
the erosion of this type of farming in America, is completely being exported to another country because we're importing all of this product, and then due to loopholes in labeling, intentionally fraudulent labeling even, selling it as product of the USA.
Then we have to consider, if everybody's really concerned about climate change and CO2 output, think about the amount of freight, just these massive boats that are making their way across this. Did you see this thing they did recently? I was reading this article, and I was actually listening to a podcast. It wasn't initial, but the podcast was about how they changed, I don't know what governing body changed the emission standards for these gigantic freight ships. And when they changed the emission standards, what they found was when they were releasing less pollution into the air, it was doing less of a job of blocking the sun. So the ocean water was getting warmer quicker than they anticipated. So it's having the opposite effect. So they're trying to come up with different methods to mitigate that now. And some of the methods are spraying chemicals in the sky. Some of the methods are spraying ocean water in the sky, which sounds much more natural. Just taking some sort of machine. But then again, what's powering that machine? How is that going to work? What are we doing? Instead of just growing it here.
Should we really be spraying seawater into the atmosphere? Should we really have to do that?
No, but it's just water. That doesn't bother me. That seems like the most organic solution. You're going to take seawater, blow it, but who knows? Think about all the pollution that's in the sea now, and microplastics in the sea. Does that spray into the atmosphere and that get into people's lungs now and cause a host of new autoimmune issues and cardiovascular issues? Who knows? It's so crazy that we're doing it this way.
So that label change, product of the USA, even though it's imported, occurred in 2015, I think, 15 or 16. And it's a reaction to the fact that some of us had gone into the grass-fed beef business and were doing pretty good with it. We had some really good years in the early 2000s. And when they were allowed to bring the imported beef in as product of the USA, the margins fell dramatically.
Of course. Everything's dirty. When you get money involved and stuff like that, and decisions that affect everybody, someone always does something slimy.
And here's the thing. I don't think either of us want to debate product quality or the fact that it is from another country. The issue that we have is that it's being sold under the guise of product of the USA.
Right. So if you're a person who wants to buy all American-made stuff and American-raised beef, and you're like, oh, great, product of the USA, I feel like I'm doing a good thing.
It's like the textile industry. The textile industry's been exported. The automotive industry's been exported. Yes. But at least in those situations, it's pretty clear what you're getting. You look in the back of your shirt, and it's a product of of not America.
I started working recently with a company called Origin that's in Maine, and they make
Crazy about them.
They make everything, everything American made. Every thread, all the cloth. There's one part of their boots that they have not been able to source in America, and it's sourced in Latin America. That's the only piece.
So I bet they talk about it.
They do. They're very open. They make hunting gear. They make outdoor stuff. They make jiu-jitsu gis. They make fantastic handmade boots. And if you want to support an American-made company, Origin's great. But you know they have a limited amount of. They can only make so much of it. You know, they have one major factory that's doing it in Maine, and it's all people working on it by hand, and it's pretty cool. But it's it's limited.
Yeah, we're not saying that beef from Australia is bad.
No, it's
I'm not
definitely
saying that. It's great beef from Australia, I'm sure, and Uruguay and everywhere else.
Yes.
Just tell the damn truth.
Tell the damn truth.
We had a really awful situation that occurred last week. A company who is owned by friends of ours that we care about was buying some grinds from us, some trail mats, making ground beef out of it. And Jenny was renegotiating the deal with them last week. And it came out that they were importing some beef. What happened is they showed her the projections of how much more they were selling. It was just way up. And they told her how much they were going to buy from her. And it was way, it was flat. It was flat. And she said, how are you doing that? Because we're a pretty big supplier. They always advertised 3 people as being suppliers, and we were one of them. And they said, it came out, she said, yeah, importing beef. And as long as I was, they said they are. And I told her, I was on that call. We're not going to sell. I don't want to sell anything.
Because then they can attach your name to it.
I
And it's fraudulent.
don't want to be part of the scam.
That's a scam. Yeah, and it's not even a scam in terms of quality. That's what you're saying. It's important. That it's not that this bad beef.
No.
It's just you're lying.
This is a household brand that you've probably eaten, and it's headquartered here. But I don't do that.
Yeah, and thank you for that. What led to this decision, the initial decision to change your farm from an industrial farm to a regenerative farm? And there had to be a lot of soul searching involved in that kind of decision, because it's not an easy one. It probably cost a lot of money. It was probably quite a headache.
Oh, it was all those things, and to be real honest with you, I went into it with a little bit of naivety. I didn't think it was going to be as big a deal as it was, but it was. I was a very industrial cattleman for 20 years. Graduated from the University of Georgia with a degree in animal science. Came home and put it to work. My dad had been a very industrial producer, using all the tools. I had a lot of pride in my knowledge and understanding of how to raise cattle industrially, monoculture cattle at that time. And I think probably because I was an abuser, I used, if it's still used a little bit, I used a lot. And I just came to see the unintended consequences of that industrial system more clearly probably than people that were playing closer to the rules. And I just decided I didn't want to do it anymore. And I did not do a good job planning an alternative production program. I just quit using stuff. I quit using hormone implants and subtherapeutic antibiotics and bad feedstuffs like chicken manure. I quit using chemical fertilizer, I quit using pesticides. And it was very expensive for a while, and it was economically painful, but we survived it. And from day one, I enjoyed it though. But from day one, I made less money until I lost money. But then, thank goodness, grass-fed beef became a thing, and it wasn't being imported, so it became profitable again.
Since you've gone public, I found about you from Fox. I was watching television, and you were doing this interview, and we talked about it last time you were here, and this guy was rushing you. I enjoy the way you talk, but you have a way of talking that's very deliberate and clear, and it takes a little time. And this guy was just rushing you along. And I immediately reached out to my booking guy and said, let's get that guy. I want to hear him talk. Just like, lay it out. Like, give him all the time in the world, lay it out. And I'm really glad you did. But from the time that you went public, have you seen more of a demand for your product and for what you're doing?
I have, but it's been veiled by imported product.
This whole thing that we're talking about.
Grass-fed, yes. Yeah. Grass-fed beef, pasture poultry, all these more naturally grown meats and other poultry and vegetables. All of it is catching traction. But big food has figured out a way to cash in on it.
I can give a good example of that. So the word free range. So free range by definition, so you would see a brand with a grassy knoll and a red barn and a white fence, and it would say free range. So free range by definition is just access to the outdoors via a concrete pad or whatever. It's not actually pasture-raised poultry. It's just maybe a little different than commodity in-the-house poultry, but it's at a fraction of the price. True pastured poultry might cost 200 or 300% more than commodity poultry, and so you have these consumers who are very busy. They don't have time to learn the nuances and read and research like you have done, and we obviously do. And so they see pastured poultry for $6 a pound or free range poultry for $3 or $4 a pound. How could you expect for them to pay 50% more, 75% or 100% more for something that is so loosely defined and, due to labeling, pretty misrepresentative of the way it's actually raised?
Yeah, free range sounds like you just let them out of the chicken coop and they wander around.
Like your wife holding a bird.
Right, like my yard. Yeah. There's free range chickens in my yard right now. That's why Marshall's here. Marshall doesn't get along with chickens. We talked about that earlier. But this is deceptive. I mean, and it's unfortunate that they're allowed to use those loopholes, and that should be more clearly defined. I mean, if you would rather save money, and I understand that. Some budget, you want to save money. Yeah, I get it 100%. But I've gotten eggs from the grocery store that say free range, and I get it, and I crack it open, and it is that light yellow bullshit yolk that I know. I know that chicken has just been eating feed. It's not eating grass. It's not eating bugs. It's not doing things that chickens do. And when you get a chicken that is doing things that chickens do, you get that dark orange yolk.
Blood yolk.
It's so dark, and it tastes so much better. It's so much better for you, so much more nutrient dense, and it's what a chicken egg is supposed to be.
And sadly, I don't think the consumers will ever really get what they're looking for unless they know exactly who they're buying it from.
Right.
It's just so easy to copy these, embrace these new. Right now we're talking about regenerative. Everybody got regenerative. It's too easy to label it, and it's too hard for really big companies to produce it. So it puts the onus on the consumer to know who they're buying from.
That brings me back to the initial question. Is it even possible to use regenerative farming the way you folks have your farm and feed everybody? I mean, can you sell to McDonald's? I mean, is it even possible? I mean, how much beef do they use in a day? It has to be insane. This episode is brought to you by Select Blinds. Thanksgiving is almost here, which means you're about to get stuffed. Forget loosening your belt after you watch football. Get your windows covered with Select Blinds and lose the pants altogether. Woo! Select Blinds has every type of blind and shade that you can imagine. This episode is brought to you by 8 Sleep.
The answer is no. We can't sell it to them. Now, we can start scratch the surface. And I don't know the answer, but I'll say this. When you say, can we produce enough food like that? Can the industry produce enough food like that without doing such extraordinary damage? We're going to pay for this.
Right.
This stuff is so cheap Not because it's really being produced that cheap, it's because expenses are thrown off and not borne by the producer or the company buying it.
Like what?
Dead zone in the Gulf would be a great example.
That's a great example because I mean, think about the extraordinary amount of money it would take to take the Gulf and bring it back to pristine condition.
Or wildfires. How much do we pay every year to put out wildfires?
Fires. That's soil right there. You know, the experts tell us that there's like, how many years left?
60, but that was like 3 years ago,
Who,
70, 57.
who knows? But even the experts tell us there's a finite life left in that degraded soil. This beautiful organic soil is perpetual. It'll last forever. Right. Now, that's a cost, and it has a finite period of time. And I'm just not sure how this is all going to work out. The water in the ground, you know, so much of these crops irrigated. So I told you that the degraded soil is half percent organic matter, but the beautiful soil is over 5% organic matter. 1% organic matter will absorb a 1 inch rainfall. So the degraded soil will only absorb half an inch of rainfall. The beautiful organic soil will absorb a 5 inch rainfall. So it requires a tremendous amount of irrigation for the degraded soil to make it. Well, we've got problems with water in the ground, even in the southeast and certainly in the west. So that all of these resources we're just using up and using up, and it's pissing in your britches to stay warm.
Pissing in your britches to
It's
stay
a good
warm.
short-term strategy, but long-term, not what you want to do.
That's a great way to put it. I love it. I'm gonna use that one. Pissing in your britches to stay warm. Yeah, it's really sad, and it's weird how we
I'm so fucked.
how this is just something that just keeps going and going primarily because of the amount of money that's involved and the amount of money these companies are making by doing things the way they're doing it right now, and the fact that it's subsidized. Yeah, it's dirty business, and it's there's an ancient soil in the Amazon called terra preta. Have you guys heard about this?
Well, I watched the Graham Hancock episode.
Yes, fascinating. So thousands and thousands of years ago, the indigenous people of the Amazon figured out a way to create this regenerative soil, and it's composed of biological material, carbon, all sorts of different things. They don't exactly know how they made it, and they don't know how to recreate it. But this is a self-sustaining soil, and when you grow in it, it acts like this soil that you folks have. And these people that lived thousands of years ago figured out how to way to make this sustainable soil. It just seems like that is something. If there's so much money involved in all this, that's something that someone would be able to figure out how to recreate today. This is the terra preta. This is the stuff that exists. So on the left, you see the actual soil, what it looks like before it's treated. That terra preta on the right is entirely man-made, and entirely man-made from an unknown origin. I mean, we know the people that live there, they're the ones who did it, but we don't know how they did it. And what we do know is that you can grow on that indefinitely. You can just keep going. They call it biochar, terra preta, but it's a phenomenal soil for growing crops on and for growing things on. And it seems like that should be something that someone should invest in. Some sort of research. I mean, look, if they figured out how to do it thousands of years ago, and we assume that they didn't have computers and AI and all the different advantages that we have in terms of technology and knowledge. Figure it out. There should be some sort of a large-scale project. We're really 57 years left of topsoil in the American farmlands doing monocrop agriculture and industrial farming. It seems like they should be able to figure out a way to do that.
Actually, that's not
I
right.
fucking
You
hate
see there's the
this.
subsoil below that guy's hand, which is like the degraded soil, and the good soil, which is above it, which is the soil that we have built up.
Yes.
And it was built up by using the natural systems. You know, we emulate the buffalo ranging over the
God, I forgot he
It's not as good.
fucking grabs
We don't
you,
have
bro.
cows from Mexico to play with. And we don't have hundreds of thousands of head, but it's a microcosm.
Dude, I'm not in the mood for this.
Kenny, what was the story that you used to tell that scientists figured out exactly what seawater was? You know, like what made seawater, and they meticulously made it in a lab, but then somehow it wasn't, after they did everything that science told them that seawater was, when they made it, it wasn't seawater.
That makes me question my, you're right, that makes me question my reliance upon inductive science. The project that Jim's talking about, I don't know what it was doing.
Jimmy.
They took seawater and broke it down as well as they could with qualitative, quantitative chemistry, and decided they could determine exactly what was in it. Then when they put it back together, fish was in it.
Oh, that was it.
But what happened was not so much it had too much sodium or too much whatever. It was that the life was not there.
There's something else.
So it was the life. It was
The fact that they evolved together.
And then there's some organic compound.
that's the problem with the life. They're actually living microbes
Yes.
that they couldn't put back in there because they weren't there.
Right.
Apart, put back together.
So you just have sterile.
Sterile ingredients that made seawater.
Yeah, probably like a fish, but not even, right? Because fish tank has fish poop and all sorts of other things that also, has life and leads to the microbes. Whew. You know, people listening to this probably feel very helpless, you know, because it seems like it's one of those situations like, oh my God, this is a problem that it's almost like you don't realize there's an avalanche coming because you're sitting in the town and you're like, oh, this is a good place. This is a good place, but meanwhile there's an avalanche and it's just a matter of time before it goes to town.
No, not exactly.
Maybe it's a
Because-
bad analogy.
No, I get it. And I agree, except for the fact that those people sitting in that town, there's not a damn thing they can do about that avalanche. It's coming.
Right.
When it comes to the way we treat our land and water and air, consumers have power. They can do something about it. You can't depend on the government because of the lobbyist thing, the dark money, we discussed that earlier. It won't be, sadly, the land-grant university system because so much of that funding comes from the huge multinational companies that are profiting from industrial production. I give us a lot of things it won't come from. But if it happens, it'll be by consumers. Consumers making the choice, this is what I'm going to support, this is not what I'm going to not support. That's the only way it's going to happen, and I don't know that it's going to happen.
Well, it seems like it would take a massive re-education of the American public in order for that to take place, and then people would have to be willing to be financially impacted by their decisions because it's not going to be, you're not going to be able to get a 99-cent cheeseburger.
Correct. And to that point, nothing really brings about change except pain. And I don't think you can educate fat, satiated, full people and get them to spend more money for their food. But if there's enough pain, whether it comes from health or polluted areas or weather or fire, then maybe so.
And it's also a problem. People aren't aware of the issues. for most people, food is food. They just go and get their food, and then they don't understand the consequences of eating bad food until it's kind of too late.
But they're not really supposed to. Who's educating them? You know, I mean, if they go to the doctor, there's a pill. You know, I mean, there's a lot of like anti-correlation that's happening where it's like, here's a problem, here's a solution, and we bypass all the hard work. We want the easy solution.
Right.
You know, so it's not just that consumers are making arguably wrong choices, but uninformed choices for the food that they eat. But additionally, you know, we're big cycles of nature people. We believe that in order to be good stewards of land, all of nature's cycles need to be functioning. And when they do, they create an abundance, and that abundance is enjoyed by you and I in the form of meat and vegetables and whatever else. And there's been so much intense focus on the carbon cycle. You think about what you hear from the media. It's carbon, 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 carbon. That in reality, all of nature's cycles are broken. You know, what about the water cycle or the mineral cycle or the grazing cycle? These are, you know, you can't just work on one cycle. And so there's just so much misinformation and so much of a spotlight on certain things when in reality it's so much broader than that. And it's not hard. It's just they're not telling the complete story.
I agree with that fully. And I don't think that's an accident. I think that the carbon cycle gets all the press because that's the one that somebody can make some money fixing.
I agree with you. Yeah, and that's unfortunate that this whole green thing has become a political movement, and it's been a political movement that's hijacked by industry, and they are trying to enforce mandates that will allow them to make extreme amounts of profit, and also to control people and control their choices.
You know, all you read is that cattle are great contributors to global warming, greenhouse gases, and all that. And we talked about before, there's a scientific study, a very expensive scientific study called a life cycle analysis on our website that shows that we're actually sequestering more carbon in our cattle side of our business than we're putting up. So, you know, it's...
Which makes sense.
Yeah, that's the way, so one of the differences in those two soils, and the ones you showed and the one that you talked about in South America, is carbon and microscopic life in that soil.
Which is what makes it dark versus the other one.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, the way you build those carbon-rich soils is through proper livestock interaction. That's the way the 8-foot-deep soils in the Great Plains came about, those huge herds of buffalo going across. And it's the reason that those two soils look so much different than the one that you showed on the board there. So, you know, I think we know a lot more about how to fix the problem than we acknowledge, but it's just going to be so expensive, especially for big food, big ag, big
And
tech.
then ultimately also for the consumer. Because if McDonald's went purely to regenerative agriculture, if they had a large-scale effort to eliminate industrial farming and get all of their food through regenerative agriculture, there's not a chance in hell they're going to charge 99 cents for a cheeseburger.
You know, and I'm not opposed to there being chains like McDonald's, but I just don't know how they work with any sort of local food movement. I just don't know how you make that work.
Right. And then how do you make it so, I mean, there's a large amount of people in this country that primarily eat fast food, unfortunately. That's where they get their calories from. And you see it because of the health consequences. I mean, it's a gigantic issue in this country. If you look at the human beings, I'm sure you've seen these photographs of people on the beach in the 1950s and 60s versus 2023. 2023 is like, it's insane how obese everybody is. And that's not an accident. That's a direct result of the way we eat and what we eat and where it comes from.
It's the same with our animals. You know, the goal in a feedlot animal is to blow them up fast and quick with cheap food. That's what we do to our people too.
Yeah. Yeah, that is what we do. Yeah.
Well, in marketing, you know, we create our own customers. You know, those people who suffer from obesity and sedentary lifestyles that have diseases and whatever else. Then we get to sell them medicine, and then the medicine's called side effects, which then we treat with more medicine.
Yeah.
So it's so I'm the director of marketing, and one thing that I love is just good old-fashioned marketing and reoccurring business and returning orders and all those things. I see how that works. You know, the very idea that these lifestyles create a certain issue, which are then prescribed with certain medicines that then create more issues that we treat with more medicines. What a genius plan! That's great. That is, I mean, it's
If you wanna
terrible.
buy a yacht.
It's terrible for the people and for the
You
environment.
wanna
and,
buy a yacht.
It's great.
Very profitable.
I'll give you another slant on that. We talked about the changes I made, what I used to do, and what I do now. And one of the primary changes is, from the 30,000 foot level, is I used to go in my pastures every day looking for something to kill. I was looking for a fungus on the grass to put a fungicide on, looking for an insect, put an insecticide on, looking for another competing weed that I put herbicide on, looking for parasites in my cattle, on and on, insects, on and on. I was looking every day for something to kill. I was a successful commercial cattleman in terms of profitability, and I was successful because I killed stuff every day. Spent money to high-tech companies to kill stuff. Now, since I made the change, I'm trying to keep things alive. I believe that all these species have a role out there, and I want to keep things in balance. We're trying to keep things alive. We're not trying to kill any of it.
You're trying to create like a contained natural environment.
Symbiotic relationships between the animals.
Yeah.
But that's analogous with the food situation.
And that's what the whole Earth should be.
That's how it evolved.
Yeah. And it's just recently, within the last, how many years that we've done it this way?
Since World War II, I believe, I thought about that a lot, read about it a lot, and I think World War II is kind of when we started the change.
Because we needed food.
Well, I should say the end of World War II. But yeah, we needed the food, so there was a demand to produce it. And then World War II's war effort gave us so many tools. You know, the munitions manufacturing became fertilizer manufacturing. The nerve gas became pesticides, on and on.
How do you unwind all that? That's what's crazy. When you're dealing with 80 plus years of this going on, how do you unwind that? And how do you, I guess you do it through conversations like this initially, get enough people aware of how big of a problem this is and how bad it is for everybody.
For 3 generations and trillions of dollars. There's so many people making so much money on this.
You think about you probably won't be here in 80 years. I know you're the specimen of health, and you're maybe so, but your kids will be. And so I didn't really focus on it until I became a mother, and I have a son and a daughter, and my sister has kids. It's like, all right, we can probably keep it in between the ditches. I'm 37. Maybe I'll make it to 75. So we can probably keep it in between the ditches until then. But what type of world are we leaving our kids? I mean, your kids, they're going to inherit something way the hell worse than you did.
It's going to get worse. It's not going to get better.
Way worse.
Right. Unless enough people make this decision that you made. Unless enough people take control of their health and start changing the way they eat and where they source their food from and caring. And the title of your book, A Bold Return to Giving a Damn, which is a great title. One farm, 6 generations in the future of food. When you set out to write this book, I know that this is an important message to you, but how has this been received so far?
We don't get too much feedback on how many people are buying the book. It's out there, but we don't get it. Jenny, you can ask that question better than me.
So, when Dad started talking about writing a book, we were like, oh, there's no way. His brain is truly cyclical, just like the farm. There's, birth, growth, death, decay, birth, growth, death, decay. Where do you start? The chicken or the egg? Who came first? And for him, we had talked about him writing a book for a very long time, and honestly, nobody knew where to start. And so he was approached by, some folks who said, hey, we think, you'd be a great book writer. And Dad quickly told them, there's no way I can write a book. No way in hell. I don't know where to start and where to end. And so, well, let us help you. So they found a ghostwriter named Emily Greven, who is great. And she and Dad had phone dates every Friday for probably a year that lasted anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. And in listening to the book, Dad narrated it, and it is like a glimpse inside of his brain. It is such a, all of his thoughts are there, and I think it's so important because Dad started a business and a mission that is going to last a lot longer than him. He's 69 this year, and the food system is not going to be fixed, by the time he is gone. And so to be part of that, and to be part of a business that's bigger than one person, bigger than one person's life that lasts so much longer, I think is so important. And people like him have got to focus on that. He can't fix the food system. He has to set the groundwork for people like you and I to fix the food system, and to instill it in our children to fix the food system.
What was the motivation to write this?
I felt like people needed to know what I spent the last 25 years learning. I'm not the only one that knows it, but I'm the only one that has this particular slant on it. I knew I couldn't write a book. I went to the University of Georgia and majored in agriculture. We didn't read many books. We certainly didn't write a book. When they approached us about writing it, it just seemed like the thing to do. And I give so much credit to this Emily Greven that Jenny referenced, who wrote it, who actually wrote my thoughts down on the paper.
And do you think it's a one-time deal? Or are you
I
gonna
know,
write more books?
I know damn well it is. It took me 69 years to come up with enough shit to put in that book. I'm not going to have time for it.
It seems like another book, though, someone should write is how this can be fixed and what steps need to be taken. And I think it needs to be taken, for sure, it needs to be taken at a governmental level.
There's a bunch of books out there that I've seen that pit farmers have written that I didn't agree with. There's one, Dirt to Soil by Gabe Brown, that's great. There are others.
So if someone is out there that does run an industrial farm and is sort of tortured by it, that they're aware of the consequences of what they're doing, and they would like to maybe admire what you've done and like to move in that direction.
Well, since you mentioned it, Gabe and I we're both about the same age. We're both industrial farmers that went this route. And there's some great regenerative farmers out there, but there are a tremendous number of them that used to be an industrial farm. There's just not a lot of that.
How many industrial farms are there in this country?
Well, I have no idea. A lot. I mean, a lot less than it used to be because they consolidated and got so much bigger. But I don't really know. That's
Well, you were originally brought onto that Fox News show because they were trying to figure out what a farmer thinks about Bill Gates buying up farmland. Bill Gates, who's famously said that everyone's going to stop eating meat and eat these bullshit fake meat versions, these plant-based meats. So there's 25,000 factory farms. Factory farms continue to take over the agricultural landscape of the United States. Currently 1.6 billion animals in our nation's 25,000 factory farms. Which makes sense. I mean, if you go to Arby's, where's that food coming from?
Well, and and even so, Jamie, you should Google this. But when we talk about that, the centralization of the meat industry is even more stark. So what is it? Maybe four meat processors, at least with beef, occupy over 80% of the nation's beef supply.
Yeah, Jenny just gave me this before we came in here, but this is in 2023. The United States has imported 956 million pounds of beef so far in 2023.
Wow.
That's imported beef.
Wow.
Jamie, we pull up that. I think I named it like food consolidation or something.
I bet most people have no idea. I bet most people listen to this are blown away by that number. That most people would, if you ask the average person on the street, how much meat do you think is imported from other countries? Beef. They'd probably say, well, none. They wouldn't even think of it.
No.
Especially if you get to label it a product of the USA, which is so dirty.
Yeah, and that's, consumers believe they have the impression of choice. They don't actually have choice. The image that Jamie's going to show us. Oh, good. Yep.
Okay, here it is.
So look at all these brands that are owned by this, 10 or so parent companies.
That's crazy.
So consumers have the the impression that there is choice, but truly there is no choice. The same is true with meat. I think on Tyson's website it has, and I gave it to Jamie, but 1 in every 5 pounds of meat that's consumed in America is a Tyson product.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
So we talk about centralized food. We talk about food security. Do we really want a global food supply? The answer is yes or no. But with regards to fragility in food, think about COVID and the effects of what it did to the grocery store. There we go.
1 in 5 pounds of chicken, beef, and pork in the U.S. is produced by Tyson Foods.
Wow. And the
That's proudly registered on their website.
Yeah, there's another one that talks about how many animals they slaughter in a week, and that's another just incredible number.
And the same is the other 4 pounds are produced by 2 or 3 other companies. It's not like it was Tyson and everybody else.
Right.
Will you pull up that other one, Jamie? Because I want to draw a correlation between the scale of this versus the scale of what farms like us do. No, there's one that says like 177,000 cattle are processed. Anyways, I'll tell you a little bit about our model and then we can compare it to that. But so when Dad decided to build the processing plant in 2007, he built it to process 50 head of cattle a week. And we got to that number and we were still hemorrhaging money. There was no way that was going to work. And so we made a few modifications primarily around refrigeration. We dropped the chill time. Yep, that's it. So our processing plant, on-farm processing plant, will process 25 head of cattle a day, 5 days a week. There's 125 head a week. Compared to systems like this, which is also on Tyson's website, 155,000 head of cattle are processed per week in only 14 facilities.
Wow. That's crazy.
And the further to the right you go, so pork, 471,000 pigs are slaughtered in a we've at only 7 facilities. 47 million chickens
per week.
And I've been in those facilities. It's not pretty.
But that is the scale of food.
Horrible. We've shown the footage of someone got drone footage where they fly a drone over a pig farm, an industrialized pig farm, and you see these lakes of pig waste, and it's so disgusting. Just toxic waste.
Which is sad because that waste is what created that topsoil
Right.
at White Oak Pastures. It's just
Right.
we took the livestock off of the land. We decoupled what had been coupled for millions of years.
So these are these lakes. Now, here's the question: why can't they take that waste and redistribute it into the land and use it for fertilizer?
And there's some of that done, but it's expensive.
That's the problem. That's expensive. Is that what they're doing right here?
Yeah, I think so.
I remember talking about the waste was getting spread onto people's houses.
Oh.
Because the weight would be in the air and then it would
Right, of
spray
course.
over it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, indiscriminate because they want to do it cheaply.
Yeah, and there's a difference between a cow, a pig, or chicken defecating here and there and there.
Right,
It's spread
in a
in
natural way.
That thick.
Yes, right.
Well, and just to sort of tie all that together, Jamie, you have one more thing, and I swear I'm going to quit asking you to pull shit up.
That's
But
what he does. It's okay. He likes it.
I have to apologize. He's probably like, who invited her?
No.
But there's one more that's like our brands. So 1 in 5 pounds of meat. We just read that. It was produced by Tyson. But consumers have no idea that it was a Tyson product. So if you look at the amount of brands that these big multinational meat corporations own, there's no way for a consumer to know that that's one of those products. So it's just a really incredible system when you start pulling the layers back on it.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. The holidays can be really fun, and they can also be very stressful. It's a lot seeing a ton of family. This episode is brought to you by and there's demand. That's the other problem. It's like you're not going to get them to stop doing that. There's a massive demand for all this food.
Yeah.
And most people listening to this are part of that demand. Most people listening to this have stopped at a fast food burger place this week and picked up a product of this system.
Yeah.
And they want to be able to do that. If you're hungry and you're on the go and you want to be able to pull into a drive-through, get a cheeseburger and some fries and a soda, bam. It's kind of extraordinary. The system they've created, it sucks that you can't do it in a healthy way, but it's kind of extraordinary that you just pull into someone and get 1,000 calories like that.
So convenient.
Yeah.
Cheap.
Yeah,
Cheap.
very cheap.
1,000
Yeah,
calories.
for
Wow.
the amount of calories. And that is also reflected in the health consequences of impoverished people. If you look at people that are poor that rely upon this kind of food all the time, those are the people that have the worst health outcomes because they're eating stuff that doesn't have any nutrients in it. It's terrible for you. It's filled with seed oils, bullshit, and preservatives. And I'm sure you've seen those. They've done these little tests where they've taken a McDonald's cheeseburger and just sit it on a shelf
Oh, yeah.
for like weeks and nothing happens to it. You could probably eat it, which is so insane.
That's crazy.
I mean, you sit it for weeks.
But these companies, as bad as this is, these companies have done what the public told them to do. The public has said we want food cheaper.
Right. Cheaper, quicker. Yeah.
And quicker. And you know how you get cheaper and quicker?
Okay, this is exactly the same after 5 years. 5 years.
Way to go, Jamie.
That is wild.
It doesn't look that bad.
That is crazy.
Better for him.
Wow. They want to find out whether the cheeseburger will stay the same after another 5 years. So I bet it will. I mean, what's going to change? 5 years. Said she's inspired to carry out the experiment after seeing an old burger being showcased in her doctor's office. And so she set this burger down and just left it out there for 5 years, and that's what it looks like. Hi, Megan. Kind of crazy, but also disturbing if you eat that. Like, what is that doing to your gut microbiome? What is that doing to your health? I mean, the preservatives have a consequence on your health. The eating stuff that, we were talking about dog food earlier, and I feed my dog raw food. And I just started feeding him raw food about 6-7 months ago, and it's embarrassing to me that that's the case. Because I always just thought, if you go to the pets, I didn't think about it. You go to the pet store, you buy healthy food, the best food that they have available at a nice pet store. Like, this got to be good for the dog. Oh, look at all the nutrients, look at all the stuff. But then I was thinking, like, how is it just sitting there? How does it not go bad? How does it not? There's never mold on pet food. There's a cheeseburger. 20 years. Oh my God, a Utah man. 20. Well, there's your answer, Megan.
It doesn't even look like that one's been in the refrigerator.
No, just sitting there. I don't think hers was either.
Dang.
This guy's just hoarding cheeseburgers. This guy's got a 14-year-old cheeseburger. There's quite a few of them.
Breaks out every year for an update.
Oh my God, that's insane. That's insane.
The pickle went bad.
Yeah, the pickle went bad. Pickle kind of. He's got it. He's got the receipt. That's incredible.
How much was it?
79 cents.
79 cents. Not much more now, which is pretty shocking. Yeah, but there's a consequence. There's a consequence for all that. But what I was saying about my dog, he was getting fat, and we were lowering the amount of food that he was eating because of that, and increasing his exercise, and he just did. And then I was thinking, I wouldn't eat that. Why am I feeding what I would eat? And so I started feeding him. Well, I was feeding him elk meat. So I'd shoot an elk, and I'd take some of the ground meat, and that's what I would use in his dog food, and I'd cut it up. And boy, he would just dive on that food. I mean, he couldn't get it in his mouth quick enough. To him, it was what he was supposed to be eating. Now, when we switched over to the stuff we're using right now, there's a bunch of companies that do it really well, and they sell real food for dogs. And it's frozen, and it's cut up into cubes, and it's just basically raw meat and some vegetables and some blueberries and stuff like that. And it's changed everything. Changed his coat, his body slimmed down. He's got way more energy. His endurance when I throw the ball for him, he's got way more energy. It's incredible. It's incredible. But of course it is. I mean, it just makes sense. I mean, you think about the high instances of cancer in dogs, and also the high instances of cancer in human beings that have been correlated to preservatives and all sorts of environmental contaminants that are in human beings' diets. It just makes sense that would be, especially since the vast majority of dogs are being fed these processed, preserved, industrialized foods.
Yeah, here's another one too. We brought Marshall some rawhides, and I think he'll completely love it. But there's another part of it, and so we became fast friends with a pet food manufacturer in Atlanta, Whole Dog Market, who also coined farm hounds. They're really, really great people. But they told me about the fact that puppies chew, and you hate your puppy because it chews up all your stuff, your seat, your chair legs, your shoes, and whatever it is. And you spank the puppy, and they learn not to chew, and whatever else happens. But truthfully, chewing for dogs is soothing for them. It's something that is calming. It relieves stress. It's a natural behavior. They're used to having to gnaw their food off of a carcass that they've run down or whatever else it is. And so, it is sad to think that we have turned dog food into something, little bites that can be gulped down, and we don't give dogs something to chew on, and then they get in trouble for chewing on your shoes or chewing on your chair leg, when that is how animals evolved, for thousands of years.
Yeah, it's natural behavior. It's also changed the way human beings' jaws are. The reason why human beings get crowded teeth and smaller jawbones is because we stopped chewing on meat. And we stopped chewing on food that's real food, and we started eating mush. And when you do that over generation to generation, the human body changes.
That's right.
Yeah, it's very bizarre.
I brought you some gum, and it's from Turkey, and it's called phalum. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it's exactly for that. And I have chewed it for probably a year and a half, and it is the best stress dealing with mechanism that I have. It is, there's just something to be said for chewing.
Yeah, they sell that stuff. I think it's called masticating
Yep,
gum.
yes,
Yeah,
I'm a
it's
huge
actually
fan.
good for your jaw. Boxers actually use that.
I'm not a boxer. Shocking,
Yeah.
I know.
It's good for their jaw muscles.
Yeah, it's good for mine.
There's also a product called Jazzercise that I use. It's a rubber thing. I weightlift with my jaw. Believe it or not. I put this thing in between my teeth. And I go like this. And I do reps with my jaw.
Let's insert a video of you doing that on this.
It's made my jaw muscles bigger, 100%.
I was
You
gonna
can
say
see it in my
something
face.
I mean, your jaws, they look good, man.
Thank you very much.
You're
I'm
welcome.
very proud of my jaws. But there's people that go crazy with it, and there's like a community online of people that have like overused their jaw muscles to the point where they develop these massive like bull mastiff jaw muscles on the side of their face, and it becomes like kind of a weird thing, like almost like anorexia or something. Like they get obsessed with jaw muscles.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, there's like
They need a
before and
hobby.
after photos.
Need a hobby.
Because they want a square jaw, right? So in doing that will give you a square jaw because that's where it comes from. It comes from this muscle right here, that muscle right here, and you can build that muscle just like you build your biceps or any other muscle, and you build it from chewing. And a lot of people are just eating mush. Like what do they want when they want steak? Oh, I want tender steak.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, it's one of the things that people don't like about game meat is that it's chewy.
Or grass-fed beef. We did a
Right.
tremendous amount of education for cooking grass-fed beef, and for the first several years that we had our e-commerce online store, we had consumers calling us it's like shoe leather. It's so tough. And you say, well, how did you cook it? And you walk them through, and that has really cut down as consumers have become more familiar with it. But the fact that it melts in your mouth, it's
Yeah.
not supposed to melt in your mouth.
No, it's not.
That's not the way that works.
Well, I'm not a big fan of Kobe beef, but when I look at like when they slice Kobe beef and talk about how expensive it is because of all the marbling, I'm like, that thing's dying. Like that is a sick animal. That is like a severely morbidly obese human being. If you took a slice out of them, it's gonna look like that. Just a deep, just fat is everywhere. It overcomes the food. You're eating it, and it's like coats your mouth. And some people like it, in like small pieces. That's pretty good. Me, I like grass-fed beef. I like a dark, rich ribeye steak where it looks like a dark red, like a cow's supposed to look, like a bison steak. If you eat a grass-fed bison steak and you cut into it, that is a dark red, and that's what you're supposed to eat. That's nutrient dense. It's better for you. It's much higher in protein. That's what I like about wild game. When I'm eating wild game, I'm eating this animal that is essentially eating and living the way it's lived for thousands and thousands and thousands of years with no input from human beings whatsoever. And there's some companies that do that, like Certified Piedmontese has a very specific cow that's much higher in protein than other cows because it's lean and it looks different. It's darker. You have to cook it differently. And the way I cook it, the way I tell people to cook game is what's called a reverse sear method. So I cook it very slowly until I get it up to an internal temperature of like 120 degrees or 115 degrees. Then I sear the outside of it, give it a nice crust, and it's tender that way. And that way you get all the flavor of the meat. But it's not tender like Kobe beef. It's still a little chewy, but it's flavorful. It's delicious and moist, and it's great for you.
The life expectancy of a cow is like 24 years of age, and a feedlot animal wouldn't live much over 2.
Wow.
Obesity disease.
Yeah.
Tell them about the story about the presidential pardon.
Yeah, like I tell them that true, the way we raise cattle, they live to be 24 years old. We don't do that. That's what they would do. And I've always wanted to take a feedlot animal and give it a presidential pardon and say, we're not going to slaughter you. We're going to see how long you'll live. And keep one in the feedlot and then turn one loose out in the pasture with my cows. And I can guarantee you the fully feedlot animal wouldn't last but maybe 3 years or 4 years or 5 years.
Yeah, no one wants to do that because if like you got one of your friends, say, let me make you a deal. Let's put a special tag on this cow, put a little ear tag so nobody slaughters it. And let's see what's up. They'd be like, no thanks. What do you think? How long do you think it would last? A feedlot animal?
I've never done it. I don't have a feedlot anymore. And when I did, I needed to sell and get cash flow. So I don't know that, but it wouldn't be long because they are dying of all the diseases of obesity and sedentary lifestyle that kills people.
Right.
So they wouldn't last long.
As well as eating food that they're not really supposed to be eating.
Yeah.
Like when people love a grain-fed animal because it's obese. That's really what they like when they live for a lot of marbling. That's obesity. That's what you're getting. That's what makes it juicy and delicious. But that's also what makes it sick. And that's also why they have to use so many antibiotics.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen there was a documentary. I forget what the documentary was, but there was a documentary where they showed various cows and these cows, all these diseases that these cows encounter because of eating that way, and all the chemicals that they have to use and the antibiotics they have to use to treat these cows, and the unintended consequences those have on the consumer.
Really, our concern is antibiotic resistance because we use those antibiotics, the pathogens that when they're not sick, the cows are really not sick. It just makes them gain weight faster.
Antibiotics make your cow gain weight faster?
Yeah.
Sub-therapeutic. Okay.
Yep, that's what it's sub-therapeutic.
How does it do that?
That's it's got to do with the rumen. I don't know that, but it's got to do with that. A cow, the way they digest is there are microbes in the rumen, the gut, that breaks down the cellulose or grain, and somehow that antibiotics enhances that procedure. But I don't know that.
It probably keeps them functioning while still eating an unnatural diet.
Here it says the damage caused by antibiotics depends on mechanism of action, dosage, treatment, duration, administration route. Antibiotics given at low doses to animals have the notable effect of increasing weight. Practice terms subtherapeutic antibiotic treatment and used since 1946 in livestock. Wow.
And, we only have a certain number of antibiotics, and when we use them indiscriminately at very low levels, resistance and pathogen spills.
Yeah.
So we put ourselves at risk of losing these life-saving drugs that we depend on.
And then also the rise of MRSA. Medication-resistant staph infections are huge in this country. I mean, it's a giant issue when people get surgery or if they get cuts. And in the jiu-jitsu community, it's a giant issue. And I have several friends that have gone through lengthy hospital stays because they developed staph infection that didn't respond to antibiotics.
Both of them, I love it.
And it's life-threatening. People die from it. It's something very scary because they're pumping you full of antibiotics intravenously, and it's not working. The antibiotics are not killing this bacteria, and this bacteria is consuming the person. Scary, scary stuff. We're playing around with nature itself, and we're playing around with nature itself essentially just for profit.
Well, and unknowingly, we don't know what the effects of this stuff's going to be. But for short-term profits, that's one of the major, I think, differences between businesses like ours and corporations. Corporations are so steadily focused on quarterly reports and profits and whatever else. And there have been so many decisions. In fact, all of the big decisions recently, certainly, that when we get together, my wife, my sister, my brother-in-law, my dad, and he says, do you want to buy this land? I'll die before it's paid off. Is this something y'all want to do? And he abstains from the vote. And my sister, my wife, my brother-in-law, we all decide if that's something we can or can't swing. And so businesses run like that for the longevity versus businesses for short-term profit have completely different motivations.
Yeah, and we're seeing the health consequences of that with other things as well. I was watching this video the other day where this gentleman was talking about farm-raised salmon being one of the most toxic things that you can consume, which is so wild. If you think about salmon is just immediately associated with health. Like, oh, guys eat salmon. Must
Unless you're pregnant or...
Right. But people think about salmon as being one of the healthiest things. And so this guy holds open this fillet of salmon. See if you can find a video on it, Jamie. This guy takes this fillet of salmon, and it's a fresh piece of salmon, and he opens it up, and he's like, look at how easily these bones separate from the flesh. And the color of the flesh is very different, which is one of the reasons why they have to use dye. When you see a farm-raised salmon, it's a dark red color. a lot of times what you're getting is people putting food coloring on the salmon itself in order to make it that color, which is great because if you get a wild salmon, it's from the insects that they consume that turns their flesh that color.
It's crazy to me. When I listened to your episode with RFK and he was talking about the mercury levels in fish,
Yeah.
I mean, I was not a huge fish eater to begin with, but after that I was like, whoa, this is incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. The farm-raised salmon thing is really crazy because people just don't associate salmon at all with being something that's not good for you.
Or food. I mean, why should consumers have to, second guess the nutritional density of food?
Yeah, because I think the confinement animal business with cattle and other species, this thing about the fish doesn't surprise me a bit. I mean, it's when you raise an animal as a monoculture, there are going to be problems with it. It's just as simple as that. So you're going against nature.
And you're pissing on your britches to try to
Pissing your britches to stay warm. That's exactly
Did you
right.
find a video of the farm-raised salmon?
There are a lot of videos. I think I found what you were just talking about.
Because it's disturbing.
Yeah, he just put one up on social media.
Come on.
So give me some volume on this.
GMO corn, GMO soy, food, and medications to prevent overgrowth bacterial infections because it's so unhealthy. All fish go through some heavy metals, which is not a good thing. Wild salmon is a much better choice than any Atlantic salmon. All Atlantic salmon can be farm raised. And we know that these chemicals, PCBs, PEDs, are yes, it's an animal food, not plant food. This is one of my least favorite.
Yeah, he doesn't break it down, but this one gentleman takes a fillet. He takes a fresh fillet and opens it up for you to see it. And he shows how this tissue is essentially just weak and soft, and it's just not the same.
This just doesn't surprise me. The ecosystems are meant to be different species operating in symbiotic relationships with each other.
Yeah.
And I don't care if it's cows or hogs or salmon or meal, it doesn't matter. When you raise it in a monoculture, problems will occur.
You fight nature.
It's inevitable.
You fight nature the whole time.
That's right. There's just every reason for it not to work well.
Yeah, and it seems like the whole movement of this has happened for so long, and we're just sort of getting aware of it now. I mean, I've just been aware of it over the last few years, the last decade or so, but most people aren't even aware of it at all. You think the vast majority of Americans hearing this are just going, what? What's going on? Like, now I have to pay attention to this too? And what do I do?
But if you think about all the ecosystems that exist on the earth, from tundra to desert to rainforest to alpine, on and on, there's not a monoculture anywhere. I don't believe you can find one anywhere.
No.
Everywhere there are plants and animals and microbes living in symbiotic relationships with each other.
Yeah.
And that's when you step away from that, which is what we've done in industrial farming, whether it's plants or animals, whether it's peanuts or hogs, you're fighting nature every step of the way. And the tools we use to fight nature all have an unintended consequence. And then we have to take another tool to fight that unintended consequence. And another.
Similar to what she was talking about with medical interventions.
Just the same. I'm sorry to say that. What she described with the medical is exactly what we've done in food production. But one expensive technological tool that we pay money for that fixes a problem, that creates another problem that requires another expensive technical tool, and another, and there's no end to it.
One thing that I'll say is that it has been so interesting to watch nature balance itself. And the best example that we have of that is that we evolved as cattle people. The first generation had multi-species and continued, and then we became a monoculture of cattle. And around 2012 we started diversifying again. The first non-cattle species that we introduced at White Oak Pastures was poultry, and we got good at raising them. And the way we insisted on raising poultry, like all the rest of the species, is in an environment where they can express their instinctive behavior. So cattle were meant to roam and graze, hogs were meant to root and wallow, chickens were meant to peck and scratch. So our chickens were outside, unconfined, unrestricted. They could walk to Atlanta if they wanted to. And shortly after we turned the chickens loose out on pasture,
Dude, what are
we noticed,
these
maybe
people
around
doing, man?
2013, a few bald eagles
This
settled,
flock.
and they had, come look, this is awesome. Mating pair. It was really neat. We were proud of them. How American can you be? This is great. And then they're migratory birds. So they left, and the next year they were probably 8 or something. And it was like, man, that's really cool. They went and had such a great time here. They told their friends, and brought more back. This is great. And then 8 left. They migrated away, and 20 came. And the next year even more. And I think at one point there were single sightings, 84 bald eagles at White Oak Pastures at one time. Whereas historically we had never had any bald eagles. I mean, I went 30-something years never seeing a bald eagle, but then in a very short amount of time there were 80-something, and they put us near about out of the pasture poultry business. But that's just a prime example of how nature will balance itself.
Yes. How did you mitigate the effects of the bald eagles?
A brilliant poultry manager that we had came up with a plan to put so we use guardian dogs, and the guardian dogs are out there loose with the birds, but they're nocturnal. The dogs are not protecting the chickens from nocturnal predators, and the dogs are nocturnal, so they're working their butts off from sundown to sunrise.
The coyotes and things like that.
Bobcats, raccoons, possums, skunks, But when the sun would come up, the dogs would go to the woods and bed down, and it was fine. But the eagles were daytime predators. We hadn't had that before, so they were eating us up. And actually, I mentioned that to you the last time I was home, and I told you that we were at odds with the government about a payment,
Reimbursement for a livestock identity program.
LIP, livestock indemnity program, and they wouldn't pay us, and we.
For the damages caused by a protected species.
Right.
So that's specifically.
Yeah, the birds killed by a raccoon, a possum, a dog, a protected species like a cougar or a wolf or an eagle. I'm not allowed to protect my birds, so they pay. And we spent a lot of money, but we collected our payment since I saw you last. So.
Well, that's good news. But is there a mitigation effort that you can do daytime that's natural to try to keep the
Well,
eagles
we
away?
put the dogs in with the birds in the fencing. The dogs kept the eagles at bay. We don't have zero predation, but it's limited predation. And I don't want zero predation. I like seeing those bald eagles. I just want to see 80.
Dad calls it nature's tithe.
Tithing to nature.
That's a good way of putting it. I like it. There's one, it's the only chicken.
Yeah.
They're beautiful birds. It's kind of creepy though that the American animal is just a vicious raptor. It's a
They would
flying
kill,
lizard.
so, as I said, an eagle killing a chicken and eating it, or 2 or 3 is fine. They would kill dozens and dozens and dozens and not eat them.
It was a sporting event to prove hierarchy. So it was like, if I want to be the top of the food chain, I kill more and more and more. I kid you not, I had a 4Runner, and I got up and got in my car to go to work, and you crank up your car and then you look up, and there was the back end, the 2 feet and tail of a chicken on my car, and there was not chickens anywhere probably within a mile of my house where I park. So it was a bloody mess.
Well, they have that same problem with wolves.
My teammates are in.
That wolves will just have fun and just kill 18, 19 elk. Like there's an instance in Wyoming where there's like 18 or 19 cows that have been slaughtered by wolves and just left in there. Because that's what they do. And when it's rare for them to get a chance to kill some elk, especially when they reintroduce wolves and the elk haven't been accustomed to them, and all of a sudden the wolves are there, and the cows and the bulls don't exactly know what to do. And they haven't encountered wolves before, and they just ran right through them. I mean, they dropped the population in Yellowstone significantly. Which is where they initially introduced them, but now they're, there was an article today that I was reading about them in California. That they're seeing them in, and they're migrating into California, and some of them are being released in California by these wacky wildlife groups. Like I showed one that was in Central California, it was near Bakersfield. This lone wolf that was in a cow pasture that a friend of mine had filmed. This beautiful big black wolf by himself that most likely was brought there by somebody.
Nature ain't kind and nature ain't cruel. She's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful, but it is what it is.
That's one of the issues I think that some people focus on with agriculture in general, is that they have these expectations that it is kind, or it is Walt Disney World, or it is beautiful. We had a situation where we were kidding, so our goats were kidding, and we were co-grazing a paddock. So there were hogs in with goats, and what was the wire called? The bob or the fence?
Page wire.
Page wire. And a goat got her head stuck. This is terrible. I can't believe I'm saying
pigs
this.
ate her?
The pigs ate the kid. So
Yeah.
she had a kid, and the hogs smelled the blood. They came. They ate the baby goats. And as sad as it was, that is nature. Now we don't kid with pigs anymore, but we learned our lesson.
New rules. Start right now. We ain't gonna do that no more.
Yeah, well, it makes sense.
It's incredible.
Pigs will eat everything. Anything and everything. Yeah. Do you have an issue with pigs getting loose and going wild? And do your pigs look wild? Because pigs are one of the weird animals that if they're not domesticated. It's like when people see a domesticated pig like Babe, right? Like they think of that's what pigs are like. Pigs are one of the strangest animals because when you release them into the wild within a month or so, they start to metamorphosize.
They do. They absolutely do. They,
Yeah.
they get the tushes and longer snouts and
thicker fur.
I have no idea how they do that.
It's crazy.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
But yes, we've had that.
I wonder if that happens to people too. Just think about wild people.
Kids gone feral?
Well, it's humans. If humans had to live in a wild, I think there's a certain amount of wild instincts that humans have that are suppressed by modern society, and rightly so. I mean, you want to live in a city, you have to suppress some of the natural instincts of predatory human beings. And
You have wild dogs.
Yeah,
and
wild dogs behave differently,
But
yeah.
they don't look different to me.
Right, that's
Yeah,
important.
we've had cattle that got away, and they didn't look any different to me.
Right.
But somehow hogs just change.
Yeah, they change the actual physical features.
Morph.
Yeah, when people think of wild boars, they think that that's a different species, and it's not. And that's what's really wild. It's one genus. It's Suscrapha. It's the same thing, which is so bizarre.
It's bizarre.
Yeah. I went pig hunting recently in California, and this place that I go, there's a lot of them. And the pig that I shot doesn't look anything like a pig that you would see in a farm. Not at all. It's this dark, hairy thing with a long nose and big tusks, and it's a big sucker.
That's what we do. So, guys in Austin go and sip cocktails at some of these neon light bars downtown. The guys in Bluffton, they go hog hunting. And some of the shit that they overturn, they're hogs big as this table.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Different breeds have different characteristics. There's a Gloucester old spot. There's a tan hog with black spots all over it. There's a Hampshire. There's a black hog. It's got a white band across the shoulders. On and on and on. Like just a bunch of them. But when they go wild, they get that elongated snout. But of course, the color doesn't change. So it's incredible how that works.
That is incredible. It's a strange animal.
Yeah.
It's a very bizarre animal that we domesticated. The fact that it does that, 'cause I don't know of any other animal that morphs so quickly.
Do you eat pork?
Yeah.
You do eat pork?
Yeah.
It's delicious.
Yeah, it's delicious. I like wild pork too.
Yeah.
But obviously wild pork comes with the worry of trichinosis and all sorts of other things that they get. Just gotta cook it.
It doesn't worry me.
Yeah, you just gotta cook it. Yeah, you just gotta make sure that it's the right temperature.
You said something that was interesting that I can speak to, and something inside of you that wants to experience nature. It's just something that's just atavistic, about watching nature. And we have a lot of people visit white oak pastures every year, and one of the things that they love the most are our big cattle moves. We've got how many breeding mamas?
That big herd's got 1,000 head.
And then so 1,000 head, and we move them in the growing season every single day. I saved a video that Jamie can play or not play, it doesn't matter. But customers, people, anybody loves to take a step back into time and into something that's just so it just awakens your soul.
Look at all those cows. Wow.
It's not just newcomers. I've been doing it for 60-something years, and I love watching cattle move.
Pretty cool.
They have not been in confinement. They're coming out of a big pasture to go into a big pasture.
but they know it.
Where they had eaten it down, and it's time for them to rotate. It's Scott, cowboy.
We're just two working dogs.
Yeah, it seems like instinctively they know this, and the dogs obviously are moving them along, but
They know exactly where they're going. The dogs and the guy are really just to encourage the ones that don't feel good that day. Somebody's got a hurt foot.
to go through, and now into this new pasture. Wow,
There's
that's
one-
wild.
The next
that
one's really
tunnel is under the 4-lane road that goes through our farms.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
Hang on, this next scene is sort of like the big.
Oh,
There we go.
wow.
That's
Looks
it.
like
That's the one.
Power in
That's
spawn.
crazy. Look at all those cows. That is wild.
But they do that every day, and
Right.
people love. I love to see it. He loves to see it. He sees it every day. But there's something inside of you that wants to be a part of that system. You go to a CAFO, to a confinement situation. Have you ever been to a feedlot, a confined?
Confined animal feeding operations.
Jamie,
cafe.
Jamie,
not,
Google
not,
it.
not up close.
Jamie, will you Google a CAFO? And there's nothing about that makes you want to watch it. It's so starkly different.
Well, it's like seeing people in prison.
Yeah.
You just don't watch
Well, I was
it.
gonna say that about pigs. I've seen industrialized pig farms where they're all confined to these very small cages. It's
Terrible.
very disturbing. And it's also, that's where disease gets. That's what human beings encountered when there was poor hygiene and no sanitation in the United States. Those are the rise of a lot of plagues.
You see, a cafe like that, they're probably feeding subtherapeutic levels of antibiotics in the feed to keep them from getting sick.
Look how many of them there are. And if you want a McDonald's cheeseburger, that's what it is.
It's just so interesting because people don't associate. They say a cow's a cow's a cow. Cows are ruining the planet. Cow, cow, cow. there are no correlations between these two systems that are the same. I mean, they're
No.
it's completely different.
And when they talk about cows causing ecological change, I agree in that scenario.
Yes.
It's a different deal.
It's a totally different deal. I would challenge anybody to look at that video you just posted and not say, oh, that looks normal. The video that you showed looks normal when they're running through the field, green grass, the cows are all rolling around eating grass. Like they're supposed to do.
And they don't need subtherapeutic antibiotics.
Right.
They're fine.
But you're also getting a lower yield.
Yes. And it takes longer.
God,
An
crosswalk
animal
up the
with slaughter weighs
stairs.
about 1,000 pounds and takes us like 36 months to get it there. A commodity animal would weigh 1,600 pounds,
Up to.
1,600 pounds, and would take how long?
Less than 2 years.
So, I mean,
Yeah, a lot of difference in yield.
a lot of things.
A lot of difference in the volume.
Oh my
and-
god, I can't fucking game.
That makes sense. How many people have reached out to you? Have a lot of people reached out to you after you've gone public with all this stuff and become sort of higher profile and wanted help in trying to figure out how to do that for themselves?
Yeah, we formed a nonprofit 501c3, CFAR, Center for Agricultural
Resilience.
Resilience, that's the word. And we're training people. We have an internship program for people. We take 6 or 8 per quarter, 4 times a year. We get 20-something applications. And we can't train everybody. Right. We're not set up for that. We are increasing our capacity. But it's not going to be a college. It's going to be a farm. But we do want to be generous and share what we've learned with other people.
It's just, boy, it's
Where's my
beautiful.
armor
It really
pin
is.
at,
And
dude?
I think for a lot of people it's very satisfying to see, and it seems very natural and very normal, and it seems like the right way to go. But for the vast majority of people that are getting their food, this is not going to be an option. With what's currently required to feed 300 plus million people.
Well, it's highly replicatable. And I understand what you're saying. But all these things that are going wrong with the big industrial production, that has problems too.
Yes.
So I don't know.
The price is probably a lot closer per pound when you take in the external cost than industrial agriculture takes outside of the cost of producing food.
Right.
It's not at the per pound price on the label.
It would take someone a lot smarter than you or I to figure out how to scale that and how to make that available for everyone and how to encourage people to do that. Because I don't think I think the only way to encourage industrial farms to change is financially. Yeah, there has to be some sort of they have to be responsible for this damage they're doing. They have to be and also the health consequences. If someone starts saying,
my
hey, what you're doing to these
God.
animals is having a direct effect on human beings that consume them, and you're responsible for that.
If there's a change, it will be a consumer-led change. That's the only way it's going to happen.
So it'll have to be a change of people voting with their money.
There's no other way that's going to happen. And it's going to have to get really bad before that occurs on a wholesale basis.
And what scares me is that's when opportunists and people that have a lot of money and influence and people that are in positions of power are going to try to encourage people to do
How
something
does he
else
know I'm
instead
here?
that's profitable. And they're going to try to blame cattle instead of blaming monocrop agriculture. And they're going to try to force people to eat plant-based meat, which has really been interesting to me because that's one of the instances where people have voted for the dollar. Because when they first started introducing things like Beyond Meat or Impossible Meat or whatever the fuck it's called, when they started doing that stuff, initially a lot of people were like, oh, this is great, until people just tried it. Like, oh my god, this is terrible. And then when people saw studies, it shows that it gives rats cancer. I'm like, rats? Rats eat rats?
What's it gonna do to me?
Yeah, what's it going to do to me? And so the stock on those things has dropped off substantially. And because of that, there's been lawsuits where a lot of people invested in these things, hoping for a very specific amount of return. And it's not, they're not getting it, and people are not buying it. And some people are buying it, but it's just a very, very small, in terms of like what they thought it was going to be versus what it is now. And so now the new thing is 3D printed meat.
Or cell-grown meat.
Yeah, cell-grown meat, which is essentially the same thing, I think, because they're taking that cell-grown meat and then they're using 3D printers to try to replicate an artificially created ribeye. It's bizarre. And what are the health consequences of that? Like, who knows what does that do for you?
I have never been and am not economically threatened by this kind of technology meat. I don't have a very big customer base, and they're not going to swing from where I am way over there.
Right.
And I think
Dude.
the entities that are threatened by this high-tech meat is the big meat companies that are industrially producing meat. And evidence of that is a lot of them have invested in that.
Yeah, no, I think that. And I think they do realize that the plant-based meat is a bust. And also, more and more people are becoming aware of the health consequences of industrial seed oils and how many of these industrial seed oils are used in the processing and creation of these artificial plant-based meats. And there's this
Still there.
inflammation
Nice.
causes a host of health problems in people's bodies.
Yeah, his mother grew up cooking everything in lard, and then when Crisco came along, that was like the thing. Like these vegetable oils, these canola oil, sunflower oil. It was like this very stark change. And one thing that's been interesting for me is that in the last 24 months, our suet fat and pork lard is one of the fastest moving items that we sell. It's because people refuse to cook in canola oil and peanut oil and whatever.
And
finally became aware.
it used to be a disposal problem.
Yeah, that's right.
We put in a
Biodiesel.
Yeah, a biodiesel converter. So most of the stuff that we have that's waste, we can compost. Fat does not compost well. So we spent a lot of money on a biodiesel converter that didn't work worth a thing.
So the idea was to convert fat into diesel?
Yeah, and we did. It just didn't.
The yield was terrible.
It's hard. It's hard.
Better for food.
We're just trying to get rid of
Let me
it.
see.
And now I have a biodiesel converter
nice.
I would love to sell.
Yeah, it's got so cheap.
We sell all our lard and tallow, all the beef and pork fat.
Well, I think that is because of education and unintended education. That's not public education. This is education that's coming from people discussing this on podcasts and people that are reading articles about the consequences of industrial seed oils. Also, the origins of these industrial seed oils. That they're originally industrial lubricants that weren't designed for human consumption. And then I had Gary Brecker on the podcast the other day.
Why is everyone
Details,
crouch walking, bro?
Seed oil, which is canola oil, into what is what they think of. So when people think of canola oil, they think, oh, it's corn oil, it's healthy, it's vegetable oil, good for you. No. Your body's not supposed to eat that. It's not supposed to get that much of it, first of all. Also, it's rancid, and they have to use chemicals to treat the smell. They have to bleach it to make it clear. There's like so many things that are involved in the processing of that junk, and then you put it in your body to cause a host of problems. And people are finally becoming aware of these problems, and also becoming aware of other options like olive oil, avocado oil, healthy
Animal
oils, animal fat. Yes.
It's like fast food. There is no fast food that's cooked in animal fat.
Right.
There are, if you eat fast food, is 100% seed oils.
Right.
So there's a real rub because there is all this education around what seed oils are doing. But people say, oh my gosh, I can't go out and eat. Paul Saladino's been so instrumental in that.
Yes. And McDonald's used to cook their fries in lard.
They sure did.
Hey, McDonald's.
Tallow, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was tallow.
tallow, yeah.
Beef fat, yeah.
Beef fat, yeah.
And that's so good.
Yeah.
They spent a fortune
Make it worse.
and to try to make the vegetable taste like the tallow.
Yeah. Crazy.
So, French fries cooked in tallow.
It's good.
It's good.
come
Does it?
on.
It's not as bad for you. Here it is. Like most fried foods, McDonald's fries are cooked in canola oil. Didn't used to be the case. Beef tallow was initially used because the supplier for the chain couldn't afford vegetable oil, as health concerns over saturated fat grew in the 1990s. Fuckers. McDonald's finally made a switch to vegetable oil. What drives me nuts about that saturated fat thing is that's a small number of scientists that were bribed, what is essentially the equivalent of $50,000 in today's market.
Oh, man.
So these guys were bribed by the sugar industry to write a bullshit article that made this connection between saturated fat and heart disease because they were trying to lead people away from the actual conclusion is that it's sugar, and that sugar is what's bad for everybody, and that's what's causing the increase in it's all these corn oils.
But research today is exactly the same.
Yes.
What do you, who's writing the check?
Right.
What do you want papers say?
Right.
What outcome are we looking for?
Exactly.
It's so scary.
It is scary. It's scary because the consumer, for the most part, relies upon the air quote experts.
Right.
And these air quote experts, like we detailed with the FDA, how they go immediately into some sort of a cushy job in these corporations afterwards. It's sick. It's really twisted, and and the unintended consequences for the consumer is your health, and you don't even know what's going on behind the scenes. You trust these experts. You trust these governing bodies to do the right thing. And when they make things illegal or they ban things, you think, oh, they're banning things that's bad for you. And it turns out, no, some of the things they're banning for you are very good for you, but they compete with some of the things that are paying them off.
But they can profit for more.
They can profit from. It's
Yeah.
spooky stuff. But the only way that changes is through education, and then you're seeing these downstream effects of that education, like with the fact that you guys are selling lard and tallow now. Yeah. People are waking up.
And liver and kidneys and hearts. We used to literally compost all those kinds of organs. We sell a few, but now we sell out with those kinds of organs.
Yeah, I think some of the highest priced per pound meat items that we sell are the most nutrient dense parts of the carcass. Oh my God, how about that?
Crazy.
How about that? People are eating for nutritional benefit.
Finally.
You know what coyotes eat the first night they kill a calf?
The guts.
Guts.
Yeah, they go right for the liver. That's what wolves eat. The alpha wolf is the one that first gets the liver when there's a kill.
Watching nature has been so interesting. Just to tell that story a little deeper, Dad always said if a bad herdsman has a calf go down, the first night the coyote will chew through the anus and eat the most nutrient dense parts of the carcass, the liver, the kidneys, the spleen, and it's full. They can't eat more than they can hold, and it's not like they're going to preserve it and store it. So they leave, they rest during the day, and if a farmer doesn't pick up that carcass the next night, they'll come back and eat the muscle meats. So they'll chew on the shoulder, the back legs, and they'll eat till they get full, and then they'll retreat. They'll sleep during the day, and then if the farmer still does not pick up that dead carcass, they'll chew on the hide. And there's a lot that goes into like repair, indigestion, and pushing it through the stomach. But that's the way animals evolve. And the first thing that they eat, we so pretentiously want ribeyes and New York strips and filet mignon, when in reality the most nutrient dense parts of the carcass are so far from that.
Right, the liver and the heart.
That's right.
Yeah. It's a lot with hunters, unfortunately. When I go hunting, I always take the liver and the heart from the elk, and some people just don't do it. They just leave it there. It's unfortunate. It's the best stuff for you. But elk liver's rough. That's an acquired one. You gotta season that, cook it with onions, and it's like, you gotta be ready. You gotta be ready. That's a flavor.
Take it like a capsule?
Well, it's interesting because the Comanches used to eat it raw with bile on it. They used to eat raw bison, and they would flavor it with bile. Yeah, they would squirt bile on it.
That's incredible.
I don't know why. I mean, it has to be some sort of an evolutionary thing where they realize that that's the most nutritious, that has the best benefits, it's best for you. I don't know whether it aids in digestion. I don't know, but
Well, there are tribes in Africa that still drink blood.
yeah, that's not as rough though. Blood, they drink blood mixed with milk. Blood doesn't taste that bad. I've drank blood before. It's not that bad, but it's bile. That's another level. And you have to wonder how cultures evolve their taste buds and their preferences. Anthony Bourdain told me that the most disgusting food that he had ever eaten was this fermented shark that he ate. I believe it was in Iceland. And he said it's a delicacy to them, and they treasure it, and they eat it. And he said it is rough. He's like, it is so foul and so disgusting, but they like it. And it's a weird thing. Like acquired tastes are very bizarre. Because why would you acquire that taste? Like,
came up with that?
Yeah, what is that? I used to think that when I was a kid. Like the first time I ever had a taste of whiskey, I was like, what? This is not Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid is so much better. I remember thinking that as a kid. Like if I had a glass of Kool-Aid or a glass of whiskey, who the fuck is gonna take the whiskey?
You got used to it though, didn't you?
You get used to it. It becomes an acquired taste. Now I really like an old Scotch. I like it. Like I actually like an ice cube, a nice 18-year-old Scotch. It's good. A glass of Buffalo Trace with an ice cube in it. I enjoy it. But how? How does one acquire taste for something that's initially so disgusting? And why? I get it with whiskey because it gets you lit. But I do not get it with certain food. Like I guess fermented shark was probably a survival thing.
Yeah.
They probably needed some food that they could store for long periods of time when they weren't gonna have any food. Especially in places like Iceland. It's a very rough climate.
That's right.
But that's neither here nor there. If people could eat a little bit of liver in their diet, I mean, I have friends that are very health conscious that only eat it for the health benefits. They don't enjoy it, but they'll eat 1 ounce of liver every day.
That's right. Freeze it, cut it into little cubes, and drop it in the back of your mouth.
Yeah, you can do it that way.
Just get rid of
Take
it.
like a capsule.
But boy, you put some liver in front of Marshall, she just can't eat it fast. He lunges on it. I fed him some elk liver. I'll slice off a piece and give it to him. And he's like, come on. I'm like, this is incredible. It's like instinctive. It's in his DNA that is what he wants.
I had a boxer who is still to this day like my BFF. She died like 3 years ago, and I'm still not over it. But I trained her with liver, and I would go to the kill floor at the plant, get some, cut it into little bites, and I'd train her until she puked, and then she'd be ready to go again.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, food training is the best way to train a dog.
That's right, especially with liver.
Yeah, especially with liver. It is fascinating that we've moved away from that to the point where people crave the least healthy things, like fucking Cheetos.
What is this?
I don't know what it is. I
Gun
guess,
game
well, I
together.
think specifically in the case of like really unnutritious food that you can buy, junk food, is that these scientists have engineered these things at the right amount of saltiness, the right amount of sweet and flavors. That what's the Pringles thing? I bet you can't eat just one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and kind of you can't.
Pop one and you can't stop.
Yeah. Oh my God. For me, it's Ruffles because of the thickness.
Buy
of
half a bag, you don't get mad
salty.
about it?
Oh my God, I can't stop. I can't stop. I just keep chewing them down. I know it's terrible for you. Doritos. That's another one. Like what is on Doritos? Yeah. Cool Ranch Doritos. They've never met a Cool Ranch in their fucking life. But it's
What is a Cool Ranch?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, that is a Cool Ranch.
That's a Cool Ranch. You guys have a Cool Ranch.
It's a Cool Ranch.
Yeah, it's a different thing. Yeah, but you're not gonna see White Oak Pastures Doritos.
No.
You're right.
Yeah, it is interesting how our food system has been hijacked and how
The expectation for food to be so incredibly flavorful. That's the
Yes.
expectation now.
yes, and you do get accustomed to it. You get accustomed to certain sort of tastes, and that's one of the reasons why people think that wild meat is gamey. Like that's the concern. Like whether wild meat is gamey. And most of that, when they talk about wild game, it's really just a poor handling of the meat. It's allowing the meat to get too hot, to sit in the sun, not cooling the animal down, not getting it on ice fast enough. That's really what dragging through the sagebrush after you slaughtered it. That's really what it is.
Culturally, we eat grits and drink sweet tea and eat fried vegetables. It's a lot of cultural stuff there.
Yeah, a lot of cultural stuff. And then you get accustomed to those foods, and they become comfort foods. And unfortunately, a lot of those comfort foods are really terrible for you. One of the things that Gary, that when we discuss these things when I discuss these things with experts, I'm always blown away by things that I didn't know before. And what Gary Brecka was talking about the other day was folate, and that these enriched flours that are enriched with folate, which is very different than folic acid, which is naturally occurring, and that this, or is the opposite? Folic acid is what's not, right? What is it?
One's a really big deal to pregnant
Folate is
women.
normal. Folate is, yeah, I made it backwards. Yeah, so I made it backwards. Folate is naturally occurring, but folic acid is not, and your body doesn't process it the same. So when you're getting all these enriched flours, they're enriched with something that your body doesn't want. Your body's like, where's this shit? And that's why so many people, on top of the fact that a lot of, they change the way wheat is grown to make it more high yield, so it's got more complex glutens in it, and then it's enriched with folate, or folic acid rather. Yeah, and it's terrible for you.
Well, again, we're not really growing food anymore. We're growing food like ingredients that can then be manufactured into something that's put into a package with a shiny label that may or may not be indicative of what's actually in the package, and then we serve it to people at something that they can afford.
Yeah. Well, I'm very, very thankful for people like you, that you folks have, first of all, made this incredibly difficult decision to take your farm and to convert it over much cost and heartache and a lot of pain and a lot of backbreaking work to turn it into this regenerative farm. And then you've gone out and told the world. And you've shown that it can be done, and you've shown, especially through these videos where people can see it and through these conversations that we've had, where people can become educated that you don't have to eat that way. You don't have to live that way. And you're not supposed to. It's not good for you. It's not good for the world. It's not good for the environment. It's not good for anybody. And that if it wasn't for people like you that made this decision, it's a very difficult decision to do this. I think the conversations that we've had, the conversations you've had with other people writing this book, and having these people understand these things, has changed
Where's
the way
my
most
armor
people feel
pen?
about food itself. They don't spill here. But I'm very, very thankful that you guys have done this. And also Joel Salatin has been on the podcast before. They're very similar type of operation at Polycase Farms. And I know there's some other ones too, so shout out to them as well. But if it wasn't for you folks, I mean, who knows? Who knows where we'd be at? And I think people would be stuck without a solution. Because even the term grass-fed beef, when I was a kid, you never heard about grass-fed beef. That wasn't even a term that people were familiar with. It's a fairly new understanding. And I think that if it wasn't for people like you that are out there shouting it from the barn tops, I would say rooftop, but this is, you do it the right way. I appreciate you guys very much.
Well, thank you for those kind words, but I really don't feel like we deserve them. The quality of our life has increased so dramatically, and it really is almost the opposite. I don't feel like anything we've done for other people. We did it for ourselves, but I'm delighted that other people have benefited from it. And now what I wish is that more farmers could share in the improved lifestyle that we now enjoy, not necessarily economic, but otherwise. And I wish that would make more of this food available for more consumers who would embrace it. I mean, everybody's boat floats on that rising tide, but it's just really hard to get it started. It's really difficult, and sadly, the good news is that those of us out there, not just us, but a number of us, they've shown that it can be done. The bad news is it's probably harder today than it was 20, 25 years ago. So
why is it harder?
Because the industrial food companies moving to come into the space.
Like this whole thing.
To greenwash products
Greenwash,
with imported product and words that are so loosely defined and not indicative of the attributes that they represent.
Like free range.
Dude, how is he not dead?
The consumer, if we could move.
How many times I shoot this guy?
Consume food in this country. The consumers would be so much better off. The producers would be
My
so much better
gun's
off.
shooting
The
fucking.
rural landscape. It's just win, win, win. And today the winners are big multinational food producing corporations and high tech corporations.
And I've got to imagine that for you, the personal satisfaction of running a farm the way you do has got to be much greater. It's got to feel much better on your conscience. It's got to feel much more natural.
Yeah, and it's every sense of the word. To be in that one click in that path of food production, food delivery from the farm to consumer. I don't think anybody ever enjoys that. It's just a hand that's dealt us. But when you take control of your own tiny food production system, it's just great. It's just great. And the evidence here is, I've got Jen is here with me. I need to mention, I've got another daughter, Jody, who came back here. Her wife, Amber, my son-in-law, John. They wouldn't have come back if I was an industrial beef producer like I used to be. They wouldn't have wanted to, and I wouldn't have encouraged them to.
Wow.
But the fact we made these changes has created an entity that, while we're not blown away with profits, it's just very, very pleasant to be part of.
That's beautiful. Well, thank you very much for being here, both of you. Really, really appreciate you. Appreciate what you're doing. And tell everybody to get this book. It's called The Bold Return to Giving a Damn. Will Harris, White Oaks Pastures. Thank you very much, sir.
Major business card.
All right. Beautiful.
That was actually a rib bone of a cow.
Nice.
And then, so the meat went obviously to be sold as grass-fed beef. The bones were boiled for stock, so we sell some broth, and then the leftover of that we turn into business cards. Dad's got one he's been carrying around for a very long time.
It'll last for years.
That's a crazy business card.
And he'll say, if you want to get in touch with me, you better take a picture.
That's awesome. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
This episode is brought to you by 8 Sleep. Different sleep temperatures can be a problem for couples, but the pod cover lets you cool or warm your side of the bed, which can work wonders for a relationship. Until November 30th, 8 Sleep is offering up to $500 off when you build a bundle with my favorite, the pod cover. Go to 8sleep.com/Rogan for these exclusive holiday savings. 8 Sleep currently ships within the USA, Canada, the UK, select countries in the EU, and Australia.
God, I can't fucking aim.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. What's happening?
Oh, man.
How fun was that?
Oh, that was a blast.
We had a good day.
Dude, that was 3 hours.
Yeah, we got Shane Gillis, Brian Simpson, Asan Ahmad, Tony Hinchcliffe, Duncan Trussell, you and me. We had a fucking banging workout.
What
sauna,
is
we did the
this?
cold plunge. We did the whole experience.
We did the sauna again.
Yeah, cold plunge again. I did
Cold
twice.
plunge, man.
Yeah.
That was great. And I love it.
Cold plunge.
Yeah.
Getting down here, giving them this opportunity to get after it, and not only in their craft, but also.
What is my team doing?
Yeah,
Those
there's
guys are really
2
good
dudes with
at
diabetes today. They just don't work out, you know. But we're doing it now. This is the third week,
Yeah.
and we've been talking about it forever. But when Shane moved to town, he's like, dude, I gotta get in shape. I gotta do something. I go, listen, let's start on Monday, nice and light. And so we start nice and light. Today was a pretty hard day for them.
Yeah.
But generally, it's pretty easy. I just have them do push-ups, body weight squats, and a series of very light kettlebell routines, just simple stuff.
Right, just get used to it,
yeah.
right?
And then I started adding bag at the end. Sprints on the bag.
Bag was great, by the way.
Yeah, it's a great way to end it.
Yes,
Yeah.
great way. But I like working out with those guys. You feel it.
Yeah.
You feel their desire. And none of them quit. None of them.
No, they hung in there.
Out. They were there.
They hung in there through the sauna. They hung in there through the cold plunge. Everything. Yeah. It's just they want to do it. You know, sometimes people just need a little help. They're not
come
used to doing it. They
on.
want to get in shape, but they don't know how.
That's right. They don't know how to take that first step, and they just need a little bit of help. Especially if it's different with you, and luckily for me too, where we grew up in that environment
Right.
where it pushes us and it's what we do, and it's part of our DNA.
Oh, that was weird.
And all those guys, it's really cool. They look to you for the show me the way, and they do it.
Yeah, they realize once they've done it a few
Dude,
times.
this
they walk
gun
out,
is a fucking
God,
pea
it's so cool. I
shooter.
get a text message from each one of them. They're like, God, I feel fucking great. I feel great. I'm like, good. That's you don't want to walk out of workout beat up. You want to walk out just a little energized, feeling better, and then slowly we're gonna ramp things up. So this is week 3. Today was the hardest day. But it was just you were here. I was like, we got the rock's here. We gotta go hard.
We lit it up.
We lit it up. But they hung in there, and everybody walked out with a big smile on their face. We all had a great time.
It was so good, man.
Yeah.
It was so good. And I told some of the boys this, like, I miss that kind of stuff because it's been a while. You know, since I worked out with the boys back in West, we'd all work together because we were traveling together every night, going to the same gym every day, and we're in different cities. But I miss that camaraderie.
Yeah, the camaraderie is nice. I kind of use my workout. Most of the time I work out alone. I used to work with a trainer, but after a while I realized I don't need to help push myself. I just write a routine, and there's a certain meditative aspect to being alone with your thoughts.
Yes.
And just I like to put fights on so I can watch something in between sets, but I just like to be, and I like to be accountable 100% for my work. Like I know what I have to do. I know what I do it, and it sets the tone for the day, which sets the tone for my life. That's how I feel.
It's the same thing with me in training. I love training alone. And it's been a long time since I trained with the boys. That's why it was a
Fun.
treat. It was
It was
fun,
fun.
man.
It was fun. Those guys are all hilarious.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's like talking shit,
some talking
laughing.
shit, some
Don't
jokes.
get so out of his mind. It's so great. And shit. It was great. It was amazing.
But
we all
the
got-
training alone, though, that is important, you know, for the mental. I feel like for me, it anchors my day. But also, too, life is so busy and crazy from the moment you wake up and you walk outside and everybody's doing something.
Yeah.
So for many of us, by the way, celebrity or not.
Yep.
So it's nice to have that anchor in the morning. Do you train in the mornings? Is
Always,
that-
yeah, always in the morning. But sometimes I do in the afternoon if I have some sort of an appointment or something. I just get it in. I must get it in. But I like to start the day with it. That's what I like to do.
Yeah, me too.
It's the best way. It's like you get it out of the way, and also I like to do it fasted. So I wake up and have a cup of coffee, get some pre-workout in me, and just fucking let's go.
That's it.
Yeah, let's go. And I go right into the cold plunge. That's the first thing. So the first thing is suffering. Like right away, suffer. First, it's cold outside, you get the fuck, get in there, suffer. Suffer for 3 minutes, and then warm yourself up. You're working out, and then get into it.
But we did it reverse today. Was it because how come we did it reverse?
Well,
today?
those guys are
Was-
not really ready to get in the cold plunge first. That's
Don't
next
dive in
level.
first,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's next level. I get them in the cold plunge after the sauna because it's easier. Because your body temperature is already heated up and there's a certain amount of relief when you get into the cold water because you're in that 185 degrees for 20 minutes.
Yes.
When you get in that cold, then your body relaxes. And I just did it. I just want to get them accustomed to doing a sauna. Press the shit out. 3 minutes.
this is
First time.
it.
You did too. 3 minutes your first time.
Thank you, man.
It was
Yeah.
awesome. You just stayed calm as fuck in there.
I felt like that's the thing to do,
Yeah,
right? You get in,
yeah.
and I heard you coaching the boys. Breathe.
Yeah.
You're good.
Just accept it.
Just accept it.
Don't because your brain goes, get the fuck out of here. Get
Yes.
the fuck out of here. Get this. And if you let that shit roll around in your head,
Then you're up.
but it's also good practice for not letting that shit roll around your head in everyday life. Because there's times in everyday life where you just like to make a rash decision because your brain ramps up the wrong way. And if you just stay calm, you can see a rational solution or a rational way to handle something.
any kind of shit that's
Any
going
kind of shit that's going down. Yeah,
Yes.
the ability to keep your head together.
That's
when
right.
you're in that cold water is like, you want get the fuck out of here.
It goes against every fiber
Yes.
in your body.
Yeah.
And as you know, like today was my first cold plunge. I ordered it. It gets delivered next week, but today was the first one.
Nice.
So that's why I had
Which
to
one
do
did you
it.
get?
Damn.
I don't know which one I got.
There's a bunch of good ones out there.
I don't need just a longer one.
Yeah, you need a bigger one. You barely fit in ours. You fucking switched up in there. It's hilarious.
Great.
Yeah, that one is interesting because that's called a blue cube, and the blue cube has a very cool option where you can crank up the water flow.
come on.
So you get it down.
So it's
Yeah, so it's 37 degrees, and then you hit this switch, and it's just like a raging river. So you never get a thermal layer. So the thing that happens in the cold plunge is like a minute in, your body develops sort of a thermal layer, and it actually is more tolerable after a minute than it is the first minute, but not with that raging river. When that shit's in there, like it's never tolerable. You just sit there the whole 3 minutes just white knuckling it. So it's harder.
How often are you doing the raging river part?
I just do it without these guys.
Yeah.
I don't let these guys. I'm trying not to get anybody to quit. You know, today was work. I was like, shit, I'm fucking kind of pushing them because we had renegade rows today. We had windmills.
Yes.
I added a few things to the routine. But the last two workouts, I've been finishing them with the rounds on the bag. So you do this Tabata sprint. So it's 20 seconds of just going out and then 10 seconds rest. 20 seconds, 10 seconds rest. It's an amazing protocol for developing cardio.
Yeah. No, it was amazing. I've never done that before. It's great. You know what I also love that notice about the guys is after the workout was done, they're spent, they're feeling good, they're feeling great about themselves. And I think pretty much all of them said, hey, we're doing this tomorrow, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because, you know, when that shit really kicks your ass, you don't ask that question.
Well, if they wake up sore, who knows? Because there's a few things that we did that are their legs are gonna be sore for sure, for like between the leg stuff and the windmill stuff. But we'll do something different tomorrow. So tomorrow I'll get them in here. We'll do something different. Keep them going.
Are you banging them out, like, would you say 5 times a week?
Whenever they want to come. So like right now it's been 3 days a week, but I'm like, you guys want to go 5 days a week? We'll go 5 days a week.
Yeah.
You let me know what you want to do, and we'll do it. And I try to give them some stuff. Like if you're on the road, just do the push-ups and the bodyweight routine. Just try. You don't have to do 100. I do 100. I do sets of 20. Do sets of 10, 5, whatever. Just do it, and just make sure say if you do like 50 push-ups and 50 bodyweight squats one day, the next day try to make it 60. Try to get to 60. Try to eventually get to 100. And if you have to do 10 sets of 10, that's pretty easy to do. 10 is not hard. You know, and then the last one, and eventually you'll get to a point where you can do sets of 20. And it's easy. It's not that hard to do. Like when I do 20, at the end of 20, I can do way more, but I just relax, and then I do the bodyweight squat. And if you keep doing it, it just conditions your body to be able to do that all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's a great warm-up, 15 minutes and sweat.
That's right.
Yeah, so we start off with that, and then you go right into all the other stuff. While that body's already heated up, you're ready to rock. And this episode is brought to you by Squarespace. You probably already know that Squarespace is the all-in-one platform for creating a website, but they do so much more than that. For example, you can drive sales and engage your audience with Squarespace email campaigns. They make it easy to collect email subscribers and repeat business through regular email updates. You can sell anything you want with Squarespace, whether it's physical goods, digital products, or services. They have all the tools you need to set up an online store. You can even sell in person by connecting a Square reader to the Squarespace app and keep your orders, inventory, and customer data in sync with your website. Try it for yourself. For a free trial, just head to squarespace.com/Joe. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code Joe to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests and my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now, and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a
yeah, fucking right.
travel packs with your first purchase. Go to
and ready to go.
Yeah.
And also, too, I feel like if you, especially for guys like that who are just
Dude, come on, man.
They know they have to do it.
Yeah.
They're going to add some years to their life, right? Take care of their families. But also, it was cool that you realize that as these guys are doing it, they're not, again, they're not giving up, but also you could see it kind of computing in their head, like, okay, 2 steps forward, maybe 1 little step back. You have the math, and you do that every day. You're far down that road.
You're far down that road. And that's what I keep telling them. I said, this is just a thing where you got to not slide off. Because the slide off is the hardest part.
Yeah.
Like, the discipline is very hard, but the slide off is so
my
hard
God,
to slide
dude.
off. When you're used to eating bad food,
3 bullets.
walking around, staying up late and drinking, like all these guys do,
Yeah.
it's really hard to be disciplined. And just to say, no matter what, even if I travel on the road, I got to get workouts in because I can't lose ground.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Especially like wrestling. I feel like comedy's a lot like wrestling just in terms of the schedule. Because you guys are working at nights.
Yep.
Sometimes twice a night. You start at 7:30 or maybe midnight, maybe longer. And so it's that kind of lifestyle where you really got to be disciplined. Were you always disciplined even when you got in comedy full time and you were on the road and doing all that?
I was more disciplined than other comics, but not that disciplined. Not like I am now. I think as I get older, I realize like you only have so much, like your body only has so much energy. And if you're not in shape, your body's gonna have less energy. And as you get older, I have so many friends in my age that look like they're dead.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Jesus Christ, you know,
Yeah.
56. And
Yeah.
at a certain point in time, you realize like, okay, this can't be like a thing you do 3 days a week. This gotta be a thing you do every day. Like, my body has to like know for sure it's gonna work. And every day work has gotta get done.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't do that, I feel like it's gonna slide off. And when I take days off and I get back to it, it's like, I feel way more slide now than I did when I was 20 or 30. It's like the slide is like, you know,
Like
it's
you- like you
steeper.
said, yes.
It's steeper. It lasts longer. It's harder to get back up there
Yes.
again. Like, okay, stay here. Don't
Yes.
let it slide.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is your slide, is it usually come by way like if you catch a fucking cold or something
Yep,
like that?
that could
Usually
happen.
right?
Yeah, that could be it. Or too many days of no sleep.
Yeah.
Too many days of no sleep will get me. You know, if I'm just traveling a lot or doing something that's
Yeah.
like very intensive and I have to get up in the morning or I have to handle something, family stuff or whatever, if I have to get up early. It's just that wrecks you. That's
Yeah.
the one that gets you.
Yeah.
And then you take a day or two off and then you're like, fuck.
Yeah.
And then you gotta travel again and maybe you're going overseas and you know, then it's a long
It's a whole
travel.
thing,
Yeah.
man. You gotta
It's a whole
plan
thing.
your
But
workouts.
you just have to do it. If you don't, if you
have
just
to.
decide, I'll take a nap, then you won't do it and then you're gonna take the fucking nap later. Let's go.
Yeah,
You gotta
let's
go. Let's go.
When you land, that's what I like doing. When I travel out of the country and I land, whatever time it is,
Right to the gym.
Hit the gym.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's the only way I think to avoid like significant jet lag.
Yes.
The other thing that they say is to fast. They say even if you're on a
When you
16-hour
land.
flight, don't eat on the flight. They
okay.
say don't eat on the flight.
And the
I don't
idea
know
behind
why.
that is-
I don't know why, but everybody that I've talked to says to avoid jet lag. One of the best ways is to not eat on the flight and to just sort of land, get a workout in, and let your body get back on its normal cycle, and you won't have the same kind of jet lag.
and still not eat when you land. Just land,
I've
train,
never
and
done
eat that.
it.
I can't do that.
I've never done it. I'm not on a plane. I'm eating. I'm eating 3-4 times.
Gotta
I'm
eat, bro,
fucking
yes.
eating all the time. I don't like the idea of not eating when I'm on a plane. Like, I'm
Yeah,
gonna eat.
gotta eat.
Yeah, I think there's 100% something to the workout though. That seems to reset me as good as anything.
That's
I mean,
the
maybe
best.
not eating and then a workout would be even better, but I've never tried it.
How do you do this? Because I think about this too as well. Like the difference between when you're tired and you feel like we've been here before, I know I'm fucking fatigued,
Yeah.
but I'm still gonna push through this, and like I'm gonna get it in, whether it's at midnight or 7. How do you know the difference between that and compared to
Something's wrong.
dude, I gotta listen to my body?
Yeah, I think it's just an education. You know, you have
Over
those,
time, right?
Yeah, you have those days where you do push it when you shouldn't, and then you get sick.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, I see what I did.
Yeah.
Or you have those days where you push through and you feel way better. I've had those too.
What map
And you
is
gotta kind of feel
this?
them out. And the only way you know is if you know your body. And the only way you know your body is if you push your body all the time.
That's right,
Yeah.
yeah.
When you have a fucking insane schedule. I mean, I know a lot of people with insane schedules, but yours might be at the top of the list. You're right up there with anybody. I don't know how you maintain all of the things that you do and still have energy.
Yeah. What I try to do is try to schedule my day as best as I can. And you know, when you're busy, and all of us are busy in our own way, so I really try to make sure that I'm paying attention to the schedule. I'm really looking at it, and I'm gonna take a fine-tooth comb through it and go, not that. Because it's easy just to say, yeah, I'll do it. Oh, this thing's for
Right.
10 minutes, Joe. Can you, yeah, okay.
Right.
And before you know it, all that shit, it's an hour, and then it's 2
Yeah.
hours and all that. So I really try to make sure that I'm looking at the schedule and try to be smart about the moves these days. And I also learned, then it's just powered saying no.
Yeah, you gotta have you time.
Yes.
You time's important. One of the things I always tell everybody, discipline is really important, but also enthusiasm is really important. Like, I tell these guys with comedy, if you feel burnt out, take some days off.
Yes.
No harm in that. Like you want enthusiasm. There's like something about being enthusiastic with comedy, and I think with a lot of things. Like you want to have that. You don't want it to be a drudgery.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want it to be a colonoscopy. You want to go in
Yeah,
there
you want to have a good time, and you
Yeah.
want to appreciate it. And sometimes you overdo things, you just don't feel that enthusiastic about it. So you got to balance it out. But again, it's an education, so you got to do it the wrong way, and they go, okay, what did I fuck up?
And learn from it.
Yeah.
Dude, I always say with enthusiasm, you can really move mountains.
Yeah,
Right? You can
yeah.
really move mountains with enthusiasm because it starts with that.
Mike Tyson had a great phrase. He said, "Discipline is doing what you hate to do, but doing it like you love it." That's real discipline.
Yeah.
Like, that's what made Mike Tyson.
Yes.
You know, and the proof is in the result. But that's real. If you could just force yourself into being enthusiastic about everything, even shit you don't want to do, like, gotta do hill sprints. Fuck yeah, we're doing
Yes.
these fucking hill sprints.
Okay,
Let's
that's
go.
good. Yes.
Yeah, and then you get excited,
Dude.
and then it becomes something stimulating
Yes.
instead of a drudgery.
You know what it is too? It's that thing where I think like you learn about, especially when it comes to training and that kind of thing, where it's either you look at it like, oh, fuck, this is something
So
I gotta
fake.
do, or I get to do.
Yeah,
Like, I get to do it, man.
Yeah.
What a privilege this is.
There's a lot of people out there that are like seriously ill and injured and they can't do it. God, they wish to fucking give anything to be able to do it.
One more time. That's
Yeah,
right.
and we're lucky. We're lucky as shit. Anybody right now that's able-bodied and hears this is lucky as fuck.
Lucky, man.
Just lucky.
Lucky and privileged. I would
Yeah,
say that.
super lucky.
Sure.
And if you can just keep that in your mind, that's the problem. People get just accustomed to whatever they have, and then they want more. They're not satisfied. But gratitude.
Dude,
is
where's
so
my
important. It's one of
regen
those hippie
at?
crystal fucking wooden beads things that annoy the shit. 'Cause you hear it from the wrong people.
Attitude of gratitude.
Yeah,
and-
there's certain things that get co-opted by like the word God. I think is the same way. It's co-opted by some people, and then people have this negative association with it. But I think gratitude is one of those. It is real, and it's really important. And if you just appreciate your friends, and appreciate your life, and appreciate people, and appreciate what you get to do, you can fucking change your whole tone of existence. You change the frequency you exist on.
Where you vibrate, you can change, man,
You
with
change
that.
people around you too because they get excited by it.
Yeah, that's right. It affects them.
That's what I love to do with these guys. I get excited. We're having fun. We're exercising, but we're all laughing. We're having a great time.
Yeah.
It was fun. They were looking over you. They're like, "Are we fucking working out with the Rock?" Shane kept like nudging me. People working out with the Rock. What the fuck? It was awesome.
was awesome.
It was awesome, but enthusiasm and appreciation. It's like those are the key concepts in life. And even if you're not where you want to be in life and you're grinding and you're on that hustle,
And there's a lot of people like that, right? Yeah,
I get it. Keep grinding, but also appreciate it. Appreciate that hustle. Appreciate this thing. Appreciate this fucking beautiful, chaotic, unknown existence you're in.
Thing we call life.
Yeah, that you don't know what the fuck is gonna happen. It's open-ended. It's wide.
Yes, man.
It's a complete open-loop experience. You don't know what the fuck is coming next, and you're just trying to enjoy the ride.
You have no fucking idea.
No idea.
It's a thing, man. When you think about it, it's like and I feel like I want to know about you too here. I feel like it was a learned thing. Like,
Yeah.
of course, the concept of gratitude, sure. I felt like I'm a pretty grateful guy. But once I started realizing that a lot of the shit that I was trying to get after, and there's the North Star, there's that thing, whatever it is.
This is embarrassing
there.
playing like this.
But really, the shit that matters most is the stuff that's right here.
Yes.
Like right in front of us.
Yes.
You know, this thing, life, family, loved one, kid, whatever it is, job even, you know.
And sometimes if you concentrate on the North Star too much, you don't even enjoy it.
That's
You
right.
don't even enjoy the whole experience.
Of being present.
Yeah, of enjoying the ride, enjoying the fucking journey. I mean, that's another thing. You know, it's about the journey. Ooh. People fucked up that expression, but it's real. It is really about the journey.
Yeah.
It's just hard when you're not where you want to be in life. And if you listen to this and you're just not satisfied with your position in life, it's hard to think that way. All you want is that thing, but you got to somewhere along the line figure out how to enjoy yourself. Somewhere along the line, figure out how to just go as hard as you can, but also enjoy it. Try to enjoy it because that changes the whole tone of the experience, and I think that makes you more successful. I really do, because I think you have more energy, you have more focus, and you collect better energy around you from other people. They feel your energy. They're inspired by the way you live your life and how you treat people and what you do and how you do things, and they want to do a similar thing. They want to do something that makes them feel that way, and they want other people to feel that way as well. And it's got the butterfly effect. It just goes through all the people that are around you.
Brother, it's like like attracts like. It's that thing.
Yeah.
Right? It's that thing, man. Especially if you're grinding, and you're right. There's a lot of people out there who are just fucking busting their ass. And I'm unhappy. You and I were both in that place at one time. We're like, fuck, I don't like the position I'm in. I want more. I want something more. But this idea of I'm going to try and enjoy it. But I got to tell you, it wasn't. And I want to know about you too. Like earlier on in my career, I felt like it's the grind that we love and sink our teeth into and just fucking go and get after it. But I wasn't having fun.
Yeah.
But man, that time when it switched in my mind, like exactly what you're saying. Let me enjoy this now. Because I've worked hard to get here, whatever this thing is, just like everybody else. But this idea, like let's have fun while we're doing it along the way. And you're right. It has that butterfly effect. It affects other people and it attracts other people. Before you know it, everybody's vibrating at this great place with enthusiasm and excitement and fun.
Oh, imagine.
I realized when I was young, I got a development deal for Disney when I was 25, 26. And I got this development deal, and all of a sudden they gave me like, I think it was like $100,000. And I had money in the bank. I was like, this is crazy. Because I felt
How old were you at that? So
I was like 26, I think. And it was a development deal for a television show, and all of a sudden I had money. Like my whole life I was poor. And my whole life I was like wondering how I was going to, when I was on my own, it was like, how am I paying the bills? How am I eating? You know, I remember like taking like a loose jar of change and counting it all out so I could go to Subway and get a sandwich. You know, like that kind of shit.
You don't forget that
You don't forget that
kind
kind
of
of shit. But then the moment I got that check, I remember feeling light.
Yeah.
Like weight had been lifted off me. Like now I didn't have to worry about my rent. Now I didn't have to worry about food. And I remember thinking immediately, oh, this is the key. You just got to not get to a place where you're not worried about your bills. If that means like spend less money, if that means like live a more prudent lifestyle, whatever you have to do. But get to that place where you're not worried about bills, because that shit hanging over your head causes stress that fucking ruins lives. It ruins people.
Yeah.
And so then I was like, okay, now the most important thing is fucking keep going.
Yeah.
Like make sure you don't lose any ground here and keep going, because now you know what it's like to be successful. Continue that. Do whatever the fuck you have to do, whatever work you have to put in. Continue that.
Yeah.
And then when I got to a place where I felt like I have enough money that I feel really secure, then I started to learn how to be happy. But in the beginning, it was just drive. It was just all go.
Yeah.
And it was just very selfish thinking. Just thinking only on what I'm trying to do.
But that's all we know. But especially if you grow up broke, and it's the thing that you make up your mind. I feel, and it's the same thing that happened to me. I made up my mind, like I'm broke today, but one day I'm never gonna be broke, and I will never have to be broke. At least I'm gonna do all I can not to be broke. So when you have the mentality, you have the blinders on.
Yeah.
So this is the way you're thinking. This is until I think we get a little older and we achieve the success, we understand, then it starts to go like this a little bit. I can ask you something. I heard this, and I always want to confirm it with you. You started early with martial arts, right? And then what you said, there was this great quote, and it was something like, it was martial arts, I think, that gave you the confidence to know that, oh wait, I'm not gonna be broke one day, or something like that. Is that right?
Yeah, martial arts was the first thing that I realized, like, oh, I'm not a loser. Because I felt like I moved a lot when I was a kid. We moved from New Jersey to San Francisco when I was 7, lived in San Francisco till I was 11, moved to Florida from 11 to 13, Boston from 13 to 24. So it was always.
I lived in 10 states by the time I was 13.
Yeah.
Why were you guys moving around?
Well, my stepdad went to school in Florida. But we moved to San Francisco just to like experience something different and just get away from New Jersey. Moved there, and then my stepdad went to school in Florida. And when we went to school in Florida, we had to go to the University of Florida, Gainesville. So we
Nice.
there.
There was blue above his head.
We went to the Boston Architectural Center. So we moved there so we could finish it and get his architectural degree. So we were just always going where we had to go. And when we did that, I would have to make a whole new set of friends. And so it was this thing about being insecure and young, and life is kind of fucked up and chaotic, and you're meeting these new people, and kids are fucking cruel. And I always was insecure.
No way,
because
this guy kills me, bro.
Chaotic. My family life is chaotic, and I just felt like a loser. I always felt like I just had to hide from people. I was like socially nervous around people, and I just felt like there were certain people that were winners in life, and I was not that. I was a loser. And then I started doing martial arts, and I got really good at it. Like I was obsessed, and I got really good at it really quickly. And I realized like, oh, I'm not a loser. Like I just have to find a thing and fucking really get after it in a way that I know some people that have had an easy life, they're not going to pursue it like it's going to save them. And I was pursuing it like this is going to save me, because I knew as I kept getting better, I started getting this feeling of, oh, I'm good at something. Like I'm good at something dangerous. And then I got really good at it. And then I started winning tournaments and competing and traveling all the road. And so my whole life from 15 to 21 was just traveling around competing. That's all I did. I was kind of. It's kind of like socially fucked up because I wasn't hanging out with many kids my age. I wasn't really partying. I wasn't doing. I was just training, competing, and teaching. I was teaching at Boston University when I was 19 years old. I was teaching an accredited course in Taekwondo. It was like a pass-fail A, but it counted towards your GPA. So I tell all the students, I said, listen, show up, you get an A. That's all you have to do. Show up and try, you get an A. You don't have to be awesome at it. I just want you to just show up and do your best, and you get an A. It's that simple.
Yeah.
And so they knew that counted towards their GPA. So I had this big fucking class. And it was great. I did that for a couple of years. And then when I started doing stand-up, well, first of all, I started kickboxing. And when I started kickboxing, that's when I started getting like brain damage. And I was realizing I was getting brain damage because we were sparring hard.
For sure, like for real.
Yeah, legit. I was like laying in bed with headaches after sparring, and there's no money in it. And I was like, what am I doing? Like, I'm 21. What am I doing with my life? Like, I can't keep doing this. And I'd already started doing open mics. So I'd already started doing stand-up comedy, but I was kind of like just dabbling in it. And I thought I could do that too, but I still had these competition aspirations. And then the brain damage thing was scary because I knew quite a few people around me that from the time I was 16 till the time I was 21, I saw them deteriorate. Like, noticeably slurring their words, forgetful, not knowing what you were talking about like moments ago. And I knew that's coming. And I knew that was coming for me.
And CTE back then wasn't in the conversation. Like, that wasn't in the lexicon, right?
The NBA season is in full swing, and DraftKings has you covered for all of your in-season action. Choose your fantasy team and hoop for oh-so-real cash prizes. Right now, new customers can even play free for a share of millions with your first deposit. If you're a rookie, don't sweat it.
This episode, brain damage was, people talk about people being punch drunk, but I knew too many people that I saw it in them. I saw a deterioration from young people. I saw slurring their words, and they would have like one drink of alcohol, and it'd be like they were hammered. Because something happens when people are punch drunk, when they drink, they just fall apart.
Yeah.
And I saw that too, and I was like, okay, I've got to stop doing this. Like, this is dangerous. Because we weren't sparring smart. We were going to war.
Like no headgear?
No headgear. And sometimes headgear, most of the time no headgear. Most of the time it was just going to war.
Yeah.
And you weren't really sparring. You were fighting. We were fighting all the time. And just guys getting dropped all the time. And that was just the kind of gym that I was in. It was a hard-ass fucking kickboxing gym. Beat the fuck out of each other. And I was realizing, like, okay, I got to get out of this. Like, this is gonna ruin me. Like, and then if my mind gets ruined, my life is ruined. Because then you can't think, you can't do things, you don't know what the fuck you're doing in life. It's like literally everything is the quality of your ability to think. And I knew that I was putting that in jeopardy. So then I went all in comedy. But I realized from martial arts that if I go all in on something, I can be successful at it.
That's right. Like, that's the anchor.
Yeah, that's it.
You learn.
Yeah.
I thought that was cool, man, when I read that. Yeah.
There's things in life that I think every kid should do something difficult. Whether it's playing chess or whether it's soccer or whether it's wrestling, something that really fucking tests you. Because you learn that you can get better at stuff, and you learn that you can overcome all those feelings of weakness that are inside you.
Yeah. And it acts as like a forcing mechanism for discipline.
Yeah.
And to work through that shit. And also I feel like it's like with doing martial arts and then transitioning over to comedy. I feel like it also, for me, it forces also our kids to find their thing. And even as you get a little older, in your teens and your early 20s, because fuck, dude, in my early 20s I was still trying to figure out who I was and what I was going to be, and even in my 30s. But I feel like as you're searching for that thing, it's like with me in football. Like, I thought football was my ticket. That was the thing that's going to allow me to. I'm going to buy my parents their first house.
Right.
Like, I didn't live in a house until I was 27. I was WWE champion. It was the first fucking house I lived in. That was amazing. So I thought football was a ticket, and then I realized down the road, like, I have to finish this chapter in my life because I don't have that skill set to go on. I can continue to push it, but no. But like I was saying, it forces kids to as well, and older kids as you get into adulthood, to find your thing, right? Because a lot of times we're in the thing, we think it's the thing, and it's going to be our ticket out, but it's not.
And if you
Of course, my team is just out here with this guy.
You know the way broadly you can see it in all things. There's some real wisdom in those words because there's something about finding a pursuit or a passion or something you truly love that's engaging and challenging, that is exciting for you, and it advances you as a person. And the lessons that you learn in pursuing that thing, you apply to everything in your life.
Everything in life, man. Yeah, everything in life. There's a great, you probably know it, Bruce Lee quote from Enter the Dragon. Do you remember when he was like, it was one of his students, when he told the kid, it's like a finger pointing away to the moon.
Yeah.
And he slapped him in the head, don't concentrate on the finger, you're going to lose all that heavenly glory around you.
Yeah.
So back to being present.
Yeah, Bruce Lee was a bad motherfucker.
Dude.
He was such a bad motherfucker. People really don't appreciate what he did. Because what he did was introduce martial arts in an exciting way to the whole world.
Yes.
Everybody was wearing kung fu outfits, and everybody was fucking taking martial arts classes.
Yes.
Everybody wanted to be like Bruce Lee. He was the fucking coolest guy that ever existed in movies.
Oh, dude.
All of a sudden, you got this little ripped Chinese guy who's fucking everybody up.
And everyone thought they were Bruce Lee, by
Yeah.
the way. I remember getting my first pair of nunchucks. But I fucked myself up with the real
yourself
ones.
in the back of the head?
Enough times that I was like, oh, they make rubber ones that you're supposed to learn with.
Yeah.
Dude, I did that. And what did he do? I feel like he was groundbreaking in a way, right? When he came over here, there was something about what he was teaching. Was it Jeet Kune Do?
Yes.
Right, so was he the first, or he was taking a version of it? And
Well, he was the first to combine. The thing was, there was a thing about loyalty in martial arts. Like, if you were a judo practitioner and you started training at a kickboxing gym, people would frown upon that. Like, why are you training Muay Thai when you're a judo practitioner? Judo is the way. And the same thing was, I had a very open-minded Taekwondo coach who actually encouraged me to start boxing and doing some other things.
Yeah.
But most of the time, that's not the case. A lot of like kung fu practitioners, they don't want you practicing karate. They only want you going to a kung fu place. What Bruce Lee said is, use everything that's useful. Everything that's useful. And he put together a system of martial arts and incorporated everything that he learned, from grappling from Jean LaBelle, and karate from Chuck Norris and Tang Soo Do, and kung fu from Yip Man, from the Wing Chun. He put it all together with Western boxing and wrestling. He realized, like, there's so many different ways to fight, and the style is having no style. The way is no way. Like, figuring out, figuring out how to adapt and move to every situation. Be like water.
That's right.
And be formless.
Yeah,
and,
that's right.
And he taught that philosophy, and that philosophy eventually became mixed martial arts. Bruce Lee was the first true mixed martial artist because he was the first like true guru that was shouting it from the top of the hills. Use everything that's useful.
Yeah.
Everything from all styles. And put it together. But back then that was really frowned upon. It was like kind of dangerous. Like, people would go after you if you disrespected kung fu. Or,
to prove so not only try to prove you wrong, but like physically try to go after you.
You were disrespecting their art, which was like literally like a religion. So a lot of people, martial arts are very cult-like. And when you get into a martial arts school, a lot of times the instructor is almost like a cult leader. You think that person is invincible, they can't be beaten by anyone. You have these like weird ideas about your master. You even call them a master. And so there's this like very rigid thinking that used to exist before.
But not anymore.
No.
There's no
The
referential
UFC
to the master. Or
no, the UFC just fucking put that away.
Yeah.
Like, there's still schools out there that run like that, but they're not legitimate, and they're not the good ones. The really good schools, they're just teaching you something beautiful. They're teaching you how to use your body in a way that is challenging and effective, and it makes you so much more confident, and it makes you, if a physical altercation happens, you have a massive advantage over almost anyone.
Yeah, protect yourself.
Yeah, it's literally like a superpower to have that and to walk around, to know that most people have zero idea how to fight.
Right.
And so we've all seen fucking Instagram videos. Guys have no idea how to fight, and they're fighting each other, and they don't even know each other, and they're swinging
Just
wild.
swinging for the fences.
Yeah.
And something connects.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a trained fighter, that looks hilarious.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is, what are you doing? Like, he's like,
Stop for a second.
Just moving it around, like, dude, you're gonna get hurt here. Like, stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When was the last time you got into a fight? fight fight?
I never really got in fights. I mean, I got in like 1 or 2 in high school,
Yeah.
but once I started training, I was just competing all the time. I never got into like street fights.
Right. And
They're stupid.
They're stupid.
They're so
Just
stupid.
fucking stupid,
Just like
yes.
it's just your ego that keeps you there. It's one thing if you have to defend yourself, somebody's attacking you,
Yeah.
or someone's attacking someone you love. But to just get into fights because you know how to fight is so crazy. Because like you think, oh, if I could do what you do, I'd be beating the fuck out of people. No, you wouldn't, because they'll shoot you. They'll come back with a gun and fucking shoot you. You think people just like getting head kicked? No, they're gonna fuck you up, man.
Yeah.
You're gonna look over your shoulder the rest of your life.
Yeah, yeah.
No, you can't do that. Like, you can't do that.
That's fucking silly.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. But also, that's people that haven't trained. They don't understand that. Like,
Right.
when I tell people like the best way to stop bullying, it sounds so counterintuitive. Teach people how to fight when they're young.
Yeah,
Teach bullies
sure.
even how to fight. They won't be doing that.
That's right, because they, in a way, inherently have a respect.
Yeah, they're insecure.
Yes.
The reason why they're imposing their strength on other people and trying to make people feel bad is because they feel bad, and they think somehow or another by being a piece of shit to someone who's smaller than them that somehow or another that boosts them up. But it doesn't. It just gives you like you have low self-esteem. You can't think of yourself as like a hero if that's the kind of life you're living. It's a terrible way to live.
It is. Yeah.
And but people don't understand that the way to cure that is not to like just simply punish them. The way to cure that is to teach everyone how to fight. Like it should be a thing that men learn, and I think some women too. Like not mandatory. I'm not saying everyone should have to do this, but it should be an option available to you. And if that option is available to you and you take it, I think it'll better your life, and I think it'll stop a lot of this bullying. I really do.
Absolutely. In the spirit of learning how to protect yourself, right? In the anchor, learning how to learning how to fight, learning how to throw a punch, learning how to do this,
Yeah. You also learn the value in difficult work and getting better at things.
Oh my God, brother, let me get everybody.
That's the idea about training really fucking hard. You know, the value of putting in that hard work. Early, I always tell athletes, and I know you feel the same way, it's like whether you're on the football field, basketball court, in the cage, whatever it is you do, whatever kind of athletics, it always starts at the gym. And once you're done, your playing days are over, your fighting days are over, wrestling days are over, you go back to the gym. It all starts at the gym.
Yeah.
The hard work.
You just have to keep your body healthy. If you can. If you can't keep your body healthy, I understand. But if you can, you've got to do it. It's something everyone should do. It makes your life better. It just does.
Yeah.
You know, and there's so many intelligent people that I know that ignore their body because they're so concentrated on their mind. They're so concentrated on intellectual pursuits. They let their body become just a wreck. Just like,
Yeah, a physical wreck.
Yeah,
We only got one, man.
Yeah, it's frail.
Only got one body.
And your intellectual energy is dependent upon your physical energy. If your body's tired, your brain's not going to function as well. Even if you have an amazing brain.
Right.
You're not giving it what it needs.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I agree.
And it's also the best way to filter out the noise of life. Like if you choose to do something that's much harder than anything else you can experience, and it's voluntary, the rest of life is easier. It really is easier.
Yeah.
Stress and bullshit and criticism and fucking haggling and nonsense and chaos. Like you can get through that.
Especially today. Right? There's so much fucking noise.
So much noise.
And bullshit.
So much bullshit.
Toxicity.
So much toxicity.
So it's just out there all the time. And you're right. It's that kind of angering training gives you the leg up to swat the bullshit away. Swat the bullshit away.
The bullshit today is fascinating because it's social media bullshit. It's a different bullshit than people have ever experienced in all of human history.
Yes.
These people that you don't know chiming in about everything. The good part of that is there's a sharing of ideas and there's a way of communicating that never existed before, and people are learning so much more about things than ever before. Social media allows people to break news stories long before mainstream media. It allows people to tell you about fascinating stories that maybe you would have never heard of, and amazing archaeological discoveries and scientific advancements, and it's incredible in that regard. But it's also you're dealing with human beings in a weird form where they're not in front of you, they're not talking to you eye to eye, they can say the shittiest things and they don't feel anything,
right.
and they're trying to hurt people's feelings, and they make it like an activity.
Yeah.
Like their activity is not jujitsu. Their activity is like shitting on people online, starting trouble.
That's the trend.
Yeah.
Right? That it's just to shit on everything. But
Yeah.
you're right. I want to back up for a second because it's so important, right, that people hear this too as well. Especially coming from you and I, we're in the public eye, and we deal with the shit and the noise and all that, but we also deal with the good stuff. And
Yeah.
like you were saying, I am an optimist. I think in my DNA, so I like to look and search for the good stuff that's out there. The stuff that's going to make me better, help me stretch out my aperture here, looking at things like, oh, I never looked at it like that. Thank you for bringing that up. That's great. I don't know if I agree, but let's talk a little bit more. Compared to the ones who are the experts, toxicity, and it's this interesting thing that some people have to, I'm going to go out of my way to try and make you feel bad.
Yeah.
And make people feel bad. Shit on this whole thing and really not offer anything, I think, constructive.
Right.
You know, that we can talk about, chop up.
Well, it's almost all damaged people. And the problem is
Yes.
a good percentage of the people out there are damaged. And there's a thing about the kind of fucking interaction that people have on social media that just makes their life worse, whether they realize it or not. Just fills their life with anxiety and this weird need to constantly check, see who responded to what you tweeted and what are the comments on your Facebook post and reading them all. And you're not living your life. You're just wrapped up in this weird battle of opinions with strangers.
Yes.
You know, you see people defending themselves online like, I have done this and I've done that. What are you doing? What are you fucking doing? You're arguing with some fucking 15-year-old troll who's in the basement hiding from his stepdad. You're like, what are you doing?
And you know, what I was on the tap as typing in all capital letters as if somebody's yelling and the how dare you and this. It's like, what the fuck? Are you doing?
Well, it's a sport. It's a sport and trying to get the best response, and there's skill to it. You know, the skill to shitting on people and learning how to like go after people. Like it is a kind of a game. You're trying to like zing them, and then you look at the comments and everybody's agreeing with you. Yeah, get them.
Yeah,
it's like
and living in that in the just the clickbait culture, you know, and want to raise the profile.
Yep.
So let me ask you this: this is something you and I were texting about last week.
What a grenade!
Between the bullshit noise and the toxicity that's always out there, compared to that's an opinion that is worthy of my attention. I just want to look at and look at this for a second.
Yeah.
How do you differentiate the two?
It's difficult, right? You got to try to be objective, and you got to try to be unemotional when you read something someone's writing. Like say if someone's like Palestine and Israel is a great example, because the tension is so heightened, and anything you say on one side or the other, people will attack you on. And so this is one that's if you have an opinion, a political opinion, a cultural opinion about the conflict, and you post it, boy, you are opening yourself up to a world of people agreeing and disagreeing and chaos and fighting. And some of those people are going to have points that make sense. Like say if you are 100% pro-Palestine and you read something about Hamas and you read something, wow, that's fucking terrible. You know, you have to be willing to say, oh, there's both things. There's the fact that they live in what's essentially an open-air prison is fucking terrible. Also, the people that are ruling them are terrorists. That's terrible too. Like you can't ignore any aspect. This is a complicated thing. What some of the Israeli soldiers have done some evil things to Palestine. There's videos of them shooting people. Also, what Hamas did is fucking insanely evil. Like what has to be done to fix that? I do not know. But to pretend it's binary and to pretend it's one side good, one side bad, that seems insane.
It's all bad.
It's all bad.
It's all fucking heartbreaking.
Yeah.
It's all devastating. And you're right. And what I've learned, I feel like we've all learned, or trying to learn at least, is because it is so complicated. And that is a part of the world, and historically, thousands of years that I find complicated, and I try my best to understand. I also try to go in with an open mind because it is all fucking crazy.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like there's a real solution either.
And there's the things that you said, yes, and I want to get to that in a second, because I was thinking about that today, is everything you said, absolutely. This part of it is devastating. This is devastating. This side. The 240 hostages that still haven't come home yet. But also, where does it go?
Right, where does it go?
Where does it go? That's the thing that I think really grabs my attention, because usually I think, I'm not saying a situation like this, but there's a lot of stuff that goes on where you feel like, I think this is the path to finding a result, or at least maybe the first steps of resolve. But in this case,
I don't see it.
Brother, I don't know.
No, I don't see it. But speaking of what we were talking about earlier, you can learn from that's where separating the noise from the intelligent perspective. I've read some very intelligent perspectives where people give you a detailed history in the conflict of the region, and you realize like, oh, this is like incredibly complicated. And to have a binary viewpoint or a very black or white viewpoint is dangerous. It's not, and it's so easy for people to do. People love to do that. They love to other people. It's a natural human trait. It's a tribal trait that we have, and that is what led to World War II and the Holocaust. Is that they othered these human beings because these human beings are Jewish, and you're seeing people doing that now with Jewish people, and you're seeing people doing that now with Muslim people. There's people that are angry at all Muslim people because of what Hamas did. All of it's crazy, and what we need to do is realize that othering human beings is insane. And if you could look at Earth from space, this is one of the things that all the astronauts have said. All the people that have gone to the space station, there's a moment where you are up there, when you look down on the Earth, and you see this magical thing that's floating in the heavens, and you realize how insane these conflicts we have over territory, over lines in the dirt, and fighting over resources, and it's so ridiculous. We are one life form. We are one gigantic superorganism that needs each other. It's like human beings need each other. We do not survive alone. The worst thing they can do to you in prison is put you in solitary confinement. Yeah. We need each other. It's a part of what we are. We're this one gigantic group of beings that are trying to live our lives all together on this fucking magical thing that's floating through space. And we unfortunately come from tribal backgrounds, all of us. We evolved in these small groups of hunter-gatherers thousands and thousands of years ago, and we carry that DNA still. We carry that fiercely loyal tribal DNA that allows us to look at people that aren't a part of us as something less than us. And we've got to, and what I'm hoping is that as technology allows people to communicate far more freely and to translate languages more freely, and where information is going to get exchanged more freely, and it takes a long time for this to happen, but we'll eventually understand each other to the point where that's way more difficult to happen. Because it's so easy for it to happen if you don't speak their language, you don't follow their religion, they're bad, you're good, and then you're othering people.
That's right.
And we gotta stop that. That's a fucking insanely ridiculous thing that's being done by world leaders. They gather people together against other people that you don't even fucking know. You don't even know. It's one thing if you have a conflict with an actual human being that's like doing something to you. But this is like, you don't even know these people. And these world leaders have told you that somehow or another these people are bad and you're good and we gotta go over there and fuck them up. Like, we're still doing that? Like, that's insane. It's insane that human beings are still doing that. And I'm hoping that as we get to know each other more through technology and through what has become the most connecting innovation, most connecting technology ever, which is the internet. I'm hoping that's going to continue to evolve and connect people further and further. The problem is, if along the way it can get co-opted by governments and it can get controlled and censored, and that's the enemy. That's the enemy of all truth.
That's what we can't have.
We can't have that.
Yes.
We need to fucking ride this out and let this thing write itself out and figure out the right way to live. But it's definitely not through war.
I feel like I agree with you on that. My hope was, in the spirit of vein of what you were saying, is that writing it out, getting more information, being open to difference of opinion. Here's how I feel. How do you feel? But truly tell me a little bit more, just so I can understand. But even in that, the spirit of that, I feel like you get so much more out of that, so much benefit. But I feel like you were saying, things got to get recalibrated, man. And I don't know, especially when I don't know what the end game is there. So, but I agree with you. Yeah.
It's terrifying. It's terrifying because it could lead the whole world into nuclear conflict, and then civilization's over, and then we're back to caveman if we're lucky. If we're lucky. If there's anybody left. I mean, there's a real possibility we can nuke the whole world, and there's no one left. Maybe some people live on islands.
Right. Well, what's crazy is that is a possibility.
Yeah.
And
it's happened before.
Wild.
Well, the thing is, it's happened before with natural disasters. There was this, what was that super volcano? Was it Toba? Was that what it was? Yeah, the Toba super volcano 70,000 years ago that reduced the entire human population to a few thousand people.
Wow.
Yeah, we came that close from a super volcano 70,000 years ago to being down to like very few people. They don't even know how many people it was, but the estimates are a few thousand, I think. Is that what the estimates are? I think that's what they think. But that's great. A few thousand people is nothing. Like, how? That's nothing. That's a concert. That's like go to a concert, like a theater. Not even a fucking big show.
My first wrestling match. Yeah.
And then imagine that's the whole human race on planet Earth. And then you're dealing with, back then, of course, you're dealing with predators. You're dealing with natural disasters and even normal shit like freezing to death in the winter and starving.
Yeah.
And if you're dealing with super volcanoes,
disease,
you have all sorts of nuclear winter. Super volcano coats the earth in ash, and it's one of the things that kills everybody. Is the temperature drops. No sunlight gets through. Plants don't grow. Everything's fucked. And then you're cannibalizing. There's a lot of that.
Yes.
I mean, there's a high possibility that our ancestors were cannibals, and that the people that had to survive through a lot of these things, they probably ate people.
Did what they had to do.
Yeah.
Did what they had to do.
Fucked.
Yeah. I'd start with my quad.
That's easy. It's a lot of meat on that thing.
Yours too.
I don't think I'd eat myself. I'd probably jump off a cliff. There's the thing like, people, it's a scary thing what people resort to. Like the Donner Party, right? Those people got trapped trying to make the way across the mountains. It's terrifying. When you're realizing you're starving. People are like trying to draw straws to who's going to kill who to eat.
Yeah. You talked about the. Who was it, the astrophysicist you said? What were we talking about?
Yeah, that's NASA, the scientists, when they look up,
there's
an
overview
effect.
Look. It has that emotional impact. It really puts things into perspective, like how we're just on this spinning thing. We all do need each other. I always like to say, too, because I feel like it connects to what you said, which is try to keep in mind history is always watching. And when you think the decisions we make today, years from now, history's going to look back at this time. And I think if you really think like that, it just helps force another forcing mechanism to try to make the best decision possible. At least I try to think that way. History's always watching, man.
But we have the benefit of living a good life while this is happening. Imagine being someone trapped in Palestine, and imagine being someone trapped in Gaza while they're bombing. And this idea that they're supposed to get rid of Hamas. How could they have no food? They have no money. They have bad water. What are you talking about? What are they going to do? They're occupied too. They're occupied by whoever's leading them. When you're deeply impoverished and there's no way, and you're literally like trapped in this one place, you can't even leave. What are your options? Like they're saying that they need to rise up and organize. Like they're gonna get killed. Do you understand how that works? It's not that simple.
No, that's the thing. That's why I go back to where's the wise brains here in open hands? Who is what's the result?
I don't know.
What's the beginning of it, at least, you know?
I haven't heard anyone have like a solution that really makes sense that I think is workable that they could actually pull off. I think before October 7th, you know, there probably you could have had options.
Right.
But after that, it's like, God, the Israelis are so bloodthirsty, and now the people that are like the Free Palestine people are blood. And you see anti-Semitism everywhere now, a level that I never saw before. Open anti-Semitism online, open anti-Semitism, people chanting death to the Jews openly in public. It's crazy to see. It's crazy to see.
Yeah, never.
Yeah, it's so wild. And you would imagine that in this day and age, in 2023, we would be moving away from all that.
Yeah.
But to see it ramped up in our lifetime is so insane.
But that's why it concerns me, though, right? And I know you too, and a lot of people out there, like, where does that go?
Right.
Where does this escalate to?
Yeah, not a good place.
No. And then where is that person, human, group, who's going to come in and say, let's try this?
And how do we do that? Does something tragic, really tragic, not that anything that's already happened has been horrifically tragic, but something horrific at a large scale has to happen that really wakes people up, like a nuclear bomb hitting a city.
Yeah.
And people go, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like we went from 1945 until today and without doing that. If we do that now, and then they retaliate, and then it's over. Then we're fine.
I hope that's not the case. Yeah.
I hope it's not the case too, but sometimes I think something has to happen to wake people up. And like one of the
To
things
shake
that
and
happened,
recalibrate everything, yes.
9/11 did that.
Yes.
Like you remember after 9/11, everybody had those American flags on their car, even in LA, which is, you know, super liberal, and they never put a fucking American flag on their car. Everybody had them on.
It galvanized.
Yeah, brought us together.
Brought us together.
And maybe this episode is brought to you by Roka. If you listen to this podcast, you know I'm a huge fan of Roka. Roka is a premium eyewear brand for people who give a shit. And before I tell you more, I want to start off with a little secret. They have some great deals right now for Black Friday. So if you can hear me talk about them and wanting to get yourself prepared, this would be a good time. Roka is based here in Austin, Texas, and they're most well known for their work with hardcore competitive athletes, for the cyclists and
fucking
Ironman athletes.
shotgun.
What we may not know is that over the last several years, they've taken all of that cutting-edge sports technology and packed it into normal-looking glasses that you can wear for just about anything. Wear for sports, social events, for work, on your vacation. Roka glasses are super versatile. And what really makes Roka glasses different is how they feel on your face. Roka calls it Float Fit. Float Fit is the combination of all the stuff that happens behind the scenes to make an amazing product. It's years of experience, precision design, obsessive engineering, and cutting-edge material science. I've been wearing Rokas for years. I wear them every day. I love them. I have a pair right here. And they make an amazing product. And I wear their sunglasses, their readers, and I also wear their tactical glasses when I'm on the range. You guys know I can wear whatever I want. I choose Roka. Check them out and feel the difference for yourself. Go to roka.com and take advantage of their limited time offers. That's ROKA.com. This Thanksgiving, as you're pounding down potatoes and gravy, I want you to think about everything you've looked at on your phone in the last few days. Every website, every OnlyFans link. Who's in charge of the Wi-Fi you've been enjoying that content on? Is it your dad, your sister-in-law, grandmother? Well, guess what? That person has access to all the crazy shit that you've been looking at. Unless you do what I do and use ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an app that I have on my computer that encrypts all my online traffic. So whatever I do stays private. If you think that incognito mode will save you, think again. Incognito mode does nothing except hide your history from yourself. If you don't have ExpressVPN turned on, you may as well read your browsing history out loud to your whole family. The same goes wherever you are, work, home, or traveling. Are you really going to trust your boss, girlfriend, or Airbnb host to respect your privacy? I've been using ExpressVPN for 5 years now, since 2018, and I've seen with my own eyes how easy
God,
it is to
what is
full live
happening?
everything someone's looked at on your Wi-Fi network. It's absolutely nuts. There's no way I'd ever get on someone else's Wi-Fi without ExpressVPN, and you shouldn't either. Secure yourself with the #1 rated VPN in the world. I partnered with ExpressVPN to get you a special holiday offer. Go to expressvpn.com/Rogan right now, and you can get 3 extra months. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan. expressvpn.com/Rogan. And it made people realize, like, hey, we are literally a country. We're all in this together. And without that conflict, I think people start looking for conflict amongst the people that are around them. I think human beings, unfortunately, have a natural desire to seek out conflict, or to embrace conflict, or to be a part of conflict, and and to go after people whose opinions don't align with theirs. And if there's no real problem in the world, you find problems. It's like that expression, like the worst thing that's ever happened to you is the worst thing that's ever happened to you. If it's daddy taking away your Rolls Royce because you drove drunk when you're 16, that's still the worst thing that's ever happened to you.
Yeah.
But if your life has been this fucking chaotic system of foster homes and drug addicted family members and crime, and then you get free, something that would drive someone up a wall won't affect you at all.
That's right.
Because you've been through so much.
That's right.
And I think, unfortunately, there's a lot of people in this life, in this world that we live in, especially in America, that live soft-ass lives.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't encounter real hardship. They encounter kind of like minor league hardship that they have blown up to be the end of the world.
It's not the hardcore shit that really shapes you. Yes, that a lot of people need.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just we're going through a very strange adolescence as a species, and we're going through this like teenage process of like fucking up and figuring out who you are with nuclear weapons. And like if you look at the actual civilization on Earth itself, the human civilization, it's going through this chaotic period of trying to grow and get better while also engaging in ridiculous conflict, and it's all happening in the blink of an eye. It's happening so rapidly. Things have changed so quickly from the time you and I were kids. I mean, when you and I were kids, it was Russia. Everybody's worried about going to war with Russia.
Right.
And then when fall of the Soviet Union, there was just like, this calm that went through the whole country.
The breath, yes.
And I thought we were done. I thought, we're done with all this. This is great. We figured this out.
Yeah.
But no.
Well, that's why I wonder where are the corporate leaders? You know,
Yeah.
like where? I mean, it's a big question. But
Well, nobody really wants to be president. It's fucking call your ass with a microscope.
Dude.
It's not fun. They talked about you being president.
Dude, I know.
I remember at one point in time it was like they were saying it should be The Rock and Oprah. They should be president and vice president.
Dude, so one of the parties came to visit me.
Oh, no.
At the end of last year, asking for me to run.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I mean, it was
for president?
President.
Wow.
It was first of all incredibly fucking surreal.
Right.
Because I was the guy who's wrestling at flea markets.
Right.
He was looking for free corn dogs and hot dogs and shit, selling like headshots for $5, trying to make money, and then also having that conversation. But it was just incredibly surreal and so wild, but also so incredible that they had all this data that they had said, if this happens, here's the result.
Oh, wow.
It was really fucking deep. And then I started to think, again, surreal, because that's never been my goal, right? I appreciate it, and I'm fucking honored, right? Because I'm like you in here in our core, right? But it made me think, it's either this is an incredible thing, and I got some pretty decent leadership skills, or things are so fucked up.
Shotgun.
They turned into the pro wrestling movie star. They try to run the world.
Man. But who are those leaders, whether president or not? But I wait for, as it relates to the conflict, they're like who's not necessarily step up, but just information. As you were talking about, we live in a time of incredible technology. communicate so fast, and you could be as open as your aperture stretches out to be, and you can get as much information as you can. So where are those people who are going to...
They don't want to be president. They're running their own lives, and they're looking on the sideline, wishing that someone with real leadership skills and real wisdom and real empathy and a real moral compass, who's not governed entirely by money.
Well, you just said it. I mean, those things, empathy.
Yeah.
Those kind of qualities, integrity.
Yeah.
Especially the empathy part.
Yeah.
And looking at everything as open.
Yeah.
But
if you're a person that has empathy, how do you conduct a drone strike where you know that a certain amount of civilians 100% are going to die, but you know that a terrorist might be in this apartment building? How do you greenlight that? Because you kind of have to if you want to get rid of this terrorist. I mean, but we know the consequences of drone strikes. There's some insane number of people that are innocent civilians that get killed. It's hard. It's been explained to me by my friends in the military that it's very difficult to know the truth because oftentimes you get lies from either side. Look, for sure, 100% for sure.
Truth in terms of the reasons for the orders. That they
Not just the reason for the orders, but the amount of people that died were innocent. But for sure, innocent people died. The question is how many of them. When they say they bombed a wedding party, that's real. That's happened. Like thousands of people have died that way all over the world. Whether it's in Yemen or wherever they're conducting bombing raids, there have been many people that have not been a target that were killed. But what are those numbers? And what's the reality of it? Because if you're on that side that get bombed, you might put out press information. You might put out something that says 1,000 innocent civilians and they bombed a children's hospital. But the reality might be it was actually 20 insurgents and 50 civilians. Like we don't really know what the real numbers are unless you're on the ground doing a census. Like, I don't know if we get accurate information from either side. But if you're a president, you have to deal with that horrible reality that if you do an action, if there's some sort of a military action that has to be taking place, particularly like a drone bombing in a civilian area, you're gonna kill some innocent people. That is a crazy thing to have on your conscience if you have a moral compass. Great. And what are the options? To risk our service members and have them go in there and get gunned down and blown up and lose 50% of them because you didn't want to kill the same number of innocent civilians? Like, and then you get into that conversation. It's like, what's the solution there? Other than we shouldn't be at war with anybody. We should figure out a way to stop this.
Before that happens.
All over the world.
Right. Because usually you could kind of see it coming down the road.
Yeah.
Right? You can see the scenario happening coming down the road. So maybe the ability to strategically get in, have the conversations you have to have before it actually gets to that
Before
point.
it escalates to the point of like extreme violence.
Right.
But some people want extreme violence, and that's the Eisenhower speech when he left office. That there's a military-industrial complex that wants us to go to war. They profit off war, and they can, if they're the people that are funding political campaigns and they have massive amounts of money that they're using as influence, they can make certain politicians make decisions that are not in the best interest of the United States or the people that are the citizens. They can do things entirely to make money. You see it, and you see like the amount of money that's involved in something like Ukraine. Whether or not you're pro us helping Ukraine or not, where did we come up with all that money, and why don't we have that money to fix America? There was one point in time we talked about this where there was $6 billion they accidentally paid to Ukraine. They overpaid them $6 billion. Well, that's the exact amount of money it would take to rebuild every single house in Maui.
Exactly.
Yeah, and no discussion about that at all. Instead, the Maui people get $700, a one-time payment, which is insane. What are we? Are we a community or are we not? If we have the money to donate to some guy who was literally used to be a stand-up comedian, used to play piano with his dick. That's Zelensky. He did a thing. There's a video of him playing piano with his dick. It was like one of his routines. Wow. He was a comedian, and he played a character on a television show. Zelensky was a comedian, and he played a character of a regular guy who becomes a president. I forget what his job was in real life, but he becomes a president, and then ran for president in real life and became president. And we're just sending this guy billions and billions and billions of dollars, and some of it is just like, where's it all going? Like, do we have an accurate account of is anybody siphoning this? Like, we know that there's massive amounts of corruption all over the world when it comes to this kind of stuff. Like, where's that money going? This is nuts. Why don't we have that money to fix inner cities? Why don't we have that money for infrastructure? Why don't we have that money for the school system?
Inner cities. Homeless.
Yes,
schools.
You see what's going on in San Francisco? San Francisco, Xi Jinping is going to visit, and a bunch of world leaders, but Xi Jinping particularly. And so they cleaned up all the homelessness. They took all the tents out and they put fences up everywhere, so the people can't camp out anymore. We don't even know what they did with them.
I was just going to ask, what did they do with them?
See if you can find a video of it. It's crazy. And then you got Gavin Newsom on TV who's making excuses for it. He's like, yeah, we did. Well, when people come over to visit, you clean your house up. Like, how about you fucking clean your house up all the time? If you can do this now, you can do this always. I'm assuming you did something ethically responsible with those people and housed them and put them up somewhere. I'm hoping that's what you did. You didn't just move their tent to the fucking middle of the desert or something. What have you done?
Pictures.
Yeah, insane. Well, this is just a couple of pictures, but the really wild ones are the fences. They put fences up everywhere so that people can't camp there anymore.
Troughs up right there.
Where are the troughs?
I don't know.
That's weird. The troughs are weird. But they hose down all the streets. Like, hey guys, why don't you fucking do this all the time? Like, why isn't this always like this? This is what San Francisco used to be like. You ruined it. Now we know that you could fix it and fix it quick. Now we should be really upset. As upset as people were before about the homeless problem in San Francisco, they should be fucking furious about it now because they always had the ability to fix it quickly. And they brought San Francisco back quickly to safe and clean. And no one's going to go right back to the tents when Xi Jinping leaves. That's crazy.
Where'd they go? Do we know?
I don't know. What's the explanation? It's wild. Like, oh, you could have always done this? Why didn't you do this from the beginning? Well, Nordstrom's wouldn't have had to close. All those Walgreens, everything's closed in San Francisco. They're all leaving the city. It's like the city's a fucking zombie wasteland, and you could have cleaned it up at any time. Wild.
Especially that money. You said they overpaid?
Overpaid $6 billion to Ukraine. Yeah, whoops, sorry. No worries. We're going to pay them more money in the future. That was the idea. Like, we'll just add it on to the money that we're going to give in the future. But no discussion at all. People have completely forgotten about Maui. No one discusses Maui. It never comes up.
Well, brother, those are my people.
Yes.
Right? Polynesian people. My grandparents are buried over there in the islands, my family. So we started that fund, the People's Fund of Maui. And now we've helped over 8,000 people, $1,200 per person who's verified, over 8,000, which is really amazing. But one of the biggest things, which first of all, the whole fucking thing was so heartbreaking, but then also, don't forget about Maui. And it's crazy because the work, it doesn't end.
Right.
It's a continuous calling these corporations, hey, remember, these are our American people.
Right.
They're not just out there on the island.
Right.
These are our American people. We can't forget about them. So it's a wild thing.
It's wild that that's not done by the government. Like, why wouldn't they do that? It's the biggest wildfire, the worst disaster
in 100 years.
In 100 years. We don't even know how many people are dead because so many people are unaccounted for and they can't find there's nothing left. They're incinerated. No. So how do you find who's missing and who's gone? You don't know. It's going to take a long time to sort it out.
Well, and then the bill back to stand everybody back up on their feet and the families, it's going to take a long time. But if you think about it, we stood this fund up on its feet further within 6 weeks, just like that. They're still waiting for the governmental money. It's insane. It's insane when you think about how much money we're doing for the countries. And we flew in after that, after the wildfires, man, and it's like something you've never seen before, and you feel the weight and heaviness of the area. You know, when devastation like that happens in that way, like you land, and you've been to Hawaii a whole bunch of times. I feel like when you land, you feel that aloha spirit. It feels good.
Yeah, it's
the mana.
amazing. Yeah,
it's amazing, right? And it's but you land there and you feel
the heaviness.
Fucking heavy.
It's heartbreaking. Yeah, heartbreaking, and it will be for a long time.
Yes, but I'm proud of them. I'm so proud of our people, because it's like it's what you do in times like this. You fucking come together.
Well, the people that did survive and do come together, they'll never forget, and it'll be a part of them, and it'll probably bring those people closer together, especially the people that helped everybody.
Yeah,
but it's just insane that the government doesn't do anything about it. And they still could. They still do. They're writing $1 billion checks to Israel and $1 billion checks to this and $1 billion. Just come on, fucking step up. Everybody would approve it. No one would say, "What are you doing? Why spend all that money on out?" For our own people.
Yes.
Which is crazy that Hawaii is America anyway. I mean, it's great that it's protected by America, but isn't it crazy you have to fly 5 hours over the ocean and you're still in America? You literally land on a beautiful volcano in the middle of the ocean that's created islands, and that's America.
50th state.
Yeah, it's fucking wild. But if that is America, we should treat it like it's America, and we should protect it like it's America, and we should help them like it's America.
Protect it to the core.
And $700 per person is not doing that at all. A one-time payment. It's so insulting. It's so insane in the light of all this public knowledge of the amount of money that we're sending to other countries.
Yeah, we know what we did on this fund, just so you know, it's $1,200 a month.
Oh, that's great.
It's great for months, and anyone who's verified, and with Polynesian culture, there's a lot of people in the house at times, like aunties and uncles and grandparents. So there's some houses that are getting $4,000, $5,000, $6,000.
That's great.
That's really great.
Yeah, that's something. Again, it should be coming from the government. And it could be done. It's not something that couldn't be done. I mean, it's something that everybody would support.
Take care of our own.
Take care of our own.
First.
Yeah, I mean, what are we? If we're not a country. If we're not
it's the same thing with family.
Yes.
Like you would take care of your family first. I take care of my family first.
Yes.
Take care of our American people.
It's a community. We should be a community.
Yeah.
And we're so divided and polarized right now. And I think a lot of that is accentuated by social media. And also accentuated by the mental illness of being obsessed by social media. Because I think it is a mental illness. I think it's a mental illness just like gambling addiction is a mental illness.
Yeah.
I think it's just that people are goddamn addicted to apps and their phone and just reading stuff and attacking each other. And it's caused this divide to be...
Reading stuff and believing.
Yeah, when I was a kid, you can have a Republican friend. Like, it was no big deal.
Yes.
It's no big deal. Like, oh, Bobby likes George Bush. Who cares? Who gives a fuck? You know, you were a supporter of Bill Clinton. He liked George Bush. Nobody cared. Nobody like, fuck you. You know, it wasn't like, you're a Nazi. Like, I'm a Nazi. I just want lower taxes.
What the fuck are you talking about?
How did everyone Nazi?
Dude, it's the craziest thing. I have friends who support Trump. I have friends who support Biden. I have friends.
Do you really have friends who support Biden?
No. Here's what I do. I have friends. Thank you. That's a good check, because that's important. This is important context.
They support the Democratic Party.
I have friends who are loyal to the party.
Yes, and they're progressive.
Right.
Yes.
Loyal to the party,
Yeah.
support Trump. I have friends who are like, fuck it, I'm not voting for either one. Last election, this election, so. But it's that kind of thing that I would love to see us get to that place where it's okay.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, you vote for that person, no problem.
People should be able to have discussions about the differing opinions and not turn it into some crazy insult fest, which is what you see online. You see it all the time. You see it online even with political commentators. They get in these interview sessions and they fucking start yelling and screaming at each other. It's like, it's fucking stupid. It's bad for you too. It's bad for the people that are engaging in it. It's bad for everybody listening.
Well, so yeah, and it's unhealthy. Not only unhealthy for yourself, but also just in terms of humanity, man.
Yeah, it's bad for humanity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: you talked about even for our guys in the military, boys and girls who are on the ground, to get information that they feel is really accurate. Like, what have your guys said? Like, for example, Marcus Trell, who's our friend, Tim Kennedy, two Navy SEALs, and my two cousins. Like, what are your guys saying? How do they combat the idea of not getting the correct information?
Well, they do their very best, and especially like special operators, SEALs, Rangers. I mean, they get pretty solid information for what their objective is. But obviously, their objective is very narrow. They deal with whatever the situation is. They have to go and take care of it. They need to know how many enemy combatants. They need to know who's in the house, what's there, how to get in. You know, it's a very specific skill set that these gentlemen have, and they have to rely on accurate information. And for the most part, they're the very best at getting their accurate information to those special operators. But when you deal like with worldwide scale, like trying to figure out what's real and what's not, and who's telling the truth and who's not, fuck. Good luck, because there's so much Russian disinformation and Chinese disinformation and American disinformation. I mean, there's just entire groups of people dedicated to these troll farms that just go online and make things up and attack people and try to organize these campaigns against a certain idea or a certain political candidate, and it's just organized, and it's it's funded, and it's hard because you're a person and you have a family and a job and interest, and you check the news every once a day, twice a day. Try figuring out what the fuck is actually going on.
True. Yes. So I always tell people, especially younger people, like, hey, be careful. You can read it, but be careful about really what you believe.
Yeah.
And what's funny is, I'm sure you notice this too, for a lot of people listening, is when you see the trolls and these campaigns that are funded, right, and they look like they're legit and got all their shit together, is what I always find interesting is the loudest shit talkers on there who are saying really like enough where it really stops you in your tracks. Like, wow, you really took the time to type that. They have 0 posts on their account.
Yeah, very few posts, very few followers.
And the only thing they want to do is that.
And that's probably a funded person. There's a lot of them. But of course there are.
Right.
It's an effective technique to get people. Yeah. Kill clip. This is my own flavor. So spicy pineapple.
That's my nickname, challenge.
Ooh. Yeah, there's a report they did on Facebook. The top 20 Christian sites, 19 of them were run by Russian troll farms. 19 of them. We're like stirring people up, and the resurrection is coming, and
How do we navigate and combat that?
Mind reading. Yeah, we have to get to a point where technology allows us to legitimately read people's thoughts, and I think that's coming quicker than we realize. I think that's around the corner. I think that's 10 years from now. If we don't blow ourselves up within 10 years, we're going to be able to read intentions, we're going to be able to know thoughts, we're going to be able to know things
That's
about
interesting. How do you think? Like, what
technology.
Yeah.
Probably some sort of a wearable device initially, and then for probably higher bandwidth applications, and especially for people that have neurological conditions and spinal cord injuries, they're going to start implanting. Like,
Excuse me.
One of Neuralink's first goals is to try to bring people that have spinal cord
With
breaks
this
and people that have lost control of their muscles, and to bring them back to mobility. And they think that that's possible, which is amazing.
Wow.
What they're going to be able to do is bypass. I'm crudely phrasing this. If you're a scientist, I'm sorry, but they're going to be able to bypass the human neurological system in terms of like how you move your arms and body and muscles, and do it electronically. And they think they can do that. And they think that's going to be one of the first medical applications for this kind of thing. The other thing that Elon said to me, he said, you're going to be able to talk without words. Now, when most people say you're going to be able to talk without words, I'm like, yeah, man, that'd be wild. But when Elon says it, you're like, for real?
Yeah.
Like, you really think we're going to be able to talk without words? Like, 100%.
What's the B side of that? Like, what is that exactly?
It's going to be something, this technology will be some sort of an implanted device that allows you to have constant access, probably to something akin to ChatGPT and AI, or the next level of it, along with some interconnectivity with other people that are wearing the same device. And it'll probably initially be something that translates languages instantaneously, and then as it advances, it will be able to read thoughts. And you'll be able to transfer images, things you see. I will be able to have this thing in my mind and show my friend Greg that I'm sitting here with a rock having a conversation, and he can see that through my eyes. We will have universal connectivity with all minds that have that thing. The real problem is the haves and have-nots. Because just like if you go back and watch Wall Street, like Michael Douglas had that fucking big ass brick telephone, he was walking on the beach, like, look at this guy, he's got a phone, he's walking on the beach, what a baller. Now anyone, you can go to fucking T-Mobile and get a flip phone for like $50. Like, you get a cheap cell phone where you talk to a person, it's a tiny thing, it sits in your pocket. It's so much better than what Michael Douglas had. And everybody can get it. But back then, it was super expensive, nobody had it. And the haves, like Michael Douglas in that movie, Greed is Good, they used that thing to advance their career. Multiply that times 1,000,000, and you have the advantage of the initial adopters of whatever this thing is. Because if they integrate with artificial intelligence initially, and they integrate with some sort of a universal internet system, they're going to be able to accomplish things in business and in terms of like manipulation of financial markets and in terms of acquiring resources. They're going to be able to do things that the people without those things are not going to be able to do. And they will have massive amounts of wealth and power almost instantly. Within years, it'll be a change, giant shift that'll go over to the people that have these devices. And that's the most insane have and have-nots, because you essentially have superhumans. You essentially have something that's almost like an alien that exists with these advanced primates, which is what we are.
Does Elon feel like that will happen within a decade?
He thinks it's going to happen pretty quick. Yeah, it probably will be within a decade. Yeah, he thinks that once they start implementing it, and they've already started trials with human beings. I think the first trials they're doing are with people with neurological either conditions or injuries. And I've also heard it talked about vision. They're going to be able to restore people's vision. They're going to be able to do some wild shit.
By the way, brother, 10 years is right around the corner.
So quick. 10 years ago was 2013.
It's nothing.
That seems like like if you have a 2013 car, that's a fucking pretty new car.
Yes. Right, man.
10 years ago. When I always tell people this when I was in high school in 1981. A 1970 car was a classic.
Yes.
It's only 11 years old. But if you had like a 1970 Barracuda, like, wow, look at that fucking thing. It was a classic already. But time seemed to move different then. Like 10 years back then seemed like a long fucking time. And as society and technology and innovation just spins at this insane, ever rapid pace, 10 years feels like nothing.
Dude, it's the acceleration that we live in today. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there's so much going on. And I think when that does happen, there's two
What was your
battles.
first car?
My first car was a 1973 Chevelle.
How old were you?
I was 16. Yeah, I was 16.
Yeah.
It was a hunk of shit. I think I bought it for $350. I'm positive I bought it for $350. It was worth $300. It died the next day. It died the next day. Yeah, but the dude took it back. There was something wrong with the engine. I'm like, dude, the fucking engine's dead.
Was that like your boy from your hometown?
No,
like
a guy I knew. But he took it back. And
it died the next day.
Yeah, it died the next day. And then I was always into muscle cars. I had a bunch of muscle cars. That was always what I was into. You know?
Well, how old were you when you got your first one?
16.
Okay, so I'm 15. I'm in a bar in Nashville, and I had no business being in a bar. It was downtown Nashville, and along Lower Broad. Because at that time I had this fantasy in my head that I was going to be a country music singer.
Really?
Dude, well, I love country.
Right.
About that.
I know you wanted to be a country music singer.
Yeah. Until I was like, I sing in fucking keys that don't exist. So it's going to be a short-lived dream. But dude, so I would go down to these honky tonks. So I was down there with a buddy of mine in downtown Reno, and he's still one of my best friends today. And a drunk walks in. He says, "Hey, who wants my car?" I had no car at that time, no money. We just got evicted out of Hawaii. And I said, "I'll buy it." I had no money. I said, "How much?" He goes, $75, $80. I said, "Cool." I tell Bruno, "How much money you got?" He goes, "I got 40." So give me 40. So I give it to the drunk, who's probably high too as well. And I said, "Here, I'll come back and give you the other 40." It was, so speaking of cool cars, it was a '77 Thunderbird. Ooh, right, blue. There you go. That was it. Only cleaner. So dude, so check this out. So it was a hunk of shit. This is a beautiful one here on the screen, but mine was a hunk of shit. Give the drunk $40. I said, "Hey, I'll come back and give you the rest of the night." I get in the vehicle. I start driving down the road. Downtown Bruno's following me in his car. I'm like, fuck, I got my first car. You know how it is when you're a kid, right? You're like, this is it, brother. This is it. I'm driving down the road on I-65 down to Nashville, and I hear a lot of noise, some rustling. You know, those big bodies, they have the back seat and the floor is really wide. There was another fucking drunk on the floor.
Oh, no.
And he was, I was like, what the fuck?
He's in the car.
He's in the car. So I drive over, I pull over, and he's just high as fucking probably crackhead. And I was like, dude, I bought the car, you gotta get out.
That's my house.
That's my house. He gets out, and then the next day, I go to put gas in the car. By the way, I'm 15. I have no fucking papers. The car's probably stolen.
Probably.
I try to put gas in it, and the guy, the drunk crackhead, didn't give me the gas key.
Oh,
remember those old school
yeah,
cars that had gas keys?
yeah.
So I ditched it at a fucking Burger King.
Wow.
That was my first car. You get the Chevelle that broke down the next day.
You just left it there?
I had no
Why
choice.
didn't you just Jimmy the thing open?
It's because even at that time, and I appreciate me as a 15-year-old, I'm like, you know what? I don't think the universe really wants me to have this fucking car. By the way, my mom's gonna come. She's like, what the fuck is this? Where'd you get this car?
Right, no insurance,
Nothing.
no inspection. Yeah,
Nothing.
yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, the first time that you could go wherever you wanted to go. To me, that was magic. I could just go wherever I wanted to go.
Yeah.
I just remember just getting in the car and just driving for the sake of driving.
Yeah.
Which I rarely do anymore. But every time I do, I enjoy it. Sometimes I like to just get in the car and just drive. Just
the
go
best.
somewhere. Oh yeah, just when you can't. I remember I had my car repossessed when I was 21 when I first started doing comedy. I just went broke and had a
Full on, they came and they took it.
Oh
away.
yeah, they took it right in front of my house. They fucking towed it, and I knew I was behind on payments. And now I didn't have a car. And I remember that feeling of like having to take the bus and having to take the train. It was such a fucking drag.
Oh, man.
And then when I earned enough money to get another car after that, it was like this giant weight of it. Now I can just drive around.
Yeah.
It's like the freedom of being able to go places. When you're a young kid, that's an amazing freedom.
Yeah.
Just to be able to just go. I need to go to work. I need to go this place. I want to go to my friend's house. You can just go.
Just go.
It's incredible.
It's the best. Yeah.
It's a great feeling.
Did you? Where was that at? In
Boston.
In Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what kind of car do you drive today? Like, what's your go-to?
Well, I have a lot of cars. I collect cars. I have too many cars. But my car, I drive my Tesla a lot. I love it.
Yeah.
I love that fucking thing. And I drive my.
Everybody who I talk to has a Tesla loves a Tesla.
Fucking great.
Yeah.
James got one. He's got the one I have, the Plaid. They're the shit.
Yeah.
They're so fast.
Is
It's a time machine.
How about? That's what I hear. Is there an SUV available?
Yeah,
or-
they have an SUV and they have a Cybertruck that's coming
How about
out.
a pickup truck?
That's the Cybertruck.
Oh, nice.
Have you seen it? You
No.
haven't seen the Cybertruck?
All I drive is pickup trucks.
Oh, Elon brought one here the other day. It's fucking
Badass.
insane. It's insane. It's insane. It's a spaceship. It looks like seeing it in real life is so fucking cool. There's something about photos are kind of you're not in context. You're not physically there where you get to look at it.
Yeah.
But when you're physically there and you look at it, you're like, oh my god, this thing's so fucking cool.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't look anything like any other car. That's it.
Wow.
It's bulletproof, by the way. It's also arrow proof. I shot an arrow at it the other day. He told me it was arrow proof. So I pulled a fucking arrow back and I launched into his door. It bounced right off. Barely scratched it. Barely, like you could see a very slight mark where it hit it. But he said it'll stop a 45 slug.
Wow.
Yeah, why? I go, why? He goes, because it's cool.
I was just gonna ask why.
Because it's cool. Like that's literally what he did. I mean, the whole thing's made out of steel. The whole thing's made out of steel.
Is it heavy as
Heavy as
fuck?
fuck. That's me shooting an arrow at it.
Oh, wow.
So you see, that's like right when the hour releases, it hits it. It's fucking sparking up. Yeah, it was. I mean, fucking just ate it like it was nothing.
Yeah.
It's just cool. I mean, he just decided to make it like it's, you know, just make the fucking coolest cyber vehicle that he can.
Yeah.
He just likes. Look, he's the best kind of billionaire to me because he does wild shit. I mean, he made the fucking tip of the SpaceX rocket pointy because he wanted it to look more like the one on Spaceballs. Literally. I mean, that's literally what he did.
Yeah.
He's just a wild fella.
Yeah.
You know, and he just decided.
So idea, make it happen.
It's hard. I mean, he detailed the process of going from an initial concept, making you know, a demonstration vehicle, and then production. How difficult it is, and how many things have to line up.
Right.
Especially when you get something that's incredibly innovative and
I
complicated.
was going to say, so the innovation, the complication, the production cost on that, and how heavy it is. What do you think that's going for?
I think there's going to be 3 different tiers, he said.
Yeah.
There's going to be a beast mode, which is like the most insane, you know, 1,100 horsepower, 3 electric engines, 0 to 60 under 3 seconds, which is insane for like a 7,000 plus pound vehicle.
3 seconds.
3 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's going to be a lower tier model, but even like if you get a Model 3, which is like their entry level Tesla, it's fast as fuck. It's so fast. It's so competent. It's a joy to drive.
Yeah.
And if you've never driven an electric car, you got to get past the fact that it doesn't make any noise. So a lot of people love the rumble of the V8 and all that jazz.
Yeah.
But if you can get past that, just the sheer ability that they have, just take off.
Yeah.
Mine goes 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds.
Do you miss the rumbling of the muscle cars?
Not just drive a muscle car.
Yeah.
those feel different though to me. When I drive those are, that's like I'm on a ride. That's like I'm on a Disneyland ride for adults. It's like woo. You don't even have to go fast. Just a rumble and shifting the gears. It's glorious. I love them. Those things they're in my DNA. You know, because when I was a boy, those were the coolest cars. Those were the cars that everybody, all my friends, we all wanted. We all wanted muscle cars. Everybody wanted 1970 Challenger or 69 Camaro. Like that's what everybody wanted. So those are the cars I really love.
What's your baby? That's a muscle car.
I got a bunch of them.
Yeah.
I like them all. You know, I have a 1970 Barracuda that's fucking insane. The roadster shop, silver, and it's got a 900 horsepower Mercury engine in it. Yeah, it's a racing engine that goes to like 9,000 RPM. That's my car.
Wow. Have you opened it up?
Oh
Yeah?
Yeah, that thing's a beast.
Look at
That thing's really fun. That's really fun. But that was the car my mom had. My mom had a 71 when I was a kid.
Oh wow. So there's an emotional thing.
Oh yeah. To me, that was always the car. Barracudas were just, they only made them cool for like 3 years.
Yeah.
But in those 3 years, that body shape was just so badass. That's what John Wick had. John Wick 4.
Yeah, dude.
You know,
Yeah.
that 71 Barracuda.
You know what's crazy when you tell me that, because it informs a lot in my head. Like, oh, hey, my mom had that car. So it just emotionally, there's a real emotional connection there. So growing up, I never had muscle cars in my life, and even my dad. So what's crazy is wrestlers, and I know you've had a few wrestlers on, especially my dad's era in the 80s. Those guys, it was always important that the wrestlers either had a Cadillac or Lincoln.
Oh.
So they're always flossing, always looking amazing, pulling up to like the arena in a caddy, or like that was a prerequisite.
Oh yeah.
And then we drive home to our like a trailer park. But it was crazy. So growing up for me, it was less muscle cars, even though I appreciated them in movies. It was more, dude, I can't wait to get a caddy.
Yeah, caddies are
That's the
great.
thing. You know what I mean?
It's like just you're floating.
Yeah.
Just floating down the road.
Yes.
Yeah, those were the shit.
But
it's
there's also that thing too about like just the emotional connection. And then I realized when I got my first caddy, I was like, oh, hold on a second. Like, it actually represents like what we call in the wrestling business working the gimmick. Meaning, oh, the guy's working the gimmick, and I thought, I don't want the caddy. That makes me feel like I'm working the gimmick.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You're flossing, like almost stereotypically flossing.
Yeah,
Everybody does.
correct. Yeah. That's why I went to pick up truck.
Christian Bale drives around in a it's a 2003 Toyota Tacoma.
And so that's like
Christian
before.
Bale's like $150 million. No,
before he
bullshit.
became.
No, right now. That's what he drives around in. 2003 Toyota Tacoma.
Wait,
That's
so
what he drives.
what's the emotional thing? Do you think there's a connection there with
He
Christian?
says it's good. It's a good car. Never breaks. He's like, if someone needs me to carry something, I can put it in the back. He's just fucking. He's an artist. He's just pragmatic.
Just doesn't give a shit.
He doesn't give a
Yes.
shit. He's not interested in material
Of the
possessions.
bullshit.
Yeah, for him, I drive a 2003 Toyota Tacoma. It's a fucking bulletproof car. They never break.
That's awesome, man.
You get a Toyota, those motherfuckers go forever. I have a Toyota Land Cruiser. I have a 1995 that I drove here tonight.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Mine's all redone. It's got a supercharged Corvette engine in it.
Oh,
It's
shit.
all been redone.
What year?
1995.
So 1995 was finally when I came out of Miami, University of Miami, and started wrestling. Oh no, 96, and that was my first car after the crackhead car. But I had to leave it.
What'd you
Like, Land Cruiser.
Oh, those
Used
are great.
Land Cruiser.
They're great.
Oh,
they
great.
will go hundreds of thousands of miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, those cars they just over-engineered them. The Japanese they know how to over-engineer a car to make it incredibly durable and reliable.
Yeah.
And that was great too because that put a lot of pressure on American automobiles because there's a lot of people that didn't want to buy American cars for a while in the 80s because they fucking broke all the time.
Yeah.
But those Toyotas, they fucking never break.
Yeah.
Lexuses, I've had 3 of those Lexus big
Forever.
trucks. They go forever. They never
Those
fuck
Lexuses,
up.
yes.
They
Those
always
SUVs.
start. There's never a problem.
Yes.
Electronics work flawlessly. Everything's flawless. You never have an issue.
Never.
They're just over-engineered, and that's it's like it's developed a loyal fan base. But you can have a 2003 and be Christian Bale, and it's not gonna break.
that's different, yeah.
There used to be a thing where they would sort of like build in the fact that you're gonna have to buy a new one soon.
Yeah.
Like they wanted things to break down so that you would have an incentive to get a new one.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
There's this great Merle Haggard quote from one of the songs. I wish a Ford and a Chevy would still last 10 years. They should. It's really
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
They do
that
now.
was back then. I was going to say they do now,
They do
and I
now.
drive Fords all the time. So
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
Now, like if you go on a ranch, almost everybody has an F-150.
Oh,
Because
that's
those
my
fucking things
jam.
are bulletproof.
F-150,
Yeah.
350, the Raptor.
Oh yeah.
I love them.
I have a TRX. That thing's
Yes,
good shit.
it's badass,
That
isn't it?
thing's good shit. Mine is a Hennessy, so it's 1,000 horsepower.
Everybody's fucking
1,000 horsepower.
creepy.
That's not enough.
Yeah.
What kind of wheels and tires?
Oh, the Hennessy puts them on. It's all he does like a whole suspension change and
Okay.
he upgrades the brakes and yeah, that's
it?
what mine looks like.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's not mine. Mine's black, but it looks exactly like that.
Were you opening up to that?
Not really. I don't really open it up. I just like that it can do it.
Yeah.
It's just fun that it can do
It
it.
can do
It
it.
sounds glorious. It
Yeah.
sounds like America.
Yes,
Turn that thing on.
sounds like America, yeah.
It just sounds perfect.
It's the best
Yeah.
part, man, yeah.
And if you're in Texas, I think you have to have a pickup truck. I think it's the law. If you're a man and you're in Texas, you probably want to pick up.
Dude, I used to live here in Texas.
Where'd you live?
Dallas. My old man. I love Dallas. My old man was wrestling for a very famous member of the Von Erich family.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And they got a big movie coming out, by the way.
On the Von Erichs?
On the Von Erich, called Iron Claw.
Oh, that's not the who's starring in that? Zac Efron.
Zac Efron,
Yeah,
yeah.
that is a Zac Efron movie. That's great.
Yes. Some other actors too, I think, right? Is it? But yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah,
Oh,
there they
okay.
are.
Official trailer.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway,
It's a wild family.
A wild family, and just tragedy.
Yeah.
But my old man wrestled for their dad, which is the guy on the left.
That guy looks like the dad of a bunch of pro wrestlers.
It is.
Look at him. Look at hard ass with fucking tape on his knuckles.
Fritz Von Erich.
Look at his knuckles. The guy's covered in sweat and he's wearing a fucking like a regular
And
work
it
t-shirt.
looks like blood on it too
Yeah.
as well. The guy in the middle, Kevin Von Erich, is the only one of the brothers that's still alive. The guy all the way on the right, Kerry, was a hero, man. And what's crazy is when my dad wrestled for Fritz Von Erich, who lived in Dallas, and every week at this famous arena called the Sportatorium, this tiny little arena, the size of a little flea market, those guys I used to wrestle with them in the afternoons, just roll around the ring.
Wow.
It was wild.
That's wild.
Yeah. Anyway,
Wait, how old were you when you had your first pro wrestling match?
I was 24.
Wow.
24 years old. So how about this? So again, like we were saying earlier, football for me was a ticket. Like that was the thing that I was really gonna make it, and then I didn't. And I thought I'm gonna shift my focus on something I think I'm gonna love. I think it's in here, passion. It's pro wrestling. And to tell you a quick story, so my coach from Calgary, I played up in the CFL. I got cut in the CFL. He got cut in October of '95. He calls me in December of '95 and says, "Hey, I want you to know, even though we cut you, I want to bring you back next season. I think you got some real potential. I want to have you back." Dude, so I'm on the phone. It's one of those old ass ones that are on the wall. See my dad over there in the chair. My dad's just an old-time grizzly wrestler. We live in his little apartment in Tampa. I'm over there on the couch, and I tell the coach quietly, Wally Bourne was his name. Great guy. I said, "Hey,
Oh my God, 3.
I'm gonna have to close this chapter." He's like, I hear him kind of softly. Okay, yeah. I said, "So, thank you very much. I appreciate it." Hung up the phone. My dad said, "Who's that?" I said, "Oh, it was a coach from Calgary." He said, "What do you want?" "Oh, he wanted to offer me another contract for next year." By the way, the contract was I was making $300 a week Canadian.
Wow.
So there was no money up there, at least not for me. And he goes, "So when are you gonna go?" My old man said this. I said, "I'm not." He said, "What do you mean you're not?" I said, I think I'm done. I'm done with football and the pursuit of it. It's just not in my cards." He said, "What are you gonna do?" I said, "I'm gonna get in business." He went, "What business?" I said, "Wrestling business." Dude, we got in the biggest fucking fight.
Really?
The biggest. And why you doing? He didn't want me to do it. But my old man was a groundbreaker, first black tag team champions in WWE. Jack, pull up my dad again. Rocky Johnson. I want to show you. He was
I know your dad.
Jacked, man.
He was jacked.
He was part of that group in the early '80s, right? Who were like
There he
bodybuilding
is.
and. Look at that
So
shot.
what? Dang, that's a genetic son.
That's it, brother.
Rock genetics come.
That's it.
Yeah. Oh God, he was jacked.
So yeah, and we bonded. He used to get me up and take me to the gym when I was 5, sit in the corner, and that's how I get to really bond with my dad. He didn't want me to do it, and we got to the biggest fucking fight. My mom's crying, I'm crying, and he said, "Hey, what do you think you have to offer?" I said, "I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna fucking suck, but I gotta give this a shot." And ultimately, it got to a place where I said, "Either you're gonna help train me. I'm asking you to help train me, or I'll go to somebody else." And at that time, Bret Hart and that whole family had his dungeon up in Calgary. I said, "Maybe I'll go to Calgary." He agreed to train me, but I realized he didn't want to see that happen because he felt like, "Hey, look around. Like I was one of the successful ones in wrestling. I got a little fucking apartment that I can't even afford to pay $500 a month. I don't want this for you." We went to a huge fight. He eventually trained me. Call a guy after 3 months of training. Call a guy named Pat Patterson, who was Vince McMahon's right-hand man, very brilliant mind in the world of pro wrestling, first openly gay wrestler, tough motherfucker. Call him up because my parents knew him. I said, "Hey Pat, this is Dwayne Johnson." "Who?" "Dwayne Johnson, Rocky Johnson's son." "Oh yeah, what do you want?" "Hey, I'm training to get into business." "What fucking business?" It's a recurring theme. Everybody's like, "What fucking business?" "The wrestling business." "Why the fuck do you want to do that?" You're just feeling like you're just getting bombed left and right by these OGs. So I said, "I'd love for you to come down and just watch me train, and if I got anything to offer, just let me know, and if I don't, just let me know." That's all I want. He agreed. He came down, watched me train. He said to me as we're training, he goes, "Can you work as a heel?" Which is, as you know, bad guy in wrestling parlance. I said, "Sure, I'd love to." Start the match, I work as a heel, more aggressive, dirty, cheating stuff, right? He goes, "Okay, done. And I trained in a boxing ring, and as you know, boxing is fucking hard. It's like this. I was getting suplexed on the fucking table, so it really hurt. That's how I came up in wrestling. He's smoking a cigarette. I said, "What do you think? Do I have anything?" He goes, "Yeah, you just keep working. Take care of yourself and leaves." And I was like, "Did I just fuck?" Because he had a lot of power. He was like the vice president at WWE. I said, "Okay, thank you so much for coming out." And I said, just keep working." He goes, "Just keep working." Kind of blew me off. Kept smoking a cigarette and walked off. And I was like, "Man, I think I really fucked things up, or maybe I'll take his word for face value, take it for gospel. I'll just keep working." Little I knew, he went home. He called Vince McMahon. He said, "You gotta see this fucking kid." I said, "Who?" "Rocky Johnson's son." He goes, "All right, let me see him. Bring him out this Monday on Raw. I'll throw him out in the match before the show starts." Whoa. Corpus Christi, 15,000 people.
Whoa.
Dude.
This is your first match?
First match.
Oh my God.
So Vince says to Pat, "Okay, great. How long has he been working?" He goes, "He hasn't worked." He goes, "What do you mean? He's never had a match." He's like, "He's never had a fucking match. I'm not bringing him out. He's never had a match. He's gonna stink up the ring." Pat said, "Just trust me." So they fly me out, Corpus Christi, 14,000 people. I go out and have my first match. I'm 24 years old. I have my first match. Because usually when you break in, you're wrestling at a farm or there's a barn, 10 people. 14,000 people. I wrestled the Brooklyn Brawler, who's famous in the world of wrestling. And I get backstage. Everyone's, "Hey, great job, keep working." I see Vince McMahon. He says, "You did a good job. But be prepared. I'm going to do a little bit more tomorrow."
Of course.
Great, okay. I see Pat Patterson smoking a cigarette. "Come here for a second." I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Your punches." I went, "Yeah." "They fucking suck." Just riding me. So that was my first match, first experience, man.
Wow.
Yeah. And then he, by the way, he said, if you have a shred of opportunity to make it in this business, you're going to have to learn a lot of shit, but learn how to throw a great punch.
What was wrong with the way you were throwing a punch?
It just didn't look real, and the best of punches, like you got to be snug, you lay them in a little bit.
But you pull it back a little.
You pull it, well, you can pull it back a little, but I found the best punches is you follow through, but learn how to just tap a little bit. And then, that's where you learn that kind of timing. You know how some guys, they hit a rope or a piece of string or something like that?
Right.
So yeah, so I worked on the punches too as well.
Wow.
That was crazy. That was my first match.
That's insane.
Yeah,
What was the next match?
Next match was the following night.
Whoa. So you were right into it.
Right into
What's
it.
the second match like versus the first? You've already done it. You've already been in front of 15,000 people.
I'm feeling pretty good because, as you know, and like people out there know, if you prepare, then all right, I'm as prepared as I possibly can be.
Right.
So we'll just see how it goes. So the second night, I had a little bit of confidence, but the guy they put me in there with was a guy named Chris Cantillo, incredible wrestler, a lot of acrobatic stuff, flying stuff. Yeah, I mean, he called the match, and flying all around and doing all this stuff. So it was a great experience. After that, I met with Vince. He said, "You're not ready for WWE. You're not ready for the big time. I'm going to send you down to Tennessee, and that's where you're going to learn how to work." And it was just a smaller company, minor leagues. He said, "But you're going to go down there. You learn how to cut your teeth down there. Learn how to work. Learn the business. And when you're ready, if you're ready, I'll bring you up." "Thank you very much. I appreciate it." And I went to work. So dude, as I'm leaving Vince McMahon's office, he says, "Hey, by the way," I turn around and he goes, "Don't go down there and cut your forehead up with razor blades." I went, "Okay, got it." Because in wrestling, there was a time where that's how you bled with razor blades. And he goes, "I want to protect this." I said, "Good, I do too." All right. Then years later, I'm like doing this up at WWE. But
That had to be a good feeling, though. You had some real hope in you.
that is my second match.
This is
right
insane.
there. Look at that.
This is insane. Wow. Does it seem surreal watching
This is so surreal, man. Look at this. By the way, you see people still coming in, right?
Yeah.
Empty seats.
Wow.
That was it, man. First match.
Memories.
First match.
Wow. That's crazy.
It's incredible.
And then to go from there to where you became had to be surreal.
It was the most surreal thing because finally when they called me up to WWE, it was November. Vince brings me in, and I go to a big pay-per-view called Survivor Series. The rest of the fans don't know what this pay-per-view is. It's November 1996.
Here it is.
Here it is. Dude, look at that fucking haircut.
Look at you.
Ray Charles cut my hair back then. I was like,
Wow.
so this is Madison Square Garden. 22,000 people. There's Jerry the King Lawler. The guy's a legend. Here's a little bit of watch this. There we go. Here's a double leap right here.
Wow.
Drop kick is coming up. Little punch. So even if you see that punch, it was a little shitty punch anyway. But this is, so that was Madison Square Garden. Sold out. Vince McMahon tells me an hour before I go out, you're going to win the whole thing tonight. Whoa. What do you mean? He goes, you're going to win the whole thing. I'm throwing you right to the fire. I'll never forget this. He said, you're either going to fucking sink or you're going to swim. It's New York City. It's up to you. And okay, great. I talked to all the guys. And by the way, in order to make someone like that, you need the other guys, right? To say, because I always like to say, you never beat anybody in wrestling. Truly beat you. The guy allows you to beat him. Right. And so all those guys in that ring right there, I'll forever be grateful for them because they allowed that to happen. So I win the match. New star is born in the world of pro wrestling. This rookie kid, Rocky Maivia. This is the 1, 2, 3 here. That wrestler's Gold Dust. Comes from a very famous family.
That guy was amazing.
You remember him? He was amazing, man.
The whole Gold Dust thing was crazy.
So did you pause that for a second? Go back to my hair. So I didn't know. Look at this. Pause. I didn't know that. I went to the hair person who was backstage. I said, "Can you give me something that's gonna make my hair like nice and like go down?" And she gave me like a thing that made it frizzy. And then that's what you get, by the way, just a fucked up haircut on your debut. Like luckily, the people of New York was like, "This, we kind of like this kid. His haircut is really fucked up."
You like Kid and Play.
Like the bigger version of Kid and Play. Look at this.
Look at that thing. Fuck. That's a solid foot above your head.
By this time, get the fuck out of the ring. Come on, we got a show.
So you.
So go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, so we win this match, and things are ascending. The dream is coming true. Like this is it, man. I finally feel like this is what I was born to do. And man, it's feeling so fucking good. Guys in the locker room, everybody take me under their wing. There's some political bullshit that you always want to stay away from. I've always stayed away from that, but for the most part, everybody's supportive. Because even though it's a cutthroat business backstage, you still need some guys who are going to show you the way. So I wound up becoming the youngest Intercontinental Champion, beating Triple H, or he let me beat him. Right. Everything was doing this. So at that time, this interesting thing was happening in the world of pro wrestling, where it was fans were cheering the heels and anti-authority. Fuck the boss, led by Stone Cold Steve Austin. Giving everybody the bird. Fuck Vince McMahon. Fans were loving that, gravitating towards this. That guy tries to pick up truck, drinks a beer, doesn't make go fuck themselves. Now in wrestling world, that's supposed to be a bad guy, but now he's becoming a hero. Then you have this kid who's 25, who's coming out. Here we go, the fucking old school. And Vince and the company always told me, hey, you can't smile enough. I was like, what do you mean? You go out, you smile. I want to make sure everybody knows you're grateful. Gratitude of attitude. And I said, no, okay. And it started not to feel good to me because I said, well, so these nights are getting beat, but I still want you to smile anyway. So you have this thing happening over here, the rise of the attitude era, and then you have this kid who's just smiling away. Everything is good, even when he fucking loses. And it never felt right to me here. And then fans started to turn, booing every night. Got to a point, dude, going into my first WrestleMania, Chicago, I'll never forget it. Every night they were chanting Rocky sucks. And I had to smile. The bosses were telling me, you gotta smile, keep smiling, ignore it, just ignore it. You're paying your hard-earned money as a fan, even though this world is fiction and it's not real. The best of the wrestlers always came from a real place. So I'm smiling away, I get to WrestleMania, Chicago, sold out. Stone Cold Steve Austin's on top in the main event. I'm defending my title. WrestleMania, 20,000 people start chanting Rocky sucks. So imagine that. You're a kid, 25 years old, you got the belt on you, pressure, you're in there, and the guy who was wrestling, Sultan, who's actually my cousin Rikishi, from my Samoan side, he had me in a rear chin lock. Whole arena's chanting Rocky sucks. He's whispering to me, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Now I'm like, fuck, this is my life now.
Right.
We get out of the match, I go backstage, Vince looks at me and Pat and just says, I don't know what we did wrong, but we have to make a change. I know what that means. 2 days later, I got the belt to somebody else. Now I'm getting beat every night, and then I get hurt. I tear my PCL, wrestling guy named Mick Foley. By this time it's May, Vince says, take time off, heal your knee. I don't know what we did wrong or where we went wrong, but we got to really figure things out with you. I don't know if it's going to work out. Oof. Yeah, man. And this is 1997, summer of 97. Now, you'll appreciate this part.
RPG.
During that time, I was still going out to LA and working out. We were crossing all the MMA guys. Pride just opened up in Japan. So I was seeing all these MMA guys going over to Pride. You remember that time, right? I think you might have been with UFC at that time, right?
Yeah.
And at that time, I was making $150,000 wrestling 235 days a year. So do the math of that, how much you're making per match. We started hearing, hey, these guys over in Pride are making 250, 350, 500. And I thought then, fuck, I don't think I'm going to make it. They're booing me out of the arenas. I can't be myself. They tell me to fucking smile. I want to fucking smile. That's not who I am. I started talking to Ken Shamrock at that time, who was wrestling with us. I run into Mark Kerr. I started talking to him. He told me a little bit about Pride. And I had this idea in my head. Well, maybe I should train to MMA and go to Pride and make money, real money. And then I don't have to smile. I'm sure I'm going to get fucked up over there and knock one of my lungs loose, but maybe I could do something like that. Find the right coach and train. So I had this whole thing in my head. I was talking to my wife at that time. I said, I think that's the way to go. Because those guys are paying real money, and these fans are booing me for $150,000. I get a call from Vince, and he says, how's your knee? I said, it's healing up. I don't tell him about this idea. After I talked to Shamrock and Kerr and all these guys.
Oh, head glitch.
He goes, I want to try and bring you back one time. See how it works out. I want to turn you heel. And we have a faction called the Nation of Domination, who DC loves, by the way. It was his favorite, Daniel. The Black Militant Group. He goes, I want to have you join them, and we'll see how it works out. I come in. I said, okay. But I still got this MMA thought in my head. Again, I just want to make money, and I want to be myself. Right. When I get to the arena that night, I'm going to...
I can't even see this guy.
There was only just 2 hours of live show, Monday Night Raw. Now there's 6 hours of show. 2 different programs. So I said to Vince, hey, tonight when I go out there, could I just have 2 minutes on the microphone? And he's like, I don't know. He goes, it's live. All our time's accounted for, allocated. I said, I just need 2 minutes. He goes, why? I said, I just want to be real and just tell the fans how I feel. And I feel like I need to recalibrate things here. He said, fine. A minute. You got it. Great. Get on the microphone. Now
oh my God.
Heel with this heel group. I grab the microphone and I say something like, listen, I'm a lot of things, but sucks isn't one of them. And joining the nation isn't a white thing, it's not a black thing, it's a me kicking your ass thing. And I'm going to earn this respect one way or the other. Dude, that was the most freeing thing for me in my career. It was like, you know, you have these defining moments. Even in that one little moment, I was just fucking ripping all this open. So here I am. Now you can fucking boo me, but now watch how I respond. I'll smile when I want to smile.
Right.
But now watch how I can respond. Watch my words now. Watch my actions. Dude, the fans felt something that night. Within a month, I became the hottest heel in WWE.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
That's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap. For all my blood, my sweat, and my tears.
Look at that baby face.
Look at that, dude.
This is about the color of my skin. This is about respect. I became the youngest Intercontinental Champion in WWF history. And what did it give me? Because across the country, I heard chants of Rocky sucks. Well, Rocky might be as a lot of things, but sucks isn't one of them. You know, it's not a black thing, it's not a white thing. Hey, let's talk about a racist faction. You want to talk about a group that's prejudiced? Let's talk about the DOA. The DOA epitomizes racism. Hey, you know what the hell with the DOA? I want to make one point to all you jackass fans out there. Rocky Maivia and the new nation of domination lives, breathes, and dies respect. And we will earn respect by any means necessary.
That was it,
That's
brother.
it. That started off the heel journey.
Started it off, man, and then that was it. But you know what it is? I look back on that, and I feel like it's just a life lesson for all of us, which is the most powerful thing you could be is yourself. And even in that crazy world of fucking fictionalized pro wrestling that some people love, some people don't, that idea of
Yeah, ripping it out, being who you are.
Here I am, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vince is just so interesting. He's such an interesting guy. The
He
fact
is.
that he's driven for so long, this guy's been just fucking getting after it for so long. And just lives
Decades.
and breathes this idea of crafting narratives and figuring out who's the good guy and who's the bad guy and how to set up a storyline.
and paying attention to what's happening,
Yeah.
politically what's happening, tapping into that,
Yeah.
trying to always have his finger on the pulse of what's happening.
You can see how he tried the thing about you smiling all the time. You got a great smile, friendly, good-looking guy. Why not? Have a smile.
It's
See
smile,
if people like it.
and you know what he said? He goes, "I'm gonna give you a push, but I want to make sure people, if you smile, then people will know you're grateful." And I was like, "Okay, I get the conceit of that,
Right.
But there's other ways I think I can be grateful because otherwise I'm coming across as being a phony, and it's not who I am." So, and by the way, years later, or even months later, I mean, he admitted, he said, "I totally get it now. I understand."
Did Japanese pro wrestling come out of American pro wrestling, or was it a separate thing that evolved on its own?
I think it was a separate thing that evolved on its own. Well, I think everything evolved out of American wrestling. It originally started off in carnivals, started off in catch wrestling and things like that, which eventually evolved to MMA techniques.
So the carnivals, for people who don't know, literally they'd have traveling carnivals where someone would take on anyone in the crowd.
That's right.
And these were real wrestlers, real catch wrestlers who knew submissions, and they would pin guys and get them in ankle cranks. And
And so the thing that started getting started a Vince McMahon type. Oh, wait a second, we're not doing this right.
That was such
These
an
guys
easy
are just
double.
Badasses. You know, they go to the carnival. You know, $10, $5. You come in, try your luck. If you could beat the champion, beat the shit out of all of these guys. But every once in a while, you got a guy who came in out of the blue, off the street, who knew how to protect himself and hold his own, might have done a hold or two, and might have beaten the champion. And this started to happen, and before you know it, a promoter or promoters or some, whether it's the fighters, whoever it was, the wrestlers possibly, but someone was like, "Hold on a second. You need to work this because otherwise we're running a risk of us getting fucked up." Like, what if we took the show on the road?
Right.
So that's how this idea of pro wrestling out of the carnival started to happen.
it's really interesting because wrestling itself is one of the most dynamic and difficult amateur sports, but they never really figured out a way to take actual competitive
It's crazy.
wrestling and make it a legitimate professional sport that's watched by people, which is really insane because it's so exciting.
Yeah.
Because so many people don't play tennis, but they still enjoy watching tennis.
That's right.
How
Oh,
is
the
it
aim
that
assist
wrestling
is nuts.
never got to that place? And I think it's probably because of the carnival wrestling, pro wrestling became a thing that everybody kind of knew was entertainment.
Yes.
And it became all these characters and Killer Kowalski and all
Yeah.
these guys that were like, I'm gonna rip his throat out and shit down his neck. And, I'm gonna, and the crowd goes nuts.
Yeah.
And to try to have just actual like freestyle wrestling become a sport where you're competing for cash prizes like you would do with tennis or something else. I never made it there, which doesn't make any sense to me because so many people wrestle.
Look
So many
at
people
this
hate wrestling.
guy.
Wrestling is the cornerstone of MMA. It's one of the
Yes.
most important. I think
Just
Because
claymores.
the guy's a kickboxer and he doesn't know how to wrestle. Wrestlers just gonna take him down, beat the fuck out of him every single fight. Wrestlers can
Every
decide
time,
whether the
yes.
fight stands or goes to the ground because once they grip you, you ain't doing shit.
That's
You're
right.
gonna get ragdolled. That's just a fact. And for whatever reason, boxing has a legitimate professional application. There's even professional karate. There's all these different things. But wrestling as a competition, an actual athletic competition, never took traction professionally.
No, it didn't. And as you were saying, I think the cachet and the entertainment value just started to become more appealing. I think that people, when you think about it, back in the early 1920s and 30s, and at that time, where fucking times were tough, and people were trying to stretch the dollar. What do I want to go see? I want to go see this wrestling event. It feels like.
Yeah.
Plus, those matches, they would work those matches for like an hour, hour and a half, like long matches too as well. But I will say, one of the most important elements, which I know you'll appreciate, and a lot of MMA fighters appreciate, is as you say, wrestling's the cornerstone of MMA, but also for decades and decades and decades, and even still today. Having a great base of wrestling is important. Even though there's antics and showmanship and this guy's jumping off this thing and going to the building and bringing the car in and doing all this shit, there's still the basics of wrestling is always very important because, as you know, with catch wrestling, like it taught a lot of wrestling, and myself included because I came up old school, to have real respect for the holds and to be able to get out of holds, put people in holds, know how to work them or know how to apply them where you fuck someone up if you had to. So I always appreciate that about the basics of pro wrestling.
Did you ever amateur wrestle?
So, dude, yes. So, especially in Pennsylvania, I got there in Allentown, the whole area in Pennsylvania, like they're great wrestlers coming out of Pennsylvania and Ohio. But I love pro wrestling. So I was 15 years old. Wrestling coach was also a football coach. Was like, "Yeah, would you come out right for wrestling? You come from a wrestling family." And, yeah, great. I had this thought in my head. I'm gonna fucking kill this. I've already got. My dad was working my ass out on the mats when I was 5. Right. The Von Erichs were working me out when I was 5. Right. So I had this base, holds, lockups, everything. And my first wrestling practice, I was like, "Fuck, this is the most boring shit I've ever felt." And I told my guys I was like, "Guys, I don't like it," because I was just so now conditioned. Now, of course, it's the hardest fucking sport out there. It's the hardest fucking sport. I have so much respect for it. But you know what it was? It was just me at 15. Dude, I love the pile drivers.
Right.
I love the bad guys. I want to be pro wrestler. You know.
I get it. Yeah. It's it would have been an interesting turn of events if you wound up going Pride.
Oh
Did you have an idea where you were going to train?
I had no idea. I felt like I'm spinning here.
Did you have any experience in striking?
A little bit, very little. My dad was a great amateur boxer. He sparred with Foreman
Wow.
a few times, sparred with Ali. It was a little bit more of a show. Great amateur, Golden Gloves in Canada. He was a badass. So he was teaching me how to hit at a young age, heavy bag, speed bag, things like that. I had a little bit, and I felt like I've always been very coachable. in whatever it is that I did, whether it's football, wrestling, track, whatever it is. So I felt like, hey, I'm gonna go into this. If there's a shot at this, and I could go to Pride and make money. By the way, I had this thought of Pride because it felt like, oh, those guys there, they're making money, they're putting on these big shows. There's 20, 30,000 people on these shows. It's incredible. And not only that, but then I think when you're talking to guys and they're in it and they're saying, yeah, you can do it, you can do it. Well, you know, Shamrock was very smart, by the way, which I really appreciate about him. And at that time, we were wrestling each other every night, so I got a chance to get along very well and work out with him. And he was just like, stick with this first. Like, there's a real shot here. Like, you got something here. Stick with this. And if you remember, he started in pro wrestling.
Yep.
And then went over when you were there in the early days of the UFC.
Yeah, he was dominant in MMA in the early days. He was one of the first guys to figure out conditioning. His
Yes.
gym, the Lion's Den,
Lion's
was
Den.
notorious for being absolutely brutal with their strength and conditioning routines.
Yeah.
They would put people through a fucking gauntlet to join that team. And it was one of the most difficult teams to join. They were like legendary sessions that they would put you through. They would try to break you.
Yes.
Just try, and he would just try to let you know, like, the worst thing you want to be in a fight is tired. And you are going to get tired as fuck training with us, so that the fight can be
Easy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they developed some amazing fighters.
Yeah.
So many, the early days of MMA, his brother Frank was one of the very best. He was one of the very best complete MMA fighters. In my opinion, the first truly complete MMA fighter we saw, and a guy with insane cardio.
Insane.
And that was one of the things about Frank, is that he could just fucking go forever.
Yeah.
And he, like, when he beat Tito Ortiz, Tito was much bigger than him, stronger than him, and he just overwhelmed him with volume and cardio and eventually beat his ass.
I remember
and
that,
and that's why Tito was giant lessons.
And he was in crazy shape, too.
Crazy
Both
shape.
of them.
Jacked,
Yeah.
jacked.
Frank and Ken.
Yeah, and Frank was fighting. I mean, he had to train for like a year and a half, and he was fighting in Japan.
Yeah.
I mean, just insane. But he was just a quick learner and just fully committed. And by the time he became UFC champion, I mean, he just had an arsenal of skills.
Yeah.
He was the first truly complete MMA fighter. And people, for whatever reason, they forgot how good he was.
Yeah.
But he was, in my opinion, the first real complete,
Yes.
like, fully well-rounded submission artist. He could knock you out. He was a dog in a fight.
Yeah.
Just incredible conditioning, built like a god.
Yeah.
He was the first.
Let me ask you this about these guys. Say, for example, take Frank Shamrock, Ken Shamrock. I love that guy. Mark Kerr, I've gotten to know very well. Do you think these guys, I don't want to say were they ahead of their time, because they're all founding fathers.
Yeah, they're pioneers.
Pioneers, man. How do you think those guys would fare today? Even with the insane mindset that those guys had, right? I feel like with a different kind of coaching, how they were coached back then, I feel like they would still dominate.
I feel like all champions have a quality that in any era, dependent upon the skill level of that era, they would rise to whatever that skill level is.
Yes.
What's going on today is you've got guys with 1-2 fights in the UFC that are elite fighters. They might have 30 amateur fights, 11. Yeah, you're getting these guys that are competing now that are first fighting in the UFC. They're world class. You see like how smooth and technical they are. Like, Jesus Christ, these guys are so good. Back then, that wasn't the case. So you could get away with a lot more, and you didn't have as high a bar to aspire to. But champions rise to the level of competition that's around them.
That's right.
And I think guys like Frank Shamrock or Ken Shamrock or Hoist Gracie, they would rise today. They would all rise today because they're champions. There's a mindset.
Right.
They would just have to do things differently, and they would have to check leg
in
kicks.
what way? Oh.
They would have to know every aspect of it. Like Hoist in the beginning, very little striking. He would just kind of throw kicks just to try to get a clinch and get a hold of you. And his jiu-jitsu was so superior to everybody's that once he got you to the ground, you were fucked.
Yeah.
But that's not good enough today.
Yeah.
Like now, everyone's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. Now everyone knows how to move on the ground. Now everyone knows how to defend, and everyone has nasty stand-up. And you have to have everything today. But Hoist would have developed that. He's a champion. There's a mindset of someone who can win one of those gigantic tournaments that he won like in the early days. He's fighting guys 270 pounds. When he fought Dan Severn. Dan Severn was giant.
The
He catches him
beast,
in a triangle.
yeah.
Hoist
And
is a champion.
multiple fights a night.
Multiple fights a night.
Yes.
Yeah. Champions are champions. And the thing is, the level of competition today is so high that it's like there's more required of everyone. But I feel like champions are a very unique breed of individual, and champions would rise in any era because they would figure out what they need to do in accordance to like what the competition, who's around them, and they would rise to that occasion.
That's right.
That's what I think.
It's a capacity that they have.
They have. And back then, nobody knew. I mean, Marco Huas was the first guy to show us leg kicks. We were like, Jesus Christ, look at this guy. He's just chopping at Paul Varlin's legs.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes,
Marco
yeah.
was like 220 pounds, and Paul Varlin's the polar bear.
Was
He's
huge.
fucking huge.
Yes.
He was like 300 plus, and Marco's just kicking his legs, and eventually the guy collapses, and we're like, oh my God, you can kick the legs.
Yes.
And then it became a thing.
Yeah,
Where everybody
yeah.
started kicking legs, and Pedro Hizzo comes around, and he's the most devastating leg kicker. And there's these guys that learn from what they're seeing around them. And you see that now. We're talking about the calf kick. A relatively new thing in MMA, but it's devastating, and everyone does it now. And if you don't know it and you don't know how to check it, you're fucked.
Yes.
1 or 2 kicks to the calf, and your leg's useless.
And done. Right.
Yeah.
Foot goes numb.
Yeah, your leg doesn't move. You
Yes.
can't stand on it, right? So you're compromised. So all your balance is on your left leg now because your right leg's fucked. So you switch stances and you put your left leg forward. Now that gets
Yes.
kicked.
And you're trying not to show your shit. Like,
Exactly.
it
Trying to keep
hurts.
a poker face. And
Let me ask you this: do you think it ever goes back to at any point where it's different weight classes against each other?
it could. Some wild organization in Russia, I'm sure, is doing that right now. There's always someone who's trying. Japan did a lot of that. They
Yes.
had some crazy freak shows. That was the thing about Japan. They love to put like Bob Sapp, 350 pounds of solid muscle, and they put him against Minotauro, who's the champion, who's
right.
like 220
Yeah.
natural. You know, but Minotauro won. It was one of those cases where jiu-jitsu prevailed over a larger, scarier opponent. But there's a moment in that fight where Bob Sapp, at the beginning of the fight, pile drives Minotauro,
remember that.
and he fucked his neck up for
Yeah.
years. His neck was probably never the same again.
Wow.
Bob
I
Sapp
played
was
against Bob Sapp.
in football.
Yeah.
yeah, he was
Yeah, fucking giant.
like a cartoon. He didn't even look like a real person.
And the body.
Yeah,
It's
abs.
insane.
370
Abs.
with abs.
Yes.
Yeah, you'd see him, you'd go, what? Like
Yeah.
when he was across the ring in Pride, that's what they loved. They loved that freak show aspect of it. That Bob Sapp standing over there, just not even looking like a human being, looking like a character in an Avengers movie. Like, look at the size of him. This is the round one. So this is Bob Sapp. So Minotauro shoots for a shot. Bob Sapp picks him up, drops him on his head, bro, on his fucking head. I mean, insane. And Minotauro's got to be an agony.
He's going again.
Yeah, but he got hold of the leg this time to stop that. But I mean, it went back and forth, and then Minotauro, he hits the switch, and eventually gets on top of Bob Sapp at the end of the fight and gets him in an armbar. But it was a grueling encounter.
Yes.
Spent a lot of time on his back getting beaten up by this enormous, super powerful dude.
Incredible. And then did Bob gas out?
Yeah, Bob gassed out.
Yeah.
I mean, Bob was so big. I mean, the cardiovascular requirements of someone who's that big. I mean, Jesus
Yes.
Christ. But also, Minotauro's jiu-jitsu was next level.
Yeah, yeah.
Just super next level. He was really one of the first Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belts to have an elite guard. So, like, when you were on, if you were on top and he was on his back, you were in still dangerous waters.
Yes.
Because this guy was just an elite black belt in jiu-jitsu. And for jiu-jitsu, when he caught him in his armbar, it was the biggest win ever. I remember me and my friends
After
were
coming
watching
back from
this.
that,
Look at
yes.
this. Me and my friends were watching this, and when he catches him in his armbar and he eventually gets it, we fucking jumped up and
Yeah.
cheered. He was like, fucking jiu-jitsu. Yeah,
Oh,
he's
right
tapping.
away,
And
yes.
we're like, no way. He did it. He fucking did it. He was our hero. He was the jiu-jitsu hero.
Really?
Yeah, Minotauro Nogueira was the hero. For sure. Because he represented jiu-jitsu against the worst case scenario. A fucking super athlete.
Yes.
A person that didn't even look like a person.
Who just dumped you on your fucking head, by the way.
A massive guy who was battering him, was beating him up and slamming him on the ground, and he prevailed with skill.
Yeah.
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 Like Minotauro, the guy would be a champion today. He'd be a champion in any era.
Yes.
Just champions.
Yes.
Fedor, be a champion in any era.
Yes.
There's guys like that that are just they're special. They're special people.
Did you wish that he had his run in
100%.
UFC?
Yeah, 100%.
What happened there?
I don't know. There's a lot of different versions of the story.
Yeah.
There's a lot of characters in Russia that were connected to Fedor that wanted. They had some heavy requirements of what they wanted from the UFC, and the UFC wasn't willing to give it to them. And
Sure.
It got pretty testy. It got dangerous. It got there's some real people over there.
Yes.
Some real dudes.
Well, I feel like that's the fight business.
That's really the fight business for Russia too.
Yes.
I mean, these are hard men, and Fedor was the hardest. That motherfucker never changed his expression. He was
Never.
beating people into a bloody pulp, and he looked like he was sipping tea.
Yes.
He was a special guy.
That mentality.
Oh my god, he was a special guy. He fought Kevin Randleman. And Kevin Randleman
Yes.
suplexed him on his neck, just threw him through the air and slammed him on his neck. And within moments afterwards, Fedor had him in an armbar. Moments afterwards,
Just a machine.
He was a machine.
And
stoic
and deceiving, deceptive, like even Kevin Randleman, just the body.
Oh my God.
These guys who look
Yeah.
like a gazillion dollars.
A god.
And you have Fedor, who's
Just had like a fucking sloppy body, looked like he just ate a bunch of potatoes and drank beer. Big old roll of fat, and just fucked everybody else. So here's the fight. And you look at Fedor, that does not look like the best fighter in the world when you look at his body.
Unbelievable.
But if you look at his movements,
Yes.
his movements were fucking perfect.
Yes.
He had such good striking too, and he was so
And
elite on the ground.
precise, yeah.
And he was one of the first, guys who could do everything: ground and pound, stand up, blast you standing up. Here's the slam. This is just the beginning. This is the beginning of the fight. But at one point in time, Fedor figures out a way to get up, and then Randleman suplexes him. And when he suplexed him right here, right on his neck, boom! I mean, but look, Fedor just immediately rolls.
Yeah, ate it. He's good.
And so they get into the scramble. And this is back when you could throw knees to the head on the ground too. Prior,
Right.
look, you reversed him. So show how you reversed him because it was fucking beautiful. Watch this. So Randleman, who's an elite wrestler, you gotta imagine what kind of skill it takes to be able to reverse a guy like that.
Yes.
A real elite college wrestler. See that fucked up leg?
Yeah.
See the veins
All
in
the
his leg?
veins?
That's from a fight with Pedro Hizzo. Pedro Hizzo would kick your leg so hard that all your arteries would burst.
And that's what happened?
And guys would get compartment syndrome in their leg. Their leg would fill up with blood, and it would take them like 6 months to recover from a Pedro Hizzo fight.
Wow.
Yeah, Pedro Hizzo was the scariest fucking leg kicker that ever fought in the sport. And look at this, immediately blocks up a Kimura, and that's it. That's a wrap. That was Fedor. And look, never changed his expression. Look, even when he wins. Nothing. No yeehaw. No fuck yeah.
Good.
Look, as he's getting slammed. I mean, right on his fucking neck, man. And then catches him in the Kimura. I mean, that was Fedor. He figured out a way to win against anybody. And for a period of time, he was the greatest ever. I don't know.
Yes.
It's you got to look at guys when they're at their best. And Fedor, in pride, was one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest heavyweight ever.
Yes. Yeah.
He was a monster.
I always wish he had that run.
I do too. Him versus Brock Lesnar would have been fucking insane. It would have been fucking insane. Him versus Cain Velasquez would have been fucking insane. When Cain was at the top, Cain's another one. There's an argument when Cain was at his very best, like when he beat Brock, when Cain was just destroying everybody. There's an argument that he's the greatest. But his run was less because he was so tough that he broke his body. He was just so mentally tough. He just fucking pushed
in
so
terms
hard.
of training.
Yeah, tore his knees, his shoulders, back, everything. Everything just started giving out. And then he got to a certain point in his life where he just like his body just didn't perform anymore.
Yeah.
And that was it. And he had multiple surgeries. He had a bunch of things wrong with him, and he just couldn't train like he used to be able to train anymore. And that was it.
Yeah. I remember that. With a guy like that, how much of that is coach compared to him? I mean, ultimately, he'll make the decision to train, I believe, and push himself. But at what point do you think coaches step in and say,
it's hard to say because Cain is another one that was so stoic and he would never complain. And also the
You
training
wouldn't know that he's
sessions.
hurt.
Yeah, and the training sessions. I mean, him and DC were just going to war all the time. And AKA was just this talent-filled shark tank of a bunch of assassins just beating the fuck out of each other and just all iron sharpens iron. And you're gonna get banged up. You're gonna get banged up in training. You're gonna get banged up in these fights.
Shot that guy first.
Fucking huge super athlete fighters. You're gonna get banged up.
Yeah.
But in that time when he beat Minotauro, Jesus Christ, this is like when you could see the levels of competition as they pull up Cain Velasquez versus Minotauro. Because this, in my opinion, this is prime Cain Velasquez when he just seemed unstoppable.
Yeah.
Because he was a heavyweight, but he had the cardio of a welterweight.
Yeah.
And he had speed and precision, and he never was out of position. Everything he threw, he just threw precise and perfect and technical, and he was so fucking game. And when you watch, look at his leg kicks. I mean, he was so fucking smooth.
Yeah.
Everything he did was precise. Like the way he's throwing these combinations and head kicks and his defense is on point. Cain was a monster in his time. And like in this time, like this Cain Velasquez, I put this Cain Velasquez against anybody that's ever lived.
Yeah.
And I would love to see it.
Yes.
He was so fucking good. He was so good.
Yeah.
Then he lost to Junior Dos Santos, but what a lot of people don't know is that was like the first fight on Fox. It was like this big fight.
I remember that,
And
yeah.
Cain tore his knee before that fight. His knee was fucked up.
Oh,
And look at this. Look at that combination.
yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. That's Cain. That was Cain at his best. That's the
Yeah.
elite Cain. He was a monster.
Man.
Everybody's terrified of that guy.
Yeah.
He never got tired. They call him Cardio Cain. Never got tired.
Yeah.
Never got tired. And he could
I
just
remember
go.
that. Arizona,
and go.
I want to say, Arizona State, where he came out of.
Yep.
Yeah.
Arizona State, then went to AKA to begin his MMA career and just was a monster.
Yeah.
And was like nothing anybody ever seen. The guys would get this 1,000-yard stare in their eyes when they'd be in like the second round with him. They couldn't believe. They had 4 more rounds to go. This
Yes.
is fucking insane.
Yes.
And that guy
And
was
he's not
beat
breathing heavy.
No,
Yes.
just fucking marching you down, beating your ass.
Who's the next big heavyweight star?
Tom Aspinall, the guy who
Of
just
course,
won
just
the
won.
interim title. He's
Yeah.
phenomenal. And he is,
Yes.
again, the next advancement of the evolution of the sport.
How so?
Well, because he can do everything. That guy's got elite jiu-jitsu. He's got elite takedowns. His striking is outstanding. I mean, he knocked out Sergey, who's the scariest fucking striker in all of MMA,
Yeah.
and he knocked him out in the first round. And the way he did it was just picture perfect. And he did it with a fucked up back. He fucked his back up and wasn't able to train for like he fucked his back up in one of the sessions because he only got the fight call 2 weeks before.
I was
the
just gonna
event.
say, right?
Yeah.
Like it's just
he didn't even
early.
train. He didn't even train. He couldn't train.
He couldn't train.
Couldn't train. So he just went out there and fought. He just let my back heal up. I'm fit enough.
Yeah.
I'm in shape enough. I'll do whatever I can do in training. But he couldn't wrestle.
Yeah.
He couldn't do much sparring. His back was fucked up. So he had to kind of let it heal as much as it could in like 10 days, and then go out and fight the fucking scariest guy in the sport.
Ever, yeah. Fucking crazy. Did you call that?
Yeah.
I know you called
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Did you call? Did you?
Oh, I had no idea. Both of those main events, I had no idea. It was
Yeah.
like you couldn't. Sergey could connect on anybody and put them to sleep. He just knocked out Derek Lewis in one round.
I
Knocked out
know.
Taito Iwasa in
Dude,
one round.
yes.
He was a monster. And so you watch Sergey and you go, I don't know. You watch Aspinall. Like I knew Aspinall was gonna have a speed advantage because he's faster than any heavyweight.
Yeah.
And that's something that his coach drilled into him when he was young.
Speed.
Like be fast. Like you gotta be fast. That's what's gonna separate you from everybody else.
Speed kills.
Speed.
Yeah.
And he's a giant dude, 260 plus pounds, but he moves like a fast young guy,
Yeah.
like a light guy. And so that's what's. And he's also just so well rounded. And he's just beginning.
Yeah.
I mean, that was really the first big test of his career. He had fought some good guys
Just
up until that fight.
incredible. Yeah.
But that is the first guy where you were like, boy, every fight before that, Aspinall was a heavy favorite in my eyes.
Yeah.
And then that fight, I was like, woo, I don't fucking know. I don't know what's gonna happen here. So for him to do that, what he did, and to perform that way under those situations, in that circumstance where your back is fucked, and you can't really train, incredibly impressive.
That's incredible, man.
But I want to know that. That's what I want. That's the champion.
I mean, dude,
that's the champion.
fuck.
And that guy, he relinquished his crown, and what he did with Tyson Fury is probably one of the greatest performances in combat sports history.
Ever, right? Yes.
Ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy go over there with it. No one gave him any chance. Terrence Crawford was sitting across where you are right now. He's like, 0 chance. He's gonna get knocked out. 0 chance. And then when he dropped Tyson Fury in the 3rd round, and then was battering him in the 8th, and then at the 10th round, at the end of the fight, like,
I don't know what's gonna fucking happen.
I don't know who won.
Yes.
One judge saw it for him, and one judge saw it for, and the other 2 judges saw it for Fury. But it was that close. It was that close where you, and a lot of people are saying that this puts Tyson Fury's argument of being one of the greatest of all time in jeopardy. Because now people are saying, well, hey man, you got dropped and brought to a questionable decision by a guy with 0 boxing matches.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of freak that Francis
is, man.
He's a freak. He's the freak of all freaks.
If you're, and you've seen Francis up close.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. And you, so you know the kind of freak he is. If you're him, and if you're his people, what's that?
What is my mouse
Get as much
doing?
money as you can.
Of course.
This is what I think
Yeah.
they should do. Put him in with a heavyweight boxer that he could beat that has a good record. Like someone who's in the argument of like,
What is my
and if
mouse
Francis knocks
doing,
that
bro?
guy out, then if they can
Think about
try
that,
to
yes.
coax Tyson Fury into a rematch, that would be fucking bananas. And I think Saudi Arabia has enough money to actually pull it off.
I think so, too.
I think so too. They might be able to fucking bait Tyson in with
Yes.
some just fucking life-changing generational money.
So here's the thing about Tyson, and who I love and
I love
respect.
that guy.
I love that guy too. There's 2 train of thoughts here. It's either, well, I don't actually need to fight him again.
Right.
There's that train of thought. But then I wonder if it goes back to the champion mentality that you talked about is, as a champion, I need to fight that guy.
It may be that.
Do you know what I mean?
He's certainly a champion. And he's certainly one of the greatest of all time. And I think he's certainly underestimated Francis.
Yeah.
And I don't know how he trained for Francis. He said he trained as hard as any fight ever, which is possible because he always looks that way. He always like Fedor. He has like this very disarming body. And he jokes around about it.
Yeah.
Look at this fucking belly. And he's a character. I love the guy to death.
Yeah.
I think if he knows now what he's up against and he just boxes, and with a real understanding of the consequences of making a mistake, I think it's probably a different fight. But if he doesn't engage and just uses that beautiful jab and movement and stays away from him and just does what he does when he's at his very best. And one of the things you see from Tyson Fury is when he does have a rematch, he performs so much better. Like the Deontay Wilder
With
fight
Wilder,
is a perfect
yeah.
example. First fight, down to the wire, gets dropped in the last round, it's a draw. Second fight, dominates. Third fight, dominates.
Yeah.
And was put through adversity. Dropped. I think he got dropped 4 times over the course of their 3 fights.
Yes.
By the hardest fucking one-punch knockout artist
Fucking ever, man, yes.
Deontay's got lightning in his hands. He just
Yeah.
electrocutes people.
It's crazy, man.
He's the greatest knockout artist ever. If you look at his career, it's like mostly knockouts.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
And also too, I feel like tall. So as you're tall, your muscles get elongated, as you know, and then it becomes deceptive.
With a leverage thing too.
Yes.
Because he's got broad shoulders and insane speed.
Yes.
So when he drops that hand on you, it's just when he turns it over at the end with all that length
Yes.
and torque and leverage.
Yes.
He's like nobody. Like nobody. He just starches people.
Yeah.
I always go to the Luis Ortiz fight. When he cracked him in the head and Ortiz goes up, he's like, what the fuck? He hit him on the forehead.
Yeah.
Hit him on the forehead and just shut the lights out.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, Deontay, what Terry Atlas calls it the eraser. He's like, any mistakes that he has, he just erases them with one shot, and it's true. Like, you can win every round with Deontay, and you just zig when you should have zagged, and blah!
Boom.
And he almost did it to Tyson Fury.
I was gonna say, he did,
almost did
yeah.
it to any other man. It might have been the end, but Tyson's just so game. He's just such a fucking warrior. He
Yeah.
figured out a way to get up,
Just-
and he got dropped again, he got
Yeah,
back up again,
yeah.
and then wound up stopping him after that.
That's right.
Yeah, and an amazing, glorious finish to the fight that cemented him as one of the greatest heavyweights of all time.
Of all time.
I think, really, to get it back, to really get that reputation back, he should fight Francis. I really think he should. But he probably wants to fight Usyk first, unify the title, and then if they come to him with just gigantic banana money, just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, like, what? How much?
Yeah.
$200 million or
Back what
something?
truck up? Yes.
Fucking crazy like that?
Yes.
He might just go, all right.
I love
and
it.
then,
But you know the resources are there for that.
Oh yeah, they can do whatever the fuck they want.
The-
They got fuck you money.
all of your money.
Fuck everybody money. They
Yes.
got fuck the planet money.
Dude.
And I like that they're putting together
Yes.
that fight. I like that they put together that fight. And I like that they're putting together a bunch of other fights. They're trying to do a lot of crazy shit over there. I love it. Good. Throw that money out there.
Absolutely,
And
man.
I love it for the athletes because they're gonna get paid.
Love it for the athletes
Yeah.
to get paid. And that's why I think with Tyson, it just feels like just in here, you know, it's a fight that I need just in terms of as champion, but mentality.
Yeah.
The champion that's in here, the mana. I need to do that again.
Well, right now it's got to be in his head. I mean, he's a sensitive guy. I'm sure he's responded to all the criticism, probably eating him up, probably driving him nuts. And I bet you'll see an entirely different Tyson Fury in this next fight. In this next fight, you will see a focused
Dominant.
fucking assassin.
Yes.
But he's fighting the craftiest heavyweight maybe of all time.
Yeah.
Usyk is so slick. He is.
Yes.
I mean, he's the guy who's trained by the same guy that Lomachenko was trained by. So he's got just unbelievable movement. His angles, the way he boxes, his fucking feints and movement, total next level.
Yeah.
But he's quite a bit smaller. I mean, he was a cruiserweight and
Yeah.
then went up to heavyweight.
Yeah.
So there's money in that fight, and I would hope that the winner of that fight then fights.
Come on, I have 3 on me.
Tyson Fury, that's pretty incredible. February 17th in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia going crazy.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a very, very interesting fight.
Yes.
And although Usyk is smaller, man, that fucking guy is so skilled.
Yeah.
Those Anthony Joshua fights were insane. Insane.
By the way, Tyson is like 6'9".
Yeah.
And Usyk is not that.
Well, Usyk is wearing shoes in there,
Yes.
and Tyson is not.
Okay.
Tyson is right after the fight, and they're standing there.
Okay.
So Tyson's quite a few, but it's also his arms are longer. Just the reach and distance is such an advantage because you could hit a guy where he can't hit you.
Yeah.
But we were talking about Mike Tyson earlier. That
Yeah.
Mike Tyson made his height an advantage because
Yes.
he would come in and bob and weave, and you'd be like, oh, geez, where's this coming from? This fucking tornado coming at you with punches that just moved way faster than any
I was
other.
going to say, any other heavyweight with that kind of speed, quickness?
Yeah.
Sure, I don't know. I'm asking, like, you know, right?
He's the fastest of all time.
I feel like he's the fastest.
The fastest of all. The only you go to Ali with his hands. Ali had hand speed. See, Ali, there's Ali before that they forced him into retirement because he wouldn't fight in Vietnam. That Ali, if you go to like the Ali that fought Cleveland, Big Cat Williams, that Ali is one of the greatest of all time. I mean, the greatest fucking heavyweight in terms of movement, and he can move like Sugar Ray Robinson, but he was a
incredible.
heavyweight.
Yeah.
Tall and switching stances, popping you with a jab.
yes.
You couldn't touch him. He's standing right in front of you with his hands down.
Yes.
That Ali was a different Ali, but then he didn't take 3 years off. Ali really didn't train for those 3 years.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything. So when he came back against Jerry Quarry, all those years later, he was like soft. He didn't look the same. Like, pull up Ali versus Cleveland Big Cat Williams. So this is Ali. And this is Ali when there was never a heavyweight like him before. There was no one like him. No one knew what to do. And Cleveland Big Cat Williams was a fucking killer.
Badass,
He was
yes.
a bad motherfucker. Look how powerful
Yes.
he was. Serious knockout artist. And Ali would just stand right in front of him and just start tuning him
Look
up.
at
And he just starts popping him with the jab, hooks, and Cleveland was just trying his best to
Yeah.
close the distance. What's happening? Is it freezing?
It's a video breaking down the
Oh,
whole
I
fight.
see.
Look at that.
Look at that hook. Jab to the body and then the hook, and he's nowhere to be found. Catches him with the hook coming in, and then immediately off the ropes
Yeah,
out into the
right
center.
out.
You just couldn't catch him. He
Incredible,
was
man.
something special, man. And then eventually he starts tuning Cleveland up and drops him a couple of times.
You know,
this is
there
the
it
end.
is,
This
yeah.
is the end. And he stands over him with his hands up. Look at this. Bing,
Bang,
bing, And then the right hand, bam. I mean, come on, man. Nobody moved like him.
No one, dude.
But Tyson,
Could you pull up a
Tyson's
picture
different.
Dwayne Johnson, Muhammad Ali? I gotta show you this picture.
Oh.
Yeah.
When did you meet Muhammad Ali?
When I was a kid in New Zealand. I told you my dad was sparring with him. So here's a picture of me sitting on his lap.
Do you remember what year this is?
This would have been 77. Look at that.
Wow.
Isn't that cool, man? Ali and some little girl. But so, dude, how about this?
Wow.
So when I started the nation turn, the heel rock, right, that you saw earlier, not a white thing, not a black thing, you know, to me it's a respect thing. I started calling myself the people's champion just to piss people off. Like, I'm your champion, I'm the people's champion, and the Rock is the people's champion, blah, blah, blah. And we were wrestling down in Louisville, Kentucky. And Ali's family came to watch. And his wife was there, family was a big group. Afterwards, they were waiting to say hello. Now, again, I'm going out there and grabbing the microphone, and the people's champ says, I'm just laying it all in. So when I come back, I say hello to the family, his wife, and I say, hey, I just want you to know, if you could let Muhammad know, I call myself the people's champion in a way to pay homage to him, out of respect. But I'm going around the country saying it, and people are shitting on me because that's what you want as a heel. And I told his wife, so if you could please tell him, he doesn't want me to use this because I know what this meant to him, being the people's champion. I won't. And dude, she said, he told me to tell you it's yours. That was one message he told me to tell you tonight. I was like, I got emotional. It was just incredible.
He was such an important cultural figure
my God.
because he was the first boxer, the first like professional athlete of the highest regard who stood up and said the Vietnam War is wrong. I'm not going to go fight some Viet Cong. No Viet Cong ever did anything to me.
Call
I'm
me
not going over
names,
there. I'm not going over there.
That's
I'm not
right.
doing it. And they took away his livelihood and they did it for 3 years. And when he came back, he was a fucking hero, a cultural hero. My parents, who were hippies, made me, well, didn't make me, but we all watched his rematch with Leon Spinks because it was on TV. And it's like, that's how much he transcended
boxing,
the world of sports.
Yes.
He was an important figure for like the beautiful qualities of human beings. That this guy had character and stood up for something that was more important than sports and told the world. He used his platform to tell the world, I'm not going to participate in this. This is wrong.
Yes.
And they took away his livelihood. And when he came back, he was a hero in a completely different way.
Yes.
And when he fought Leon Spinks and he beat Leon Spinks, everybody was like, oh my God. Everyone was so happy. It was like, just because when Leon beat him, it was like, no way. And then he had the rematch and he beat Leon and it was like, oh my God, he won. Like the world was better.
You felt it.
Yeah.
You felt it. And there's a guy, as you said, who stood up. And also, it's one thing if you stand up, but it's another thing. I stand up and the willingness to know I'm going to lose it all. I can lose it all.
Yeah.
And he did. For that moment, he tried to take it all away.
Also, what I thought about a lot when I was worried about brain damage. I thought about him a lot when I was having headaches from these sparring sessions because he was already deteriorating by then. You know, this was, after he fought Larry Holmes, which was a horrible fight to watch. Larry was just teeing off on him, and you knew that the end was there. And he fought Trevor Berbick, and it's like, God, oh, these are horrible fights to watch. This guy who just needs a payday and can't let it go, and and he was our hero. And now you're watching the worst cliched ending to a great career, which is a great boxer just getting beat up by the up and coming guys. It was sad. It really like ruined Larry Holmes' career because people hated Larry after that. And Larry's one of the greatest of all time.
Greatest of all time, man. Out of Easton, Pennsylvania.
Easton Assassin.
Yeah, Easton Assassin. Yeah.
One of the best jabs of all time.
Just doing his job.
One of the best jabs of all time.
And not only were people hating him back then, but Tyson was watching that fight. Remember that? Tyson watched that, and he knocked out his hero. He beat his hero. Tyson already made that promise. I'm going to come back, and I'm going to...
Well, there's a famous moment where Ali comes up to Tyson before he fights Larry and just get this motherfucker for me. Like he said,
In the ring.
like, he just walks up and he's like, get this dude for me. Wow. And Tyson was like already just so charged up. Just already, this was like a legacy-making fight. And when he knocked out Larry Holmes, it was like everybody was like, oh my God, no one ever knocked out Larry. Like
No,
that. That was crazy.
And he was a big heavyweight.
Yeah, he was a big heavyweight. Here it is. He comes up to him.
Wow, look at the nod. I like
that.
nod.
And look at Tyson, just fired up. But I'll tell you something, man. Larry was older then. He was an older fighter. You can let it go. Larry was an older fighter back then. Back then this is 36. In the age of no testosterone replacement.
Yeah.
Larry had taken some time off and came back for this fight. He was still very, very good, but Tyson was on another level. He was just the new destroyer. He was the new Sonny Liston. He was the new Joe Louis. He was the new Jack Dempsey.
Combined.
He was just something special.
Yes.
And combined also because of his trainer had all the videos of those guys. So he watched all those guys and studied their movement. Cuss and Jim Jacobs, who was his manager. Jim Jacobs was a boxing historian. But Mike Tyson was just something different, man. He was just something different. And when he started battering Larry and beating Larry up, I mean, it was just...
Even in body language, you could just tell.
Yeah. I mean, it was just seek and destroy.
Yes.
And Larry, any mistake that he made was met with hands that were moving far faster than any boxer he'd ever faced before. But Larry came out in this round and showed that jab. This is round 3.
Yeah.
This is where you see Larry, like when Larry was like 25, he would have given anybody fits.
Yes.
But then Mike catches him, boom, and drops him. And Larry's in like real trouble.
Yes.
And I remember watching this. I was like, oh my God, he's going to get him. He's going to get him. Nobody liked Larry Holmes. It was so fucked up. He never got his just due. And then Tyson catches him right hook with his right hook. Boom.
Like over the top of the head?
And then when Larry gets up, he's in real trouble. And then Tyson closes the show.
Yeah.
He was so hurt. It was so bad. Like right there, that overhand right?
Yes, yeah.
I mean, he's just fucked.
You know it's coming.
And when Mike is coming at you, the punches are coming so fast, you can't anticipate what angle they're coming from. Boom. And here's the right hand that comes here. Boom. And then the second one. Boom. That was it.
Oh, man.
That was the legacy-making fight for Mike Tyson. That was the one where everybody's like, God damn, he might be the greatest ever. And he still might be the greatest ever. I think Tyson in his prime, damn, I put him up against anybody that's ever lived.
Yes.
In his prime. I mean, you can't look at Tyson when he lost and Tyson later in his career. I feel like you can only keep up those RPMs when you're fucking after it for so long before guys lose motivation, they lose, their body doesn't perform the same way anymore, there's too many wars, whatever it is. But if you look at the Tyson when he was storming the gates, when he was in his prime, like no one ever.
Motivating too.
Oh my God.
I remember watching his fights and just ready to fucking run through the walls and train anything I could do, dude.
You're just like, what? How is it possible that a person could be that proficient at something?
Dude, so at about the time when I was my first amateur wrestling days in high school and all that, again, as you're 15, 16, you're looking for a way, what's my thing? And you're just thinking about money.
Oh, this is embarrassing. Oh, this is embarrassing.
Tyson, Michael Spinks, 87, I think, or 88. Remember that?
Yeah.
And I think that Spinks was champion.
Spinks was, he was a light heavyweight champion, and then he beat Larry Holmes on the heavyweight title. I think he had one version of the heavyweight title. I think it was a unification fight. Is that correct?
It was one in like 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Right? And I remember, and at that time Mike was coming up. There it is.
Yeah, this was. I think Mike said that he fought this with a venereal disease. Which is hilarious. It's like gonorrhea or some shit.
Don't we all?
But Spinks was just terrified going to this fight.
You saw that in the face-off too.
You saw it.
Right.
It was just an execution. I mean, Tyson was just, and Michael was really, he just drops into the body there. Michael was really light heavyweight. I mean, he blew up. He put on some weight to make it up to heavyweight, but he just never had the kind of power. He was an amazing light heavyweight, but at heavyweight he just did not have the kind of power. And here comes the bomb.
That's
Boom.
it. Yeah.
That's
and like
it.
a ghost fucking punch. It comes out of nowhere, right?
Just a fucking ruthless right hand, and that was it.
So, dude. So during this time in my life, I'm thinking, I got an idea. amateur wrestling, I'm not jiving with. I like pro wrestling. My old man taught me how to box just a little bit. That's what I should do.
Wow.
I should box. Because at that time, my eyes were on Michael Spinks, and I used to think at that time, even though I got a lot of respect for the game, and I always think everybody's got a run-punch chance, right? I was like, I know. I bet you I could work my ass off, and in 2-3 years, with the right coaching and discipline and training, I could be up there. Michael Spinks is heavyweight champion. I got a shot. I think I got a dude. And again, I'm fucking 15.
Right, of course. Yeah.
I'm like, I got a shot. I see this fight. And I went, there's no fucking way. With Mike Tyson as champion, that my dreams of boxing and making money will ever come true.
Yeah, where does it go? It goes to getting executed. Like, if everything goes well, you get executed.
If all the training goes well and the discipline, the road work, you get executed, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, there's levels. Well, listen, brother, it's been awesome to sit down and talk to you, and you're an inspirational guy. You really are. You're a guy that you're just a workhorse, man, and you're such a fucking expression of positive energy and in all the things you do in life, and I just appreciate you very much, and I really appreciate you coming on.
No, brother, look, I appreciate you. Thank you. And this has been years in the making, man.
Years in the making. It was really fun to get to hang out together. No cameras, no bullshit.
Oh, it's
We
great.
just all got together and had a good time. It was working out. And it was fun. It was fun.
Well, I appreciate all you do. All you are.
Appreciate all you do,
Appreciate
too.
the brotherhood. We'll do it again.
We'll do it again.
Oh, let's go. What a fucking snap.
This episode is brought to you by LifeLock.
Oh, that was so sick.
Travel, more shopping, more connecting online, and potentially more of your personal information being exposed to identity thieves. But with
Don't tell me. Wow. God bless him. Wow, surely you don't die to that guy, right? No way. It's fake news. Oh my god. Ah! Oh, let's go. Armor pin for the win, baby. Dude, they're fucking cockroaches slithering, man. Wow. He's in prone? In the corner. Nice, nice, nice. Gee. God, bro. Oh my god, of course. There's another one lurking. Oh my god. Oh, it's this guy, why not? Dude, I haven't got any of the fucking kill cams.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Hello, Joe Rogan.
What the fuck's happening?
Everything.
How you enjoying my country?
I'm loving your country, yeah. It was good. It's good to be back.
Yeah, you were here. You did another one of those wild backcountry elk hunts, which you haven't been able to do because of COVID for 3 years?
4 years.
4 years.
Yep.
Wow.
And 5 years since the last podcast.
Did you document the whole thing like you did the last time when you were in Net Stories?
I did, yeah. Yeah, I tried to capture as much as I could. Sometimes it's hard because you're stuck in the moment. So the last thing you want is like a phone in your face, right?
It does fuck with it, right?
Yeah, so I couldn't capture it all, but I tried to at least mention everything that I was going through. But there was like one stage I just felt like I was in the war and I actually slept.
Yo, what's up, Raptor? I hear probably not here. Oh shit. It didn't show up for me, what the hell? I hear probably not.
Falling down trees and I nearly broke my legs like straight across the front of the tree.
Oh shit.
And it's like I didn't capture it and I'm sort of hurting, so you don't get to see the whole story, but I reckon I at least give the people 80% of the story, you know.
What happened when you almost broke your legs?
Well, I was fucking rooted for starters, like stuff like this is day 26 or something like that.
What does rooted mean to your people? You didn't know what it means, right? Yeah.
Really?
Just guessing.
Rooted means really exhausted.
Oh, okay.
Like just you're fucked, you know.
Right.
And I was coming back in the dark. You know, you're trying to conserve everything as you're going, so you're trying to use your headlight as less as possible as well. Like you're out there for a month.
Right.
So a lot of times your torch is turned right down if it's on at all. So it's turned right down, and I'm coming back down the mountain to camp. Pretty much stepped on one bit of deadfall, like a big fallen pine tree, and then slipped off it, and then there was another pine tree only like a foot apart. So I went between the two of them, and all my body weight come over the top of it.
Oh.
And then yeah, like I just remember, I like at least bruised the bones because it was hard to walk, you know.
Oh boy.
But it's like at that point, you feel like the whole world's against you, right? Really, really tough trip. Like I think a lot of the over-the-counter guys went through that this year. It was a really difficult year for elk.
Was that because of the heavy snowfall? Was it?
So I think because of winter kill, for
Yeah.
one, and then a lot of the other states are not doing any over-the-counter anymore, so that pushed more people into Colorado. And then Colorado shut down some units and limited units because of the winter kill. So there was a lot of hunters jammed in the areas. I think the bulls didn't come down. So I think a combination of a lot of things.
Colorado just reintroduced wolves, which is just it's such a shell game because when there's like stipulations to reintroduce wolves, like Renella's talked about this before. Like they reintroduce wolves, and then the idea is when the wolves get to be a certain population, then they will allow hunting. But then the wildlife protection groups come in and they sue to make sure that you don't open up wolf hunting. So then they only can issue depredation permits to ranchers and people don't like the idea of hunting wolves, and I get that. But you shouldn't also like the idea of rampant wolf populations that are invading into people's communities and eating their dogs and threatening children. Like the reason why Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood and all that shit, it was a story because they used to eat kids.
It was happening.
Yeah, they ate people for a long fucking time until people got wise and said, no, we should probably kill these fucking things. And that's what they did for the longest time. And then the greenies got in, like, we need to bring the wolves
Oh,
back.
shotgun.
And it's generally
Nice.
people that have zero experience with real wildlife predators. There should be a balance. You know, there should be grizzly.
Right shield and shotgun.
Reintroducing wolves, especially what they did with Montana. They took those big ass Canadian wolves and brought them down.
Yeah. Well, like, you know me, I do think there needs to be a balance, and I think people hunters are part of that balance as well, you know.
Yeah.
And I think a big part of that, you know, is keeping everything in check. You know, so if the elk population's too big, then there should be more tags, like a really good system over here in that sense in America. And then if there's a winter kill, like there just has been this last season, then yeah, limit the tags and things like that. So because I've been on a few hunts now where you don't feel comfortable shooting an elk because you're not seeing any. So it's just like, shit, I actually don't want to shoot an elk here. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't seem like there's enough elk here for me to be shooting them.
Right.
And I experienced that in a few areas this trip. And I remember the last time I hunted, so 4 years ago, and Kimmy, my wife, actually said it to me. I think we hunted for 14 days and we hadn't seen a bull elk. And she's like, even if one steps up at this point, I'm not shooting it because it doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
You know, and it's true, but there could be lots of elk in that area another time of year. The hunting season starts, hunters go in and sort of push them out. So it's a little bit hard
Armor
to say,
pen, by the way.
You want to shoot something that's in a good healthy population.
And now, considering the fact that you are getting these over-the-counter tags, how do you know what units to pick?
You don't.
You're just guessing.
Yeah.
So are you
just
going
guessing.
online doing any research? Are you
Yeah,
using
so
Hunting Fool or
lots of research. Yeah, Hunting Fool's super handy and stuff like that. Talk to the guys pretty frequently before coming up to a trip. And then sort of just leaning on the hunting community a little bit. You know, and you've got guys, and this is what happened this trip, because I'm starting from fresh again. It's been 4 years. The spots I used to hunt elk in aren't like that anymore.
Dude,
They're different
what?
areas, so I didn't
With the
draw.
ACOG?
So I am starting from the, from scratch from the drawboard. And then so I sort of leaned on the hunting community a little bit, and I had a few guys reach out. Well, I had actually a bunch of people reach
Oh,
out.
you hit fire
Tried
headshot
this
at me.
last year. You're welcome to join me in this camp. So I had a lot of that. It's really nice. But even those guys don't know, you know, like you think you've got an animal figured out, like fuck, think again, you know, like, and that's, I think that's why I love bow hunting so much, and it's so,
That's not
I've
good
constantly got a
enough.
passion for it because you never actually fully work it out. Like as soon as you start thinking you've got something worked out, you're fucked, like they'll change it up on you, and that happens to me every year in just about every species, you know. So you can go in there with as much knowledge as you like, and obviously that helps, but at the end of the day, that's why it's so good, so appealing.
Well, you like a crazy hard hunt, but these are nuts. The ones that you go on are really nuts. Like the one you did last 4 years ago, you documented where you had a close encounter with a grizzly bear and you had a bad pistol.
Yeah. Shit.
Yeah, that was terrifying. Like a video of you with your gun pointed out where you can clearly see that the round's not chambered because it literally doesn't fit in there.
Wasn't a good situation.
No.
Yeah. It's I sort of fucked myself because I want to go to a place where there's just elk running around everywhere and stuff like that, but because I've done these hard hunts now, like I can't go backwards. Like, and I'm not lining myself up for a disastrous hunt, but like I want it to be that tough. You know, like I don't want to go in on the first day and kill one. The trick's done.
What would you do if you walked in and you saw a 350 bull on the first day?
I'd still shoot it.
Yeah,
I would. You have to.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you should never. That's the old saying, right? You should never pass up on a bull on the first day that you kill.
I don't agree with that.
No?
No, I don't.
Why's that?
Because what are you in it for?
Well,
You know?
you're in it to kill a bull.
Yeah.
There's also luck.
Yeah, but
you can't spit on luck.
Yeah, I think like day 27 broke me on this last trip. When I say broke me, I just got to the point where I was completely satisfied. So I still didn't stop hunting. I was still going to hunt to the very last day of the season, which
But
was
you
the 30th.
accepted your fate.
But I accepted it,
Yeah.
and that's what I actually went out there for. You know, and I started thinking about, I'm not really here to kill a bull. Like that's what's pushing me and getting me to that point. But I'm here for the whole package, right? And like you're time poor, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't have a lot of time. And there's a lot of hunters that don't have a lot of time. Whereas I come over from Australia and I'm just like, I've got 30 days.
Right.
So you know, and that's why I don't want to kill on day one or day two. I would, like you said, if something stepped up, I would. But it's not so much about
see
the
this
whole
guy.
package. You know, and a big part of that package is breaking my own
Nice.
self down and getting past that point. You know, and I put a video up and I was like, I fucking cried. You know, and it's just like, and that's hard to show the people, but I do want to show the people that it's just not about the kill, and it is hard, and it's not like, oh, there's an animal I stalked that I've got to kill that I got the meat. You know.
Right. You're going on like a vision quest.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you're trying to find out something about yourself.
Yeah, I've got no interest in climbing Mount Everest, and I've said this many times before. But if there's a fucking animal at the top of it, I'll do it. I'll do it. You know, and I'll push myself to that limit. You know.
Yeah, I don't get the 9%.
Yeah.
I've been offered to go with people multiple times. I'm like, yeah, you can have a good time.
Yeah.
There's the reason why there's no houses up there.
Yeah, there's like one.
AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, this episode is brought to you.
Like one selfie at the top and then you're coming back down.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. It's people enjoy doing things that are very difficult to do, and I fully support them doing it. I just don't have any interest in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not my thing.
Yeah, it doesn't float your boat.
Nope, not at all. And if I had 28 days to do what you do, I don't know if I'd do that. But I guess what you're doing is, I mean, you hunt so much in Australia. Australia is so game rich because there's so many invasive species in Australia. There's deer everywhere. There's stags everywhere. You have so many pigs. It's just like it's a great place to get your meat.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, it's a fantastic place
I
to
think
go.
there's 27 huntable species in Australia, and there's like 1 or 2 of them that actually need a tag, and that's it. And then and open season on everything, you know. So we don't have to wait for September to roll around to go and get some meat or have a hunt or something like that.
Which is
It is. It's pretty awesome. I was known to the system they have in America either, which is, and it's crazy that Australia doesn't have it because these animals are a resource.
Yeah.
And they're not treated as a resource at the moment. We've just fully labelled them as feral animals. And then it sort of just gives everyone the right just to kill them in any way possible. And so they're chopper shooting them. Well, they have been for the last few years. They just go around aerial culling them, and they just shoot them and leave them there, and the meat just drops on the ground.
Do they do that just to reduce population, to reduce the possibility of diseases?
Well, there's no diseases in any of our red meat animals that can pass on humans. So it's not so much for disease. There is a threat of foot rot that happens in parts of Asia. But
Close.
basically, Australia's just saying, let's eradicate them. They want 0 of these animals.
Oh, God.
Yeah. And then so
Why?
they shoot thousands and thousands of deer. Thousands of them, and just like this is just in a month, they'll shoot thousands of them, just leave them rot on the ground.
Do they do it because they think they're a nuisance?
They do, yeah.
But they're delicious.
They are delicious. And then no more of a nuisance than cattle or sheep.
Right.
You know, they're talking about erosion and stuff like that. Well, like, or introduced species. Cattle and sheep introduced species.
Yeah.
Shit, we're introduced species.
Are they talking about it because of erosion? Like, what are they saying the nuisance
A
is?
big part of it's erosion. Yeah. Then damage to like trees and fences and stuff like that. And that's true to a certain degree. But yeah, it's
But
just
the benefit of the resource.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, especially if you want really healthy meat. It's just everywhere.
Especially if there's people starving.
Yeah,
This
that's
just shot and left. It doesn't make sense.
That's so crazy.
It feels like we're living in the bloody Stone Age when they do that.
Yeah, it's just cutting off your nose to spite your face.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. It's just, I don't understand why people would accept that.
Yeah, and as a hunter, I get to see these animals up close. You know, and you realise that they are real friendly and have a lot of respect for them. And then so when you see that happening, it is pretty upsetting.
Yeah, that's a bummer. So have you been there when they helicopter shot them?
Yeah.
So you're out hunting?
So annoying. Just
There's a
fucking
guy-
play.
Guys in Australia that just filmed it. They're hunting on private property, and the helicopter comes over and it's just like shooting right behind them. And yeah,
And they don't care that you're there.
they don't care or they don't know.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's a bummer.
yeah, it is a bummer. Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Why do they have that attitude about it? Why don't
Because they're just labelled and pushed as a feral nuisance animal, and that's it. You know, and it's like we don't have the same system as we do here. Where it's like if all the hunters that I meet here full cherish the animal and the meat. You know, they collect it all. You know, and it's not about like, oh, you know, I'll leave that part. It's like, how much more meat can we get off it? Can we trim a little bit more off the bone? You know, and even I'm like that. I can't take the meat home. I always donate it, whatever animal that I harvest here. But it is. It's like, how much more can I get off it? What else can I take? You know, and it's because so much passion and everything goes into it.
Why don't they let you bring meat back to Australia?
Customs is really strict in Australia, and because there's no diseases in our red meat, I think they're really, really strict that they don't want that.
Well, how are they going to get disease from a dead animal, frozen meat?
I don't know.
More stupidity.
Yeah, I
That's so
don't
stupid. I've heard that they do that with Africa. If you bring an African animal back to the United States, you can't bring the meat back.
Okay.
Is that true?
Well, I've never brought meat back into America.
Yeah.
I haven't tried to take it into Australia, but I know that it's a no-go. So, like I said, I've just always donated it.
But I think you can bring back meat from Australia.
You
To
guys
America.
probably can, because yeah, it's so.
I know you can from New Zealand.
Yeah, so we can bring a certain amount into Australia from New Zealand, but it has to be commercially processed and packaged. So, which isn't a bad thing still. But look, there's that many people with their hand up to take meat. So
Right.
it's like nothing goes to waste when
Well,
we
it's
harvest
the
it.
best meat.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Once you get a taste for it, and like I don't even taste the gaminess of any meat anymore because that's pretty much all we eat at home. But once you've eaten game meat and then you go and buy store meat and eat it, it's the blandest shit going.
I don't
And no
understand
one
that
knows
term, gamey. I mean, I think when people say gamey meat and they're thinking about that,
Come
I think it's
on.
someone who's handled meat incorrectly.
That's spot on.
Yeah, they let it sit out in the sun. They didn't cool the meat off quickly enough. They didn't hang it.
Yep.
They did something wrong.
Yeah, it's not prepared correctly.
Yeah, there has to be something wrong. Unless you're eating something like a bear that's eating a rotten animal. I've heard people catch they've eaten bear that have been eating nothing but fish and they're nasty.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah, because like everyone's always said like the tar in New Zealand, oh, it's a smelly goat, you know, or the pronghorn unit here in America.
Right.
Because they do have that smell to them. But once it's prepared correctly, it's delicious.
I think the thing about the pronghorn too is that you hunt them in the summer and it's very hot. They're dragging the carcass across the sage.
Yeah.
You know, and they just don't take care of
No,
it.
whereas it's just being quick with it. You know, like field dress it straight away. Like even before photos, you can knock the stomach out and stuff like that, and then set it up right, get it as cool as possible. Because you've only got to cool the temperature of the animal from what it was when you harvested it, and then I believe it can up or down about 10 degrees, and it's still fine. You know, so it's just keeping it under that range.
Yeah, and somehow just getting the ice. Quickly.
Yeah.
Having ice ready, having a cooler ready. Yeah. You know, what do you do in terms of? Do you bring a cooler with you when you do 28-day trips? Because I know you actually cut a fucking toothbrush in half to save weight.
So
I know you do a lot of radical shit to save weight.
Well, you have to, right? Everything counts, including the bow and the accessories on it. You know, so I'm shooting just carbon bows for the last 10, 15 years now. Because that bow a lot of the times ends up on your backpack. So it's like, what's the use of cutting a toothbrush down to a quarter? You know, and you've got like toothpaste to brush your teeth like 3 times a month. Like you do all that shit and then you carry a big heavy bow. You know,
right?
Unless you need a heavy bow to shoot real well. Like obviously, you know, you don't want to step on your own feet like that. But once I kill, that's it. You're done. You're hiking the end. Like, you can't get it
Fucking jump got fucked up.
And you're back there for 30 days. There's no ice back there anyway, or someone's going to steal it.
Yeah.
Being pretty lucky at trailheads here in America, I've never had anything like that happen. But
well, most people are respectful.
Yeah,
but it just takes that one.
It takes the one dickhead.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah. So look, the second I kill, I'm out of there. And if I'm way back, I usually try and I've carried them out before. I've had a buddy come in and carry them out. I've had a guy with pack horses ready on call, so you kill, he comes in, you get it out. Or this trip, I had a bunch of friends. And the guys that sort of were telling me spots to hunt, and they were pretty much on call. And then, I sent them a photo. I dropped that bull, had the bull down, sent them a photo. They're like, we're 2.5 hours from the trailhead, we're on our way now. And then, by the time I field dressed it and prepped it, they rocked up with backpacks, and then 3 of us carried it off.
That's nice.
Yeah,
Did you give them to me?
Yeah,
that's nice.
Yeah, I donated to a couple of families that helped me.
That's nice. Now, this trip. So, did you stay in the same place for 28 days?
I ended up moving. So, Kimmy and my wife come with me for the first 15 days, and it was hell. Like day 1 or day 2, we seen 2 nice bulls that were leaving the area, and then we never seen a bull in there again for 15 days. And she actually had a bit of elevation. She climbed up one morning, and she started feeling sick. And we get we're way out there, and we get way back, and we climb up this mountain, and the gunshot goes like straight off in front of us because Colorado's got muzzle loader at the same time, and that was about the point that she's like, look, put me a flight, I'm gonna go home. It's one of the kids' birthdays. So then she went home. We were already doing pretty radical stuff like back there, and then I was like, right, fuck it now.
When you say a gunshot went off straight in front of us, like how far in front of you?
100 yards.
Was it shooting in your direction?
No, it was shooting to the side, but still, like that shit happens, right?
Oh yeah. People just shoot into like movement.
Yeah, but it was more to the point of actually it wasn't about our safety at that point. It was more about hunting's not good. Let's shoot, you know. And so she ended up going home, and I was like, right, I'm gonna get pretty radical now and just fucking on a massive mission.
The muzzle thing is so strange.
At the same time, or are you talking about just shooting muzzle?
Just all the time. I get it at the same time. It's weird because why would you have a rifle and bow season? Bow season's quiet.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
But the muzzleloader thing in general, all it's going to do is prevent you from getting a good second shot. Because there's muzzleloaders that you can shoot that are good to hundreds of yards.
Yeah.
So it's like you're not limiting the effectiveness unless you are saying that you have to shoot iron sights. And then are you limiting the ethical shots that you can take?
You probably are, but how do you argue that?
Where's my iron pin at?
Or even bow hunting.
Armor pin, I mean.
No, I
It
get
does take time to get it
I'm not saying it should be illegal.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I would rather use an actual rifle.
Yeah, just
like a really sighted-in rifle with a great scope and, a good round, like a real rifle.
Yeah, I met a guy with a crossbow this year. Not while I was hunting, it was after the hunt was done. And he said he had a scope on his crossbow, and he said it's accurate out to 140 yards. Wow. As in, like, shooting a golf ball at 140 yards.
Well, if you got to rest, that's the thing with a crossbow. You can sit on a log.
Yeah, that's nuts. Like, how much further can we go with this stuff? You know?
Yeah, that's a weird thing. I heard someone describe it like trans men or trans women competing against biological women. If you call yourself an archer, someone described it that way. I think that's pretty accurate.
And then the traditional bow owners are probably saying that about me and you shooting at sides.
Sort of, but, the traditional thing is weird, too. Like, I get it. I get all of it. But I think if you're going to shoot a traditional bow, you have to be a guy who's been practicing for a long time, and you have to put a lot of hours every day doing that. Because it's essentially like you have to judge just based on how far you know an arrow drops. It's all in your head. Like throwing a rock.
Throwing a rock, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
throwing enough rocks.
Yeah.
It's not even throwing rocks. It's the same. It's like throwing a baseball.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that.
I did it for about 3 or 4 years, like pretty hard up. And the best way that I can sum it up is to be regularly successful with a traditional bow, I'd have 50 shots every single day. And I'd have 25 shots for form, minimum, and then I'd have 25 shots as in aiming. And so you had to do that every day. So once you get time for, like it's really hard to keep that up. And I was successful in doing it. But the beauty of a compound bow was, like, even if I was flat out at work, once a week I could shoot. The bow stays sighted in.
Yeah.
You pick
Can't
up
see, man.
Like you're still fully handicapped. You know, so it's like it's hard enough without being like, okay, I'll go traditional bow hunting now. So I was just in Northern Territory, Australia, like last month, and I had a couple of days with the compound, and it was like had a brilliant hunt, like done really well. And I was like, stuff it, I'll go with the trad bow for the next couple of days. And then so I hunted with the trad bow and shot a bunch of pigs and a buffalo and stuff like that. And then when I went back to the compound, I felt like I was shooting the sniper rifle because the recoil is so hard. You know?
Well, I would imagine that it would help your compound bow.
100%. Yeah. And so my effective range with the trad bow is like 30 yards. Ideally, I'm at 10 or 15. So even having the stalk in that close with traditional gear, and then having the compound and being at like 40, 50, and being just like, oh, this thing's done,
Right.
And shooting it. So.
Do you bring a lot of arrows with you when you go on these backcountry hunts?
On the Northern Territory one, I do. Yeah. This hunt, no.
Colorado one. How many you bring?
5 arrows in the quiver.
That's it.
Yeah.
I think practice all when you're out there?
Yeah, I think I took 7 or 8, so I had a couple in the backpack this trip. And because I shot a grouse as well, so pretty much arrows done because usually shooting off the branch. And then one of the days I stacked it pretty hard, like fell over and hit the rest and bent the rest down, or the rest shifted. Then I had spare arrows to actually pull it back up and shoot my bow into place. And luckily it just sort of ripped that grub screw down. So I could see the position that I had to sit in. I had one shot and straight away. So, but I still wanted a couple of shots because of it. So. Yeah. But like you're going to shoot one bull. Right. You know, it wasn't like I had a mule deer tag or another tag with me. It's just like.
Right, but sometimes you have to take follow-up shots. Sometimes things hit branches.
About 5 arrows in the quiver, you should be right.
Yeah, you should be.
You should be, especially if you're limited to a distance. You know.
Are you still using those 2-blade solid broadheads?
Yeah.
What company do you use?
I use Cayuga broadheads. Yeah. So they've got a broadhead.
How do Australians use those?
Because they how can you tell if you're not hitting the bone or not, right? Like I watch these videos of these whitetail dudes shooting whitetail, and the arrows hanging out of the whitetail this much, and they still kill it because they got a broadhead that's fucking like 10 inches wide.
Well, they're using a mechanical.
It just expands and opens them up. But like, because we're shooting buffalo, so I do that buffalo hunt once or twice a year, and then like some of our bigger deer, like the red deer, are pretty solid as well. With a 2-blade broadhead, you can still split bone and punch all the way through the animal. You know, and it's like if you shoot something in Australia using that sort of setup, like 70 or 80 pound bow, a good like micro diameter shaft, so there's no restriction on the shaft actually passing through the animal after the broadhead, and a decent solid broadhead. If you're not picking your arrow up in the dirt somewhere at the other side, you're like, shit, where did I go wrong? You know, and it's like, so there's hardly any what we'd call like flag in an animal with arrows hanging out of it. It's like punch straight through, hole in one side and out the other. Like that's what you want.
I just know so many people that have made shots with those little single bevel, small, tiny broadheads, and they just, you know, the animal will run so far. Whereas if you hit it with a good 2-inch cut rage, that fucker's not going anywhere.
If you get past the bone, yeah, for sure.
If you've got
But
enough horsepower.
if you've shot it in the right place, like double lungs is double lungs.
Yeah.
So if you've actually got double lungs, that animal's dead. You know, and it's just like, but there's pros and cons to it for sure.
Yeah.
I'll lack a blood trail, whereas you'll shoot something with your setup and
crime scene.
Yeah, there's just
Yeah.
you're just a pain to the ground. You know?
Cam Haynes is shooting a 4-blade.
Is he? Yeah.
He's shooting a carnivore. It's like
who
throwing a
can
grappling hook.
argue with what Cam's doing?
I know,
Because it's just shit just dropping everywhere around you.
Well, he wasn't forever. He would go with a Muzzy Trocar. That was his thing.
Yeah,
a
yeah, I
little
remember
3-blade
those
fixed head. That's all he ever shot. And then Wayne Endicott's like, you really have to try these. And he had like a questionable hit on a deer, and he's like, shit. And then he saw the deer run 30 yards and die instantly. He's
Yep,
like, whoa.
yep.
And it's just because you're just opening them up.
Yeah, in Lanai I was shooting the rage, that trick with you guys, and I made like a pretty average shot. Like I'd expect the animal to probably run 100 yards before he pulled up and dropped, and it was just like he ran 20 yards and just dropped, and I was
Right.
like, wow, and got over there and yeah, it was pretty much already field dressed him and everything, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's that's the weird debate amongst bow hunters:
Yeah.
fixed blade or mechanical.
The NBA season is in full swing, and DraftKings has you covered for all. This episode is brought to you by 8 Sleep. Different sleep temperatures can be a problem for couples, but the pod cover lets you cool or warm your side of the bed, which can work wonders for a relationship. Until November 30th, 8 Sleep is offering up to $500 off when you build a bundle with my favorite, the pod cover. Go to 8sleep.com/Rogan for these exclusive holiday savings. 8 Sleep currently ships within the USA, Canada, the UK, select countries in the EU, and Australia.
When I really got fixed on a fixed blade was called this big red stag in, like he come down through the mist, like couldn't even see him, could hear him up there raking a tree, like in the rut, and then started calling and hear him coming down the mountain, and he sort of come slightly angling on, but pretty much facing me. And I was like shit, I'll wait for him to turn, and he was pretty much going to come straight over the top of me. So I thought, I can slip it in there, and as I shot, he turned, so I hit him right on that bone, that front leg bone, and it split the ball joint of the leg bone, like straight in half, angled down, went in through a rib, through his heart, out through another rib, and into the bottom joint on the far side leg, and like it just dropped me on the spot, 'cause it pinned his legs together. Obviously died pretty much instantly through the heart, and like took all the meat out, deboned it, thought I'd keep all those bones and boiled them out, and so it split 4 lots of bones to go through that stag. Otherwise, I was just wounding it.
Yeah.
And it was from that point there that I'm like, I'll never shoot anything else, and I don't have to change, like from shooting, you know, goats or deer, small deer, to shooting a massive buffalo. I don't change my setup. You know, so the arrow's always at around 550 grains. The broadhead's the same. I can resharpen them. So you talk about these long trips and trying to save weight. I don't carry spare broadheads or anything because those broadheads, like they'll pass through an animal, they'll hit a rock on the other side.
Yeah.
You pick it up, you file it off, then you know you get razor sharp, start shaving hairs again, and away you go.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I like the setup. But every now and then I'll have limited blood trail. I'm like, shit, I should be shooting a big expandable broadhead, but I don't want to change. You know?
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's that 6 in one, half a dozen in
And it's
the
like
other.
that's like nearly American hunting culture, and the 2-blade fixed broadheads like Australian hunting culture.
That's why I asked, because everybody over there uses those.
Yeah. You got. We're getting that way. There's a lot of people shooting those broadheads now, but like you guys had release aids and sights like 10 years before Australia would go to it. And if you shot sights in a release aid, you're a fucking pussy. Like in
Really?
Australia, oh shit,
You're a pussy? To know where you're shooting, to be able to shoot accurately?
Exactly. And then I was hunting with an old friend of mine, John, and he had a release aid. And I'm like, what's the big deal about those release aids, dude? And he's like, well, have a shot on my bow. And like we're just sitting around camp,
You were shooting fingers.
shooting fingers, like always shooting fingers
With a compound?
With a compound, yeah, and open sights. Like that's all. That's all anyone.
Just
done.
instinctive.
Timber arrows, dude. It was insane. Like you had to spine test and check all your arrows and like twist broadheads to get them right and glue them on and stuff like that. And he was one of the first sort of technical, what we call a technical bow hunter in Australia that I knew. And I remember him shooting, and it was just like seriously like golf ball size at 20, 30 yards. Like every time, I'm like, how the fuck can you do that? Because you know our arrows sort of had a spread of at least a tennis ball or slightly bigger, you know. And then I shot with his release aid like 4 or 5 times, and I'm just like, holy shit, what am I doing? Because
Right.
it's just like pinpoint, you know.
Just a minimal amount of movement on the back end.
100%,
Yeah.
and the same release every single time. It's like
That's what's so
okay, can't be-
fascinating about archery. It's just a little tiny movement one way or the other as it translates 80 yards ahead,
Yeah,
be a foot and a half.
100%, yeah.
Which is just so nuts.
And it comes down to so much: the bow tune, your sight, your release, the arrow, how straight the broadhead is. It's just there's so much to it.
What release are you shooting these days?
So now I'm shooting a spot hog. I'm not a techie guy, so I don't even know the
Shooting
name
a
of
Cam
it.
Haynes one?
Yeah, like a Cam Haynes
The
one.
whippersnapper? Or no, the wise guy.
The wise guy, that's
yeah,
it.
the purple one?
Yeah,
that's
because
a good one.
I had a hunt in New Zealand, and I had a release aid that I'd been shooting for 10 or 12 years jam up on me on a big red stag. I called this big red stag in and like pulled the trigger, and it didn't go off. And then because I pulled the trigger and it didn't go off, I looked down like, what the hell's going on? And then it went off, and it shot between this red stag's antlers. Like I'm lucky I didn't hit him and wound him. And that, like I only need to fail me once. And I'm like, okay, I'm not doing that again.
Did you get grit in it or something?
They actually changed the metal material that they were using.
Is it Carter?
Yeah, they changed it, and I've had 2 since, and they've both done the same thing. They get jammed up, and like you see the amount of hunting I'm doing. I'm going through water, I'm going through dirt and grit, I'm going through crap, and it's just like it like properly locked up where it's holding on to 80 pounds without letting go. And then so I mucked around up at my farm, like I can shoot out to like, however distance you like. I'm up at the farm, and then I was trying to get it to go off, and I still couldn't get it to go off. And then so that's why I changed, because that wise guy's got very limited moving parts in it.
Yeah. It's the most simple release.
It is, yeah. So I bought 3 because I now I keep one in the backpack, so I've just like cryovac it so no crap can get in the backpack, and it's just in the backpack sitting there waiting as a spare.
Also, if you just breathe on that thing, it goes off.
Oh yeah, it's sweet as.
It's so hot.
Yeah, I love it, and it's either loaded or it's not.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really like that.
It's very simple.
I like the belt buckle though.
Better than the boa?
Yeah, so I got the boa one, and I don't like that you don't know that it's in the same position each time.
Right.
Whereas the belt buckle, I've got a mark on mine. You know, we talk about the littlest things help.
Yeah.
So I've actually got a mark on mine, so I know what one to do it up to each time. Yeah, it's sweet.
The only thing that people don't like about the wise guy is that it's so hot that you can't get a surprise release, because you're essentially, if you touch it, it's going off.
Yeah. But I've always shot like that, and I don't want to change. Like let's just say a deer busts out of the brush and runs past me.
You gotta be able to
I
just go
want to be able to punch it, like you call punches. Like I'm on bang. You know, whether you're leading it by a foot or whether it's going slower and it's a couple of inches, you're leading it by whatever. I've always liked shooting that.
I've been thinking a lot about that, you know, because I've talked to Joel Turner, and he brings you through, you know, the whole shot IQ process. I think you can shoot a release and make it go off, but you make it go off while you're in control of all your faculties and you're not panicking and you have a shot process.
Yep.
I mean, if I have a hinge and I pull it back, for people that don't know what a hinge is, A hinge is a release that you don't have a trigger. You're just rotating the release and eventually it goes off. Well, sort of, because it gets to a click. And the click is saying, hey, we're real close. It goes click, it gives you an audible click. And what that is to let you know that this release is about to go off. And all you do is pull and it goes off. How is that any different than keeping your shit together and putting a finger on it?
Yeah.
What I think it is a lot of these people, first of all, in the target archery world, that's a different world. Like, you're standing still, there's all these people watching you, you have a target, it's a bullseye, it's a circle, another circle is an X in the center, and all you're trying to do is make this absolutely perfect shot into the X, and you have all this time to set up and relax, and that's not the same thing as bow hunting.
Yeah.
Bow hunting is a very different thing, and I think the anticipation of the moment and the extreme anxiety that comes with the animal being, it's really about managing that anxiety. It's not about whether or not you can make a trigger go off. Because you can make a trigger go off and still have perfect form and shoot a perfect shot. Remy does it, Cam does it, you do it. I just think it's experience.
I think because there's some people that are really good on paper, but they're not good hunting.
Right.
And a big part of that is that I try not to think about it because I don't have a shot process.
But you also shoot animals more than almost anybody alive.
Yeah, so I think I don't need a shot process, and I don't like to think about it because that's when I think I'll fuck up. Right now, I'm doing, that's it.
Right, you're doing
it's
it,
as
it
simple as that, yeah. And that's why I don't want to change either.
Right.
Because I do see heaps of people going to back tension and stuff like that. And I tried one years ago and I missed an animal straight away, so I'm just like, yeah, fuck that, it's done.
Yeah,
so
it's one of those things where they say you have to get worse before you get better.
Yeah.
So you do
I
that.
wanna get worse before
Yeah.
I'm not doing
I practiced with a hinge. I've hunted with a hinge, but this year I hunted with a thumb button, and I just had it set pretty hot, and I executed a perfect shot.
Yeah, nice.
But I went through I have a process in my head, and I'd also had the luxury of having one elk hunt that was just a couple weeks before that, where I shot a nice elk, and also I shot a pig a few weeks before that.
Yep.
So
no monkey on your back.
right, you have experience, and I think a lot of people drawing on an elk in September is the first animal that you shot.
I don't know how to do it.
At least
I seriously don't know how to do it.
I think that's where target panic comes from. It
because
comes from the uniqueness and the novelty of the experience. You're overwhelmed with this is the moment you've been preparing for. Instead of like, oh, I've been here before. If you ever see Remy shoot an animal, it's like he's been there so many times. He's just rock
Remy just
solid.
does it, yeah.
He puts the pin on it and hits the trigger, and it's a perfect shot. And he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He also shoots a two blade.
A guy said to me, he's like, only 1% of over-the-counter hunters are successful. And I'm like, yeah, but they probably get to hunt 3 days in the season.
Right.
He's
How
like,
often do they even practice?
Yeah, I'm like, I just did 10 years of hunting
Yeah.
in a month, so, and it's just like, and I came from a hunting-rich environment.
Right.
Like, I just come back from the Northern Territory, Australia, and like, I had loaded up big time. And I'm just like, so all that pressure's off, but then when an elk bugled, I went to shit still, because I'm just like, there's so much, not pressure, but it's just like, I wasn't seeing anything. So I was like, this is your one opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, you're about to fuck it, and it's just like, so there's all that pressure. So I don't know how American hunters do it. Unless they're coming off the back
That's
end
the
of a
1%.
hunt. Yeah.
That's the 1%.
Yeah.
I've thought about this a lot because I'm very attracted to things that are very difficult to do, and I've always tried to figure out why they're difficult. Like, why are certain things difficult? And a lot of it boils down to psychology. A lot of it boils down to the way your mind processes that moment. And there's something about bow hunting that is so unique in that